Hello. Sorry, I need an extra couple minutes real quick to do a thing. But we are good. Anyway, hello. Hello, welcome. Thank you for waiting. We out here. I feel like I had a thought. That I was like, oh, I need to say this, and then I forgot. So we out here. I was just leaking. I was leaking stuff to Alma. She said something, and then I was like, oh, I forgot to show you, and I was leaking that to her while I was on another call real quick. Not the 3.0. Yeah, no, I always leak little things to friends. Not like everything, but bits and pieces. Bits and pieces. Just not many people have seen this one thing that I'm working on. No, there's no current 4.0 planned. Like, I'm gonna use this base for a long while. And I want to put outfits and hair and all that on it. So it'd be like 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, you know. All that kind of stuff. But yeah, I've got a lot of stuff in the pipeline. The timelines got all fucked up. The timelines all got so fucked up. Sorry, I can press this, we can be here. But so I have so we did this obviously yesterday, finally, even though it was supposed to be a lot earlier. And then I have I have the one that I have with mouse that we need to figure out like what we're trying to do with that, so we can figure out, like, we have an idea of what we're doing, but we need to figure out what timeline certain things can happen on. So I decide if I hold mine until then, or if I don't, or what. So we'll see. And then what else? I have another outfit after that. That's the one that I was showing to Amma. But that one is for something specific. It's not for just cause. So I'm like, that also, now there are a lot of things, right, where the timeline isn't like I just pick and I just do it whenever I want it to be, right? Which I know you kind of can do that with some stuff, but when it's like for a specific event or holiday or for a specific day or a release or whatever, like whenever you do things that are timed with that stuff, it, you know, kind of throws a wrench into it. Like I had my my Inquisitor debut in January, and then it was like early Jan, and then late February was when I had my Monster Hunter one. I don't want to do like outfits that soon all the time, you know, but sometimes you gotta, because what is it gonna do? Not debut the Monster Hunter outfit when Monster Hunter released? I mean, come on. It was also specifically for that release. It was like they funded that project and everything, you know what I mean? So so that's why I was like, ooh. So timelines can be hard, but yeah, I'm figuring out a lot of stuff. So I have a lot of stuff, like no matter what, it's getting worked on, whether certain things pan out in certain ways or whatever. I'm just keeping them all going, so they exist no matter what. But yeah, so I have 2 outfits upcoming. I've got one that was the duo one with mouse, and that's dependent on what we decide to do with like all the merch and how those timelines go. And then the other one is for something specific, and I am not exactly sure when that's gonna be. So I'm gonna get it done, but I'm like, maybe I should work on one other thing in there, so that if that thing ends up being like end of year or whatever, I can hold it until then and have something in the meantime. Or maybe it's earlier and I just do it earlier, or you know, I don't know. We'll figure it out. But I want to do a lot of outfits. I like outfits. They're fun. I like doing merch drops. I want to do more of them. I always wanted to. But yeah, highly specific, unspecified timeline. Yeah, it is annoying, right? Because it's kind of out of my hands, right? It's not like, because look, I'm usually the decision maker. When everyone's sitting around like, I don't know, what do you want to eat? I'm like, okay, we're doing this, right? I just pick so shit happens, but I can't pick for these ones, right? Because it's not on me. So so I'm just kind of sitting around like, but I'm keeping working on stuff. So that is all going. But I don't know. I think the other outfit, like, it's kind of not the mouse one, the other one. It's kind of two-part. So because it's kind of two-part, like there are two major versions of it, is what I'll say. Maybe I could show one in its own debut, and then the other version of it with another thing when the timely thing happens, maybe. Right? I don't know. But is it, like, different enough for me to do that? I don't know. I have so many considerations in my head. I'm like, oh, I don't know. I'll figure it out. And at some point I'll say fuck it and I'll send it. So, have you considered mugs for merch? The girls, me, yearn for mug. I have actually. And look, I get really tired of like doing the same items all the time. Or when other people do the same items. Like, look, there are times where I had certain items on the store. I mean items like the type, like a shirt, a standee, a desk mat, whatever, right? There are times where I had certain items like that on the merch store, and someone else had just, like, in the group had just released like that, and someone else had also just released one, and I'm like, well, if I knew, I wouldn't have done one, because people probably already have them, so I'll do something else. Like, I didn't know, you know? So nowadays I'm just trying to get everyone to coordinate more so we could, like, have a cool, like, array of stuff, you know? It's more fun that way. But mugs are on there. Script Daddy, hey. What's up? Thank you for the 5. Thank you for the 5. But yeah, I feel like there's a lot of the same. That's why I always try to do something else. Like, we had the little clicky keycap fidget thingy. I love that thing. Yeah, you can use the gift emote now. There's just a lot that I want to do that's, like, you know, other random shit. How many of the same thing can you have? Some are kind of collectible, so I think it makes sense, right? Like, if you get standees, you can, like, line them all up on a shelf. They're collectible. There's that factor. Desk mats, I love them, but I'm not gonna do, like, 5 in a year when other people also do desk mats a lot. I mean, I feel like I'll overload you. I'll kill you with desk mats. You'll get drowned, smothered by desk mats, you know? So, like, I love them, but I'm not gonna do 5 in a year because other people are doing them too, you know? So stuff like that, like, I'm trying to keep in mind, like, what is great and what is too much, you know? So, you get merch based off of use. I think this community in particular is really big on, like, utility. You guys like stupid shit, but you also like things that feel usable, or you can picture, like, looking at the item, like, where you're going to put that thing, right? Or what you're going to put that thing on. So, you know, I try to keep that in mind as much as I can. You said you appreciate the little challenge coin pin is a cool little different thing. That's exactly why. I know actually a good number of my community as well is former military or just likes, like, military course stuff. So the idea of, like, a challenge coin I thought would be really fun. It also fits the vibe.
My problem with
you know?
desk mats is I'm very grungy and don't want to dirty the art on them. So I just buy a black desk mat that I can replace every week.
Yeah, that's why if I do a desk mat, I try to also have a poster version of, like, the same art if I can, or similar, because I know some people, like, do that, and I try to not have, like, a billion desk mats stocked. You know. But yeah, I'm very utility oriented for, like, when I buy merch, so I try to keep that in mind. Can we still buy clicky keyboard thingy? Anything that was in previous drops while I was in Vishojo, there is stock existing. There are a couple of those things that are fully sold out. There's no stock of them. There are other things where stock was existing. I told them to leave it on the store until things sell out eventually. And some items we only have, like, 2 or 3 left of some. Others we have a bunch. That's all sitting in a warehouse in boxes, but the store is taken down because of obvious reasons. I am trying hard to see if I can go pick it up and get it. I'm trying to figure out if any of the orders that you guys made recently that haven't been fulfilled, if they're officially getting fulfilled first before I do that, or like after, do I take care of it or something? I don't know. um so I'm trying to figure that out, because I'm not going to go grab it without knowing that your stuff is like getting fulfilled properly or whatever, you know what I mean? Because then what if they intend to do that and then I like take the item that you were gonna supposed to get sent, you know, or whatever. So I'm just working to figure that out. Yeah, my hope is, if they are going to finish up anything that was ordered up until we close the store, then because that's on the fulfillment center, not, you know, it's on the whole system, but still. So I need to talk to them and be like, hey, is this happening, or are you like doing a refund and then I take it back, or what, you know? I don't know. I would love to know, but there's a lot that needs to be figured out right now. So, you know, yeah, a lot of back and forth. But my hope is, my ideal situation is, they finish up any old orders that they had for you guys. They do like pack and ship those, and then anything that was not purchased, I want to take it if I can. I want to take it and have it. And then if we still have some of the, like you're saying, the clicky keycap things, I know some of those are still there. So I would like to have those and then put them up either on my own store or send them to a convention table or whatever, you know, stuff like that. There's a lot that can be done, but it depends on if I can get it. You know, like, that's what I really want to know is, can I get this? So we'll see. I will say, for a lot of the merch stuff, or no, all of it, the money to pay the artists for the items, for the art that they did, was taken out of my own money. Therefore, legally, I own the rights commercially to that. So I'm double checking some final things to make sure that that is officially signed off and good. But yeah, I didn't have them pay for anything out of their own money, only out of my money. So I should, hopefully, if I don't get some of those items, assuming I can make sure I'm 100% good on the rights to it, I could also recreate some of those items. And like, right, and like take that art and just be like, hey, let's just redo this, you know, go contact a company and redo that or something like that. That's also an option, but there's a lot of legal hoops to go through to just make sure. I know like what it should be. I know how it should work. But you know, you need that like final check on everything. So, yeah. Ideally, I just get a piece of paper where they just sign off like, yes, that is correct. This is all yours. You resell it as you want, and yes, you can have the stock. That's what I want. But we're actively working on that. So, can't tell you whether or not that'll all happen exactly as I wanted. But again, a lot of merch art and stuff is stuff that I paid for. So, you know, or it was paid out by them but expensed out of money they were holding for me. Therefore, it was my money, therefore I paid for it. So, you know what I mean? Like stuff like that where I have to make sure that that is 100% good before I go doing anything, you know? But yeah. You'll still have the messages and proof. Well, yeah, but you know, that's the thing is like, this is not any situation where I'm trying to like have to take it to court to argue that I own a poster art thing. You know what I mean? Like that's not what I'm trying to do, right? I don't want to have to be in a situation where I have to sit there and do all that. So yeah, just trying to get like simple sign off on stuff if I can before doing anything. And I'm being nice about it, you know. I'm not like, fuck you, I'm going in my car to go get whatever. You know? I'm just like, hey, I need this. Thanks. So we shall see. We shall see. But if I can get that, if others can get that, I'll make sure I grab their shit too. And if we can get verification, I'm just going to help everyone out and do one fell swoop of just grabbing stuff and making sure we physically have it. So, but that's my hope, because if I can't recoup some money potentially, I could at least recoup maybe merch items, and maybe by selling them, recoup that. You know, that's kind of the hope for me. So we'll see. We'll see. Do the talents still plan on doing things together? Yeah. We never didn't, right? Like this whole situation is separate from any of those intents. So for me, like I've been talking to a lot of them. Like I said, like Mouse and I are still doing our shit. We had some stuff planned as a duo, and we're still doing that. I have stuff like that planned with some other members. We're still doing that. And I specifically talked to them and I said, hey, in light of all of this, I want you to know that I still want to do this. So you tell me how you feel, but like, if you still want to do it, I'm down. We just have to do it. You know, like we just have to have our own teams on it. But yeah, and so far everyone's been like, yep, never intended otherwise, you know. I'm even doing like at V Expo soon, I'm doing a panel with Matara. We're doing a panel together, right? So there's a lot of stuff like that we're like, no reason why we can't, you know. So expect more of that. Expect more of that. But I'm also not going to push people and be like, we have to do big group things just cause or whatever. Like I want people to do whatever is within their availability and you know, to keep their shit going. I don't want them to feel like, oh, we have to do stuff to appear, make sure people know we're still friends and blah blah blah, you know. Like people should chill out. B&D, we do shit together if we feel like it, you know, fitting in with people's schedules. That's another thing too. Like a lot of members, our schedules are all over the place, so that's why like this whole time, even while being in the same group legally, officially, there's some people who didn't do that much together, publicly at least. Like we all talk, but you know, because literally like I stream in the afternoon and then I end stream and then a couple hours later, then some people go and they start streaming, right? So like there are a lot of factors like that too. But I miss us hop on Bubble Party. That's literally it. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, none of that has to be affected. But now I hope you understand why some things have been pushed back a lot. There's some stuff that we just didn't do, talked about, but didn't push forward to happen yet because, you know, there's a lot of factors on the background going on. So yeah, with time, we're gonna have to slowly pick back up all the projects, all the pieces and bits of them and get them going. But yeah, I have some that were already ongoing. So I'm just taking anything that was already like pretty far along and getting that over the finish line and then, you know, going bit by bit. So yeah, we'll get there. Yeah, we had to push everything to the side basically. Yeah, it's true, to like get this stuff done. Or some people like technically had time, but they were just stressed. And I'm like, don't pile yourself up with all this work when you're just stressed, man. Like just rest a bit so you can keep your mind on this stuff, which is arguably the most important, without like, you know, showing up to meetings and being like, ah, like frazzled, you know. So yeah, but I have a lot of ideas. I've been like proposing a lot of things to them on stuff we could do with like merch and events and projects and whatever people bite on, they bite on, you know. But I always did that. You guys know, like when Nova joined, I started working on it and I got a video done with the Nova girls, right? Where I went and kind of like talked to them, podcasted with them a little bit, asked them. I did it more like an interview style because of language barriers. I thought that'd be easier. And that's on my channel. And that wasn't anything other than I just want to do this, right? That was just my own time put into it. It had nothing to do with like the company. I just chose them because they were joining the company and it was relevant, you know? But yeah, stuff like that, like any tiny, even small like video project ideas and stuff, we could just do easy. But yeah, it messed with Fruit's comeback, which is a shame. I know. Genuinely. So she had to disconnect for a while, which was fine, and we were all just like keeping it quiet. People would be like, where is she? And I'd be like, let her be, she's disconnected. When she reconnected, I reached out and I was like, hey, bit, but like, hope you're well. Like, and here and there we did check in. But I, you know, I was like, what's up? Glad to see, you know, stuff. And she was like, what's going on? Like, can I get an update? She had gotten some updates from some sides of things, but she was like, can you also give me an update? And I was like, okay, so like, oh man. Yeah. A bunch of us kind of caught her up, but she had been working on her own stuff, getting it ready in the meantime on the background, you know? So Oh, it was funny. It was funny. Game show you hosted that one time? Oh, yeah. Me too. I like that a lot. So a lot of stuff like that I had planned to do again, but I wanted to do it like as a group thing on the group channel, etc., etc. And that stalled out so
Cheer
much
100, cheer
stuff.
100, cheer 100, cheer 100. Just ordered the new stickers. Can't wait.
Good.
Also looking top notch, homie.
Thanks, homie. Thanks, homie. Cheer 100. But yeah, there's a lot of like ideas and projects for streams and things and whatever that like I was trying to not do myself and keep it as just a my on stream thing. I was trying to make a lot of it like it was ideas I already had, and I was like, let's make this group stuff. And then because I was trying to let it be that, so much of it got stalled out. And then I was like, well, I can pick this back up and do a lot of this as just me and my own projects, do them on my stream, my channel, whatever. But I was also offering other people like, do you guys want to, like, I'll help do these things. Do you want to put them on your channels too? There was a lot that we were trying to figure out. And yeah, it ended up pushing it back. And then by the time we were like working on this stuff again, we were all like things weren't good. So we were like, let's hold off right now. Let's hold off. Right? Like, I don't know. Because it felt like, this is just my personal feeling. This is just me. I felt like if I'm doing projects and be like, woo, group stuff, then it promotes the group. And I was trying to not promote, you know, the company super hard. So I was like, I'm going to do my own thing for now. and then pick these ideas back up, like, once all is settled and done with, you know? So. Right? So now I feel a lot more free, not worrying about who or what I'm promoting or like anything like that, you know? Is featured chat set up on the stream? It should be. Try pushing a message. It should be on the bottom right. I never removed this. Oh, tell me, maybe I need to. Oh no, it's good. It's good. Yeah. There. I don't have the dashboard open, so you guys can mods. You can like push stuff. But yeah, I never removed it, so there you go. It's Jeff's voice actor. Yeah, it's the VA behind Jeff in the chat. Wow. Jeff, welcome to the chat. Welcome. Hey. Oh, there it is. I was gonna say, where's the where's the emote? Where to go? The slow load makes it like there's crazy suspense. Oh man. Let me open it on the side too so I can. We made this tool. Big thanks to my team for making it, but we made this tool where you can take you basically you see the chat in a window, and you can click on messages from the chat and it moves them into a queue, and then any message from that queue I can go through and like push it onto the screen like this. So if we're like talking about topics and someone asks a question,
Guess who got a staff engineer role at Riot Games? Red
Let's
heart
go!
emoji. Happy Sunday and amazing new model.
Do you know you're the second regular chatter who also works at Riot Games now? We now have two. You guys are co-workers. Look at you. Look at you. We should start a club, but it's only you guys in it. You two could start a whole club in the chat. Oh, perfect. Perfect. Here, we can use this this thing now. So here, I can there's 3 actually. Oh man. Look at that. See, I can press a button and push this so I can take your question, right? So if you said, if the Senpai Squad doesn't need Vishojo car anymore, do you think they give it to me? I don't know who owns which.
GEEGA's coding team consists of 5 people.
Yeah.
4 consultants, and 1 blazing doing all the work.
Exactly. Classic structure. Classic structure. Those 4 consultants, all me. All me. You know, Senpai Squad, the cars, I don't know who owns what cars other than I know the Henya car is Oscar's car. Like that's straight up his car, the Henya R8. Um that's just his. Straight up. And I think the Senpai Squad cars, I believe those are just the personal cars of the people that work with or at Senpai Squad or are friends with them and then they sign to like bring their cars in. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the fruit car is Mizzy's, I think. So, yeah, yeah. So, because of that, the Senpai Squad cars are just, it's just their choice if they want to do that. Mizzy, she, she posted a tweet, a video of herself. She went to her car and she pulled, so the logo was a separate decal, so she just pulled the logo off.
There are other Riot Games employees lurking.
Yeah.
I thought I was the only one GEEGA hype.
Oh my god, wait a minute, there's 3 of you. The club now has 3 people. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's crazy, that's crazy. Wait, we have this one. If the company disappears, are you allowed to salvage the banana outfit? I was talking to Michi about this. Because we had a whole themed thing. I wanted to do a summer thing, right? And I did tell you guys it involved me being in a banana suit. There is art that was in the sketch phase. There's art that was in the sketch phase. I do not know if it got paid for. And I don't believe that person was handed a special NDA.
There's other Riot Games employees here? No, I'm not special anymore.
Yeah, there's 3 of you and you're in a club and you have to like each other. You're forced to. So if we go to the artist and they didn't sign any paper saying they were doing this work for the company or anything, which I doubt they did, and it wasn't paid for, which I'm pretty sure they said it wasn't yet, then we can go to them and get that finished up and still do it potentially. So Michi and I are currently working on figuring that one out and seeing like if they have time to do it, even if they want to, figure out what the other members want. Like, do you still want to do this or do you want to like pass on this one? You know, because it's just like if they wanted that one in particular. But yeah, so I have my sketch of my thing still, and I have I know, you know, the artist and everything, so I'll probably get mine at least the art finished up just so I can post it. I just want the art. That's all. So, you know, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. You open your marriage so Oscar can join in. Rico, you're crazy. You're crazy. Oh my god. But I'm right throwing you guys doing or at least collab. It was going to, look, I don't want to reveal everything, but we had a thing planned for it that would be a bit on the logistics. It would be a bit. So either everyone can get their art separately and their concepts separately and continue with it if they want, or we could do it as a group. But I feel like doing it as a group without any like legal structure makes it a little like annoying to to figure it out nicely. It's not very clean, you know. Why can't you make the banana model? There was no banana model. You're assuming words that were not said. There was no banana model. It wasn't that. When will I have a League of Legends skin? Oh my god. I would if they asked, but I don't think they want me as a League of Legends skin. I don't think their design team is clamoring for my IP to be in their game. I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's the thing. You want me to XKO? Man, I'll just say there was something, not a collaboration like that. There was something being worked on that I just really wish I could have seen. Oh well. Oh well. Who knows? Which faction are each of the Riot employees? Oh yeah, it's 3 of you, right? I don't know if there are any others. Guys, what's your faction? It's the Giga and Apex. I would love to be an Apex, but I don't fit the I don't fit the vibe. You know, that's very like modern, I guess. Then again, I have a lot of outfits, who knows, but yeah, you guys gotta let them know what your faction was. You gotta. Is making a VTuber model hard? Yes and no. It depends on how you do it. If you go to it can be really easy. Okay, let's assume you have money. Assuming you have money, not that crazy for you to pay for one. So like, is getting it hard? No. So I'm gonna assume the question is, I have some sort of budget and I'm going to get one. If it's like that, no, it's not. You can go on websites like VGen and stuff and just get someone who's an all-stop, one-stop shop, right? They have everything. They do art and rigging and whatever, and you just tell them what you want and you end up with one. It takes time. That's not hard. If you, same scenario, you have budget, but you want to work with an artist and that artist doesn't do rigging, now you have to coordinate a project between people, and that can start to get complex. And then if you're asking, what about making it like yourself? Yes, it's very hard to make. You have to be an artist, and then you have to know how to separate all the layers in a specific way for rigging to work well. And then you have to learn how to rig, which is incredibly time consuming. I don't think any of it's like ultra difficult. It's just a skill to grind, right? It's like saying, I want to draw my own model, but I have no artistic ability. Okay, well, you have to learn to be an artist first. Same thing with rigging. I want to make a model. I have to learn how it works first. Yeah, you have to spend hours grinding, you know? So it could be done. It's just like anything else, right? But if you have money and you're just like, you just want to buy one, it's not that hard nowadays. It's very easy. Very, very, very easy. You know? But yeah, if you get someone who does like art and rigging, then that is like the dream scenario, right? I'm also showing her models inspo by Epibino is so good. Oh, did she show the design draft or like the ref sheet? I have her ref sheet. I've had it sitting here and I have mine sitting next to it. I have a big like board of like all the ongoing projects and stuff, and I have that sitting there, and I just look at it occasionally. I'm like, oh, it's gonna be so nice. It's gonna be so good. But yeah, we're waiting on that. It'll be good. Is the music on the VShojo YouTube lost if the channel goes away, or can you and the other talents get it? The channel is something I have zero clue about. Like, no clue what's gonna happen to that. There are legal intricacies with who owns what, and it depends on how each project was treated. So there might be something where the company owns a video technically if it made it onto the channel. There might be some scenarios where we can still lay claim to certain things. I think the best scenario is they just like demonetize it and just leave the channel there. It would be really nice if they would be willing, this we'd have to get sign off for this, but if they'd be willing to hand the channel over to someone. But how do you pick? We're not a group of people legally, we're all individuals, you know what I mean? So like that gets confusing. So I don't know that there's a good solution that is clean legally like to do with all of that. So I don't know. Personally, I would give my own written consent for like one member to just get handed it, demonetize, and just hold it or something. You know, I would do it if everyone was chill with that, but I just don't know that would be possible. I don't know. He said if they're gonna own Mouse so much, they should hand her the channel. Yeah, that's like where my personal thoughts are, right? Like, that's what I mean. Like, I would just sign off and be like, yes, you can. Yes, I know I'm on this channel. Yes, you can have it. Like, I think if everyone signed a little thingy, that's just like, yeah, that's chill with me. And then they just throw the channel at her. That'd probably be like, you know, like at least something. Right? But I don't know. I don't know, man. I would be chill with that, but she doesn't want like any more work though, right? Like she doesn't she's not the type of person who's looking to manage more shit. She's got too much going on. So like I think she's like the right person for some reasons but the wrong person for others, cuz she doesn't want that kind of shit. She's more of a hey, just tell me what to do kind of person. Like I'm busy with my shit. Let me know what I got to do and we're chilling, you know? So, yeah. I don't know. But yes, who knows? Stuff could get like shuttered and closed off or something. They might just deactivate it. I have no clue. I have no clue. I don't know, man. Blazing said, hand it over to me so I could post cuttlefish documentaries. Oh, man. Yeah, yeah. Oh, my God. Have you all considered setting it up like a co-op type gimmick for all the collab content? I don't think anyone's worrying about stuff like that right now. Not saying no one's had these thoughts. Like it's not like there have been zero thoughts about anything. But we're not sitting down at a discussion table being like, what do we do about this? What do we do about that? Because everyone's just trying to get their individual situations figured out. And that takes precedent. That has to happen first before we even mildly consider any of the other shit, you know? Yeah, some people, a lot of this stuff is still news to them. Like, it hasn't even been a week, you know? My brain moves really fast. Okay, I'm the type to be like, well, we could do this, we could do that. And yeah, like, I like to think about that stuff, but I don't sit there and make them all listen to me talk about that stuff. I think about a billion contingencies and I go, okay, I've thought about them. I will now wait. There you go. But really, like, no time has passed, so I don't fucking know. I don't know. If everyone would sign off, and this includes the companies, includes all people there and the members, whatever, if they would sign off, I would gladly, like, just hold on to it, keep it going. Not even keep it going, like, put more stuff on it, just, like, hold it so it doesn't have to get shut down or, like, whatever. And I would just straight up, I would, like, demonetize it or leave the monetization and just make sure it goes to, like, charity every month, you know? I would gladly do that, but, you know, it's not about whether or not I would want to. There's so many hurdles to go over to have something like that even be allowed. So, yeah. As much as I think something like that could be really cool, you know, what can you do? If people wanted me to, like, hold some shit until we figure stuff out, you know, I would gladly do it. But again, like, there are always legal hurdles, so it doesn't matter what I'm willing to do or what other people want. You have to do things right, you know, by process. So that's why I'm like, I'm not sitting here and trying to, like, ideate too much about different things until other stuff gets figured out first, you know? He said, bro, all the people saying Mel should start her own company or asking her to join theirs. I said it before, I'll say it again. Everyone should just chill and be indie for a while. They should just chill out, be indie. They should not worry about doing anything like that. They're good. Take it from me. I've been indie for a long time. I've been corpo for a long time. I've done both. And nobody needs that. Nobody needs it right now. Like, they should just take care of their stuff first. Also, a lot of people probably can't do anything like that right now until the other stuff is settled and done. Everything else needs to be closed out before they can even start to work on that shit, you know? So, there's a lot to consider. Yeah. Also being repped by UTA too, so, man, people gotta chill. Yeah, some of us are repped by other companies. Some of us have, like, our own personal staff, right? Like, I just have my own personally hired in staff and everything. So, like, I didn't even utilize, like, some of Vishojo's stuff for certain things because I had my own people doing it, you know? So, I don't know. I don't know. It's not really necessary, right? Mel said she wanted to stay indie too for a while. You know, everyone is like, I'm not gonna say necessarily traumatized, that depends on the person, but everyone just went through all this shit. I think the last thing they want to do is be like, so who can I sign with next? What company can I make next? Like, most people are probably not wanting to do that, right? Like, it's not the time. You know, there are like two really small functionalities that a lot of people should have a company for. One of them is just signing stuff for them. That's all. Everyone needs a representative. If they don't want to sign their own name onto stuff, everyone needs a representative who can legally sign some stuff for them. It doesn't mean that they have to do any of the other work. It just means that they have to be able to sign a paper for them. And they can have an agreement with that person, like, you don't do anything but sign. I do all the other work, everything. I just need you to do this, right? A lot of people need something like that. A lot of the other stuff, you really don't need a company for that other stuff. You can use third parties for like everything. So long as you work with them, you like working with them, you're chilling, or you hire in your own singular person to be your second set of hands. Like, you really don't need more than that, in my opinion. So yeah. And you don't need a company, just a lawyer, legal entity, sign shit for them. Yeah, and that's why a lot of people, like, when someone signs with an agency, people are like, oh, it's basically corpo. It's not at all, because they tend to not actually utilize other services much. They just have an entity that can sign shit for them, so they don't have to put their name on it. And then that same entity gets emails where companies are like, yo, I want to sponsor this person. They go, okay. Then they go to the creator and they're like, do you want to do this? And the creator's like, okay. And they're like, all right, I'll sign it. That's like literally their function in a lot of cases. They don't do anything else. Some of them do more, but like a lot of them don't do like the full corpo experience for a VTuber or whatever. They just like sign shit, you know? They're just like a middleman to sign papers and like collect money, so you don't have to have your account info given to someone, so they don't wire that to you, you know?
Holy hell.
Hello.
It's been a hell of a week. I leave on a big trucking run and come back to the biggest bombshell.
Oh, yeah, you were gone for a bit,
GEEGA
huh?
Dio, confirmed. Mind blown. Also, congrats on your coming back to indie.
Punish
the guilty parties with infinite golden corral shits. I'm almost 8 months GC free.
Dude, Trucker always comes in here and lets me know how long it's been since he's had Golden Corral, because I kept telling him to stop. I was like, stop eating there, you're gonna shit yourself.
Love your model, it is so beautiful.
Thank you.
Also love your vibe. Cheer 100, cheer 100.
Thank you for the bits, guys. Also, I don't know why I saw you did cheer 3 and it didn't play the funny sound. It's broken. The funny sounds are broken. For some reason, it doesn't want to connect properly to Twitch, but it is connected to OBS, and I gotta fix it. I've been working on it. It's almost done. It should be fixed soon. So any of the special bit alerts right now are broken. So, yeah. As someone who's ignorant for a VTuber, does being part of a company like VShojo offer significant advantages, especially for the most established ones? Yeah, I'll tell you what these companies all say they do. Whether or not you utilize them or not is up to you. But here's what a lot of the companies say they do. So they sign stuff for you, right? You give them ability to legally sign for you, so you don't have to sign your own name on like every sponsor contract that comes your way or like things like that. So that's the most, in my opinion, the most important, the most useful. Number 2, transferring of funds. Again, if a sponsor wants to pay you, where do they pay you? Some of them might not do PayPal. They might be like, no, you have to give us like an account, like a bank account to send money straight to. And then what do? Give them your like your bank account number, you know? Like, you could have one set up as a business. Yes, but like, you know, there are a lot of things going on there, and a lot of people just don't want to give that information for like a wire transfer or anything. So instead, if you have one of those companies, they accept it, split out anything that needs to be split if it does, and then just send it back to you. So they're the only ones holding that stuff, right? So that is also a really, really helpful thing for privacy. And then on top of that, then the other stuff that a lot of them start offering that you don't have to take advantage of is like, for the sponsors, they'll go and talk to the sponsors. You could give them access to a business email where they can get forwarded stuff, and then they can answer emails for you. They could check your email for you. So they check in all the inbound offers that you get. Then they can also do outbound. Maybe they have a relationship with a representative from a game company. And when they know they have a game coming out, they check in with them. Maybe they check in monthly and they're like, what do you have? I have these talents. They would like to do stuff with you if something's coming up. That's outbound, right? Where you reach out to the companies. You can have these agencies do that for you. Like check your email for inbound stuff and do outbound stuff for you to get sponsors and deals or whatever. Then there's merch. I want to do a makeshift plushie. Okay, you have that company reach out for you. And the advantage of having a representative or company reach out for you is a lot of time when they represent a bunch of talent, they already have relationships with these people. They've already done a makeshift plushie for someone else. So they just DM that one guy that they know and they're like, hey, I have another one. They've already worked together, right? Like things go more smoothly and quickly when it's a bunch of people that have already worked together, continuing to work together. Whereas if you as an individual are trying to talk to everyone and work with them, whatever, you're like establishing new relationships over and over and over. And it just is really tiring and really time consuming. It's so time consuming. So having an agency that has a lot of people that are already a bit deeper in the industry, they already know folks, they've already worked with a lot of them. It makes a lot of that just go more fast and smooth and, there you go. So those are like some of the major advantages, right? Is just handling a lot of that back end stuff as people who are already used to doing that, Because think if you had to do all that stuff yourself, you still have to stream. And if you don't do super long streams, you do 5-hour streams 5 days a week. And then you spend 3 hours doing all the business stuff. You're doing meetings, you're doing calls, intro calls with people. You're talking about this, talking about that. You're working normal full-time hours at that point. And there's still so much more to do. What about all your side content? What about YouTube? What about blah, blah, blah? There's all this other shit. So it's really nice to have other people handle that for you. And it's very worth to give them a little cut, right? Usually they take a little cut of stuff that they get for you. Let's say they facilitated you getting a sponsorship. You take the sponsorship money and you give them a little bit of it. And you're like, because you found this and you did all the communications on it, whatever, you get a portion of it. So they're incentivized to keep finding you stuff. You have a way to pay them that isn't you paying them up front. It's paying them out of what they get for you. So it's results based. It's nice. It's a nice arrangement. So that's what a lot of people do. That's how a lot of folks do it. And yeah, it ends up being a really nice kind of win-win scenario for everyone and saves a lot of people time. They get money for doing their work. And then they handle a bunch of talents, so they end up being able to maybe make enough to make it make sense. They don't really make that much money to have a lot of staff on, but it's enough. You don't need a lot of people to do this sort of thing. And yeah, it just functions. It just functions. So those are the things that these agencies do that are really valuable. Then you have the full corpo experience where they start to add more staff in and they start to offer more management. So they sit there and do every little thing they can get involved in if you want. So I could ping my manager and I could be like, I want a new background. Go find me artists, right? Go spend the time of scrolling through Twitter, looking at other people's credits and stuff, finding artists for backgrounds, put them into curated list and show them to me, right? That's where the bigger, more involved management starts to come in, is all those little tasks like that you would normally sit there and do yourself. You can have them do. And I'm just giving one little example, but every little thing is time consuming and they can do those really time consuming tasks for you and just water everything down to you just have to sit there and make decisions, right? So you show up to your meeting and they're like, here's all the stuff I found for you. Here's all the things you could do. Here are all the sponsors that your sponsor guy was talking about. Here's the status of all your merch things. And you just go all over it in one weekly stand-up or however you do it. And you make all the decisions, you say do this, do that, and then they leave and they take all that time off of your hands and they do all the time consuming stuff for the rest of the week, So that's what the more involved corpo experience is. It's really about saving you time. And yeah, and it's that's where you have to really consider if these people are actually doing a lot for you or not, if you want to do it yourself or not. I think there are times where I absolutely utilized people for certain things, and other things I was like, I'm just going to do this. Don't worry, I got it. It's faster, easier for me if I just do it, right? So that's where you have to really consider, what you care about.
Hey boss, I think I fixed the line feed printer and can finally print those spreadsheets.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's not good, boss.
Yeah.
It says here that the shitmites are behind on their payments.
No. Oh shit. Oh shit. He said, is that the step where the bloat tends to creep into the company? Yeah, a lot of the time, you know how it goes. You get more and more people standing there going, everyone's doing what they should be. I will collect my money now for telling them that they're doing great, right? That's where the bloat comes in. Sometimes. It depends. It depends. There are also people who are in these companies that are like, it's not really bloat. Some of them are actually like really good with strategy. So sometimes it works out like that. Also, I'm gonna hold on, let me find, I'm gonna grab my old, I'm gonna put my old chat window in here because the new one, I didn't, so Sigma made me a newer version of this one from yesterday that should run faster, but I didn't get to put it in here yet. So I think I'll use the old one for now. Where is it? There it is. I'll use the old one for now, and then I'll put the fixed one in tomorrow and see if it functions. This one works. It just like has a hard time keeping up. Boom. Good enough. There you go. Honestly, the colors work. Look at that. We kept it consistent. One of you said, talent management works. Their managers should be working to coordinate projects between management. The bloat happens when you start putting someone between those two that don't need a middle manager. I mean, I guess so, but like, there are a million ways it can happen. It depends on the company. Let's not LARP as people who are in these companies, you know? So I imagine until you're ridiculously big, management would need to run a really tight ship in order to actually have it make financial sense. Yeah. I mean, it kind of... It depends on the person. I like having a couple of people besides myself working on stuff, and I like them to wear a lot of hats and all be involved in each other's shit and be sitting there talking with each other a lot and all of that. So people like something that's more segmented, more compartmentalized, and they like more people that work fewer hours but do specific things. I prefer a team of like two more of me, 3 more of me, you know? So that's what I work best in. So like I always talk about Bark, my editor, right? He's not just my editor though. He like handles a whole bunch with media outside of just that. If I'm like, I don't know how I want to word this tweet, I can go to him and be like, what do you think about this tweet, dog? You know, and like he'll gladly get involved in like every little thing if I ask. When I have a debut coming up, I was like, yeah, I need to make a credit slide. And he was like, I'll make the credit slide. Right? Like someone who just steps in and does, he has his main functions, but he just does whatever on top of that to help out. And I'm just like, yo, bill me for the hours you use. If I need a thing and you did it and you spent an hour to do it, you bill me for it, done, right? There you go. And, you know, it works out. It works out well. So I have a couple people like that, you know, they just do their shit. They do their shit. I have a couple different sources I get sponsorships from, and that's really simple too. It's like, if I facilitate one myself, then I just do it. If someone else comes to me with one, I give them a little bit of it. Here's your finder's fee, or more if they do a lot of work on it for some reason, you know, then maybe they get something else, and there you go. You know, he made the announcements, trailers, and ads videos on Twitter. He's great. Yeah, so like, he doesn't just sit there and wait for me to like hand him a thing and go make this. He sits there and actively says, we should do this, we should do that. He'll talk to someone else who's getting a little ad that we need to do. They get a sponsor saying, hey, you need to do this ad on this YouTube video. Them two talk. He comes up with the idea, and then he writes up like Maybe it should be like this. Here are the bullet points. Do you like this? And then I take it and then I finish up scripting for it. And then I record it, right? Like, we all just kind of collaboratively work, and it's nice. It's nice. I don't know. I've spent like a long time kind of trying to get that to come together, and it has, and you know, I'm chilling. You talked once about taking smaller sponsors on not GEEGA. Is this still a thing? Yeah. I'm still open to that. I have if I have a sponsor come through and the rate that they're trying to pay is like really off, like not what I would normally take for this channel, and they're like, sorry, we're like an indie studio and we don't have a big budget, I'll just be like, yeah, I'll just do it on the alt channel. All right, you know, and so that's still a thing too, or like sometimes a YouTube thing, whatever. As long as I like them, you know, I like their game, I like their product, whatever it is, then I'll do it, man. It's fine. But yeah, I don't know. It's he said, do you think you could work with a team of GEEGA clones? That would be ideal if I could clone myself. God, I wish. If I could have one of myself who only cared about YouTube, and then one of myself that only cares about streaming, then one of myself that only cares about administrative work, I wouldn't need anything else. I wouldn't need a damn thing. You know? I wouldn't need anything, dude. It'd be so good. I don't know, man. Is the business email for Conrex at all or just for sponsored? Love you considered a meet and greet in my neck of the wood. Don't do it as recommendations. Do it as like, if you have a thing that you are offering me, then send something there. It's for everything. But I would say email that convention and say, this person is open to being reached out to at this email and they do this kind of stuff. Can you reach out to them? I would love to see them there, and let your conventions know that you want to see me there, and then they can reach out. That's usually the way we do it. But yeah, and then they're usually pretty open to like people suggesting guests, because they have to just sit there every year and like come up with what guests they want to ask. You know, someone has to come up with the idea. So if you want to see me at a convention, you email them. You were like, hey, I have a guest idea. I'd really like to see them. They can be reached out to via this. And my business email is always in my Twitter bio. Yeah. Most con websites have a suggestion section. They do. Yeah, they do. So, you know, you could just kind of do it like that. Which sponsor was your favorite of all time? I think it would have to be the Monster Hunter one. I don't know. It's hard to pick. A lot of them have been really, like, genuinely really good to me. I think the Monster Hunter one, because they went for a full outfit collaboration. So the Monster Hunter model that I have was a thing where they gave me their entire blessing to take a design of a monster from the game. They gave me images of the monster like beforehand to sit there with the designer and make that outfit based off of it. So that was really, really, really cool. And then they sponsored me for multiple streams worth of it. They sponsored me not just to play the game, but to sit there and talk about the game. So I did like a primer on all of the weapons, what they're like, what you should consider using, you know, etc. And that was all sponsored. That part was all sponsored. So it was cool. Yeah, they sent me the box too. I actually have it in this room. It's behind me over there. I have the box. They sent me the Monster Hunter Wilds like wooden crate thing. It looks like your item crate. It's cool, man. It's cool. I really liked it. So yeah, and they were really supportive. So that was one of the coolest ones I did. I want to do, if I can, I want to do more stuff like that. And I am reaching out to more people, and some are reaching out to me about doing more stuff like that. So we're getting there. That's my most favorite thing, is just like straight up doing the outfits and stuff. So did they send you a drone though? Dude, the Mind's Eye box having a drone in it was crazy. Mind's Eye sent a PR package, and it was genuinely the most insane PR package I've ever gotten. Usually they give you like one or two small merch items relating to the game, They gave, actually the apparel they gave, the shirt and the sweatshirt was like, it felt really nice. Genuinely like some of the nicest like game merch I've ever gotten. And then they gave me an entire watch. A watch and a drone and like wireless earbuds. They had all this shit and I was like, what? That's crazy. I don't know what the budget was like for that, but it must have been nutty. Nutty. Absolutely insane. I don't know. Have you revealed your collab outfit you would have done with Mouse? Not would have done, am going to do. It's the outfit is nearly done. The rigging is almost completely done. And it'll be shown later. It will be. Where can I buy? Oh, when can I buy ad space on the AUG? I'm gonna start it this week. I'm gonna start it this week. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Do you think there's a max amount of talent that one company can support? No, you just have to scale. But the thing is, scaling is complex. Okay, so let's say you're a company, you've got a CEO and you got a manager, and that's it. And you've got 2 talents. You could do that. Now let's say you've got 50 talents. You need enough managers to handle those people, but now you don't just need managers. You probably need a specified designated merch person. You need a finance person. You need a, you need to start to compartmentalize more. So scaling out does get a little more expensive depending. I think when it comes to talent and talent management and all of that, for large brands, large talents, the best thing they can do is just have their own team or 1 or 2 people that are dedicated to them. Being a part of a company when you're a huge talent can work if they only do certain things for you, but if you want them to do like everything for you, I feel like you just lose out on money, honestly. You really do. It's possible. It's possible, but it really depends on how they do it. And it really depends on their monetization. And the thing is, some companies could do like random other shit. Like, let's say you had a company and they just made a character like Supersonico and just started selling figures of it and shit. They could just like make some shit up under their company that has nothing to do with the talent, make money from that, and then use that to pay for some of the staff, right? Like, and I'm just using that as an example, but some companies do that where they have other ventures where they make money in other ways that doesn't really have much to do with the talent, and then they use that to kind of fund all those extra people that you need. And if you're like narrow-minded and you're only trying to make the business model work only on the talent you have, then like, yeah, it's gonna just be more and more expensive. But yeah, like you said, like, right, Cover is a tech company. Exactly. There's a lot of stuff that you can do to make that work. So, it can always be done. And I think if you think about it and you're like, there's just one model, it's just scaling up, that's it. It doesn't always work like that, So, yeah. Is the merch for that still happening in the future? At least some of it is, yeah. We're going to see if we're going to do all of it. Can you do max size? Here, ready? Yeah. There you go. There you go. Was this goal for number of members your previous company was planning for? I have no clue. I don't know. We all had differing opinions on that. Some of us were pretty clear on like, there's no maximum. It's just whatever we can handle, whatever we feel we can do well with. There were some people that were more opinionated on it. I was one of those people who was definitely like, I think keeping it smaller is better. Personally. That was just me. But I wasn't even like, not at first, I think later I was, but at first I wasn't even super outspoken. They were just like, we want to grow more. And I was like, okay. Whatever you guys want to do, like, because it wasn't about me, it was about everyone. But me personally, I felt like the ideal scenario is to keep things smaller and to keep like everything about the company smaller. That was just me. Because of the nature of us and what we were doing. But I don't know, that depends. Why do businesses have to grow? Well, everything's built on growth models. It is. But yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know, Glue. Think you'll be more or less busy once the dust settles? That depends. I'm setting up a lot of stuff on the back end to have a little extra help. So maybe
not
less,
sure
I
if
don't
this
know.
was already said or not, but what if you displayed the ad at the end of the ahoj, kinda like an angler fish? That'd be so funny.
I could, but then when I stream, you know, like when I'm playing games, I'm like here. So if it was at the end, right, it would like, you know, I think it should go on like the thickest part of it, right? I think. Probably. I don't know. I think. Right? Right? Can your hair stab snacks and bring them back? Yes. Yes, it can. It's like an appendage. So wasn't it more talents according to that one pitch? Look, I have no clue what the fuck that is. Okay, I have no comments on it because I don't know what's real and what isn't with all that, and I wouldn't look at that 100%. Look at it and be like, oh my god, it has to be real or it has to be fake or whatever. I do not know. No clue. But I was never told any specific numbers or anything, no. At least from my perspective, yeah. I have no clue. I don't know, man. You like the TTS says, oh, okay, like a sneeze. Yeah, he says a hoj. He always says it. He goes, you're a hoj. It's so beautiful. You're a hoj. He can't say my name either. He says it like a J. He can't say GEEGA. He says G instead. Oh, man. Oh, man. You think Cab has flowing, perfect locks under the veil? You'll never see them. He never takes the hood off, man. You'll never know. You'll never know. Maybe he's a bald purple man. Maybe he's not. Maybe he has a wig. I don't know.
You can get it to say it right by typing GEEGA.
Yeah. If you put an H in there, for whatever reason, because it's like ghee, like the butter, like the clarified butter. If you spell it like that, he's like, oh, I know what that is, and he says it right.
I wonder if works.
No, he doesn't read out other languages, I don't think, or nothing with runes, nothing with non-romanized text, I think. I don't know. I mean, you can try other stuff, but as far as I know, he won't do it. Or so I've seen. I've thought about changing the voice for him, but I like this one because this one can whisper. So I don't mind, even though it's the standard TTS voice, we have a special feature here where we can make him like whisper and make really weird sounds. So I think we have to keep him. I think he's good as is. I think he's great as is. He said, does the huggy stand straight up if you get startled?
Macho Man TTS.
I wanted something like that, but not yet. I might add stuff like that later on. I just wanted to get the base stuff done, but we might do like a brush up later where I add shit. That's what I want to do, is like a round 2, like a patch. Do a whole patch. We'll see. I'm not vibing with the song. There we go. What is this paragraph? He's juicing it. What is this paragraph, dude? He really tried. He really tried to say that. What the hell was that? It was almost unintelligible. Oh, man. All right, I skimmed your paragraph of what you said. What you're talking about is a co-op. Wilma, the paragraph you essayed out, you were talking about a talent co-op. those can work, or they can come crashing down horribly. I think every type of structure of every company can work really well or come crashing down. It depends on the people and how it's done. It depends on the execution, not so much the concept half the time. Stop calling for co-op agencies right now. People start typing immediately. They're like, we need co-ops. Stop right now. Because I'm going to tell you right now, a lot of people in this industry who are talents are not suited to doing that. They shouldn't. A lot of them don't even want to. They know themselves. That's number one. Number two, too many cooks, always a bad thing. Almost always. Doesn't work out. Number three, I know many people who have done things like this, and I have talked to them about it, and they have all told me how all of their shit is held together by duct tape and a piece of string, and they're surprised it works, and they think it's going to go under every year. Okay, so can these things work? Yes. Is it a good idea? From my friends' experience, who are all really, big creators I've asked about this, who have done these things, they're all like, don't do it, dog. Which is what I figured, but, I talked to them about it. What are your thoughts on this? Nope, don't do it, dog. So, we don't need a union. We don't need a co-op. We don't need any of that. Okay. What you do need is either your own damn team or if you actually want to have a company, you need it to be owned by someone who will have good intent toward everyone and who will do things right. That's it. That's all. Okay? And that needs to be something that stays the intent the whole time and needs to be carried through. That's all. It's not about the structure, it's about how people do it.
Mario, I hopudi sukamuzu autokasuto.
It did come out cursed. Oh god. Oh man. Yeah, this comment is so true. You said you need a very unique, compatible, and dedicated people to pull it off. Otherwise, it's hell. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Look, I've been there with a lot of this stuff.
What you actually need, chat, is a clean ass, which you can get using GEEGA's code at Cheeky Soap.
That's right, and it's currently 20% off, and for every bar of soap Cheeky sells using my code, if you use my code, they see that, they take $1 for every single bar and donate it to the Immune Deficiency Foundation. Okay? Just saying. Just saying. There it is, right up there, top right. Right there. See that? Use the code. Use the code. Exclamation point scum. There you go. There you go. Ta-da. Ta-da. Wash your ass, okay? You're sitting here typing about what you think about. You should unionize. You need this company. You need this blah, blah, blah. When was the last time you washed your ass? Okay, let's refocus. Get it together. Think. Okay? Unlock your mind. You tried the Cheeky soap because I'm particular about hygiene, and you were pleasantly surprised at how good the soap is. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, hey, since well before I was sponsored by them, well before, I cared a lot, okay? I cared a lot about skincare and cleanliness and these things, and I talked a lot about these things. So that's why I felt chill taking the soap sponsorship, because I was like, they already know I really like skin products, soap, all that kind of stuff. They know I care. So, I would not take one unless I actually liked the soap. And I really like it. I do. Hosed it off this morning. Exactly. U.S. shipping was so fucked trying to buy things from the U.S. because you hate how dry every bar soap makes you feel. Yeah, this one doesn't. This one, and it doesn't feel like it leaves like a big residue either, because some things that don't leave you feeling dry, instead they leave you feeling oily. But this one doesn't really do it. I'm just like, wow, I'm so soft. You have smell sensitivity. How insane is the smell? Well. So some of the scents are stronger than others. Like the cinnamon one is a little bit stronger. It smells delicious, but it really is big. Some of the ones that sound like they would be lighter are lighter, but they have one that's called Just Soap. They have a scent that's called Just Soap, and it actually has no scent. It's completely unscented. It smells like nothing. It will obviously smell the lightest bit like, oh, that's soap, but the tiniest bit. Highly recommend that one. I use it on my hands because my cats, if I have something scented on my hands, they get freaked out and they don't want me to touch them. So I use everything else for like body and all of that. And then like my palms, my hands when I'm making sure that I'm clean, I just use the one with no scent. So yeah. It's nice. It's nice. I like it. But I'm a person with really dry skin and everything irritates my skin. Everything is the worst ever for me. My skin hates everything. So that's why I do care a lot about skincare products and all of that, because I like skincare, but I have to go through and try so many different products to find things that won't give me an issue. And because of that, I've tried like everything. I've tried so much. So yeah. Bar soap is a lot better, I feel, than a lot of liquid soaps for that. Are there any plans on Cheeky making liquid soap? Not that I know of. I think they're pretty dedicated to the bar thing. Especially, I like it because you also reduce packaging. Because liquid soap, you have to use plastic to transport it. You have to use plastic for a little pump for it, all that stuff. And the bar soap is a bar alone, that's it. And they put it in a paper-based box, a tiny, thin cardboard box. So for that, I really, really, really appreciate that, because the amount of packaging, the amount of plastic that is produced in this world by the beauty industry is crazy, insane. So yeah, bar soap is it's a lot easier to not have to deal with that, you know. There's an artisanal feel to bar soap. Yeah, a little bit, right? A little bit. But yeah, the bars are more sustainable, exactly. Exactly. And I like, you know, when I got the packaging for it, it was all cardboard. There wasn't a single bit of plastic or anything there. It was a cardboard box with a bunch of smaller cardboard boxes, each holding a bar, like the thin ones, slotted in. And that was it. And then they have one tray for drying the bars out that's made of silicone, so that way that's really easy to clean. And I'm gonna have that thing for like forever. And there you go. That's it. Everything was cardboard. So yeah, if you care about that stuff, you know, that's what's good about it. What brand are we talking about? Cheeky. You were shocked with the amount of single-use plastic in Southeast Asia and Japan? Oh, tell me about it. When I lived in Korea, oh my God. Everything came in a little plastic package. There's the amount of plastic waste is crazy. The thing that killed me was when you go to cafes in Korea, when you order drinks, this would always bother me. They have milk, they have like a Sprite, like cider. They have all these things that they use as bases, liquids that they use as bases for drinks that they're putting together in these cafes. And they all come in small packaging. Instead of it being like a 2-gallon jug of milk, they're all in like 1-liter cartons, right? And a lot of them are plastic. They have like Chisung cider is what we use a lot of time for like the base of a little like fruity drink. Chisung cider is always in this like 1-liter bottle instead of a big one. And then these cafes that are going through tons of these bottles per day are still using the small ones. Like everything comes in all these small size packages. And that drove me crazy. It drove me crazy, man. 1 liter's normal. When you run a cafe and you're using that as the base for like hundreds of drinks every day, you don't need them to all be in 1-liter bottles. that's the problem, you know? I always thought that was insane. Nutty. It's normal if you're like going to the supermarket and buying it, you know? But yeah, everything there is just like portioned out into small portions. It's crazy. The idea of like bulk packaging doesn't really exist there in the same way it does in like the US. But yeah, no business sizing. Little Japan convenience snacks being 3 layers of plastic packaging drove you nuts. I know. It's crazy. It's crazy, man. So, you can hope. So they can't have Costco in Korea. There's literally Costco has branches in Korea. They literally have stores in Korea. I I've been to Korean Costco. The thing is, even then, the bulk packaging isn't as crazy bulk. But most people just don't go for that. So it's a big issue over there. I don't know. I think in North America, there's a bigger push for trying to reduce packaging. There's also a lot of like aesthetically pleasing, highly consumerist, whatever you want to call it, content. So I showed them, like, I think a couple weeks ago we did this. I showed some videos of people like doing bathroom restocks. It's this video trend that is so dumb, so stupid. It's people just being like, I'm restocking my guest bathroom, or they'll be like, I'm restocking my kitchen, and it's just like there to look at consumption. I don't know. That's the whole point, is you look at someone over consuming stuff and you're like, yay, I love more. And it's just so, they're just like, I'm putting all these individually packaged bullshit items in a drawer, and you watch me put stuff in a drawer, and then you clap and you're like, yay, I love it. Woo. And it's just, there's a lot of content like that, and I don't know. Guest bathroom. The only time I think this makes a lot of sense is if you run an Airbnb. Okay? If you run an Airbnb and you're making a video of you restocking the individual use items in your Airbnb, maybe even then, why are you providing all this stuff for these people? Some of the stuff they put in there, I'm like, what are you doing? Or they'll put like makeup items in there, and I'm like, there's no way your Airbnb client needs makeup from you. Like, you're just doing this to make a video. There's no way, man. Stanley Cup snack tray content. We watched some of those too, man. Oh, they're so bad. They're awful. I was gonna get my friend a Stanley Cup snack tray just to piss her off. She has one. She has her Stanley, and she carries it around with her. And I'm like, oh, you're part of the cult. Or I like to make fun of her for it. And I'm like, oh, you got your Stanley Cup to keep the 5G waves away. You know, I say like stupid shit to her. So I was gonna get her the snack tray. I got it for your stupid little snackies. I might do it. I'm gonna start doing, my Labubu restocks. I'm gonna start making a Labubu snack tray. I'm gonna make an outfit that you can put on your Labubu that has like a mini bag on it for you to put your own phone into. I'll make billions. I'll make billions on that, dude. It'll be great. It'll be great. Give your Labubu a Stanley Cup. A mini Stanley. Well, they have these tiny Stanley keychains that people will get, and then they'll attach it to their larger Stanley mug, which is so fucking stupid. And they'll be like, it's actually for holding pills. And you open it, you put like one fiber pill in there. It's so dumb, dude. It's so dumb. It's stupid. I don't get it. I don't get it. I hate it. I don't know, man. You said I saw Labobo outfits at the mall yesterday. There's so many. They're everywhere. It's so ugly. And you know what's a shame too? You know it's a shame? The Labubu original art that the artist drew of the character before it became an item was actually like kind of good. I kind of fucked with it. I like the original artist, and I like the OG stuff that they made. And then the moment Pop Mart made it into a thing, I thought it like got really ugly. Like something about the face just it's not the same as the art, you know? And it's kind of ugly as hell in my opinion. And I don't like it. It's, if anything, it's actually unsettling to look at. But yeah, I think that's when it got bad, man. Can you show it? I could try to find it. Let me see. Boo Boo original art. Yeah. Hold on, I gotta find a good one. It's like an OG quick doodle of Labubu from the original artist who made Labubu. Look at this. Look at this motherfucker. Like, he still retains some of the ugliness, but I'm like, yeah, I fuck with that. Okay, I fuck with this version of Labubu. I don't like where he went.
Chat, don't forget to pre-order the limited edition Labubu dolls with code GEEGA.
Yeah, Labubu. But like, this version of him is really good. And then when he started drawing him, like, he started getting the brand together. I liked it a little less, but I didn't hate it. Look at this. He's like, I don't like the hair. Okay, I'll just say that right now. I don't like that it looks like hair. But it's like his little hood. It's not the worst. I'm like, okay, I kind of get it. I don't like this one as much as I like the other one. But, like, it's not the worst. But then the moment they made him into, like, a doll, I don't know. I stopped fucking with it. I stopped fucking with it. It's... I don't know. Not a fan. Not a fan. Reminds me of Precious Moments figurines. Yes, yes. But those were more like... some people in my family have some of those. Those were more... I don't know. They were nicer to look at, even if I didn't love them. They at least looked nicer. But it's the same kind of concept. I agree. I feel like I want to make this bigger. Can you... Oh, but then it gets grainy. Do I have a big one? Sorry, I was looking at the screen. I was like, I want to... Because it's hard to see the small things on it. Okay, what if I do this? What if I just make it huge? Is that crazy? Is that nuts? I'll just do that. Whatever. It's cause the stickers are small. We have like a whole sheet of them and you can't see them on the tiny ad. Buy it now. Fuck it, I'll leave it. Yeah, new background. Whatever. How will the plushies be on the store? What do you mean? They're on the store. Go click on it. They're in stock. When have you ever heard in your life anyone go, plushies in stock? How long will? Maybe you forgot the word will. Yeah, they'll be there. Or how long, rather. They'll be there. What I'm going to do is I'm not going to limit the time on anything. Everything's going to be evergreen. Evergreen as in, we have a bunch of stock of it. It will be there until the stock sells out. I'm not going to limit anything by time. It will be there until the stock runs out. And everything's in stock. Some of it can ship immediately. There are a couple things that will ship like early August. Will you restock them if it sells out in a month? I don't know. I think it depends on how quickly some stuff sells out. I might restock some stuff. I might not restock other things. I don't know yet. I'm going to see how things do. Got your 2X day one. Shit sold out fast. Yeah, there are a couple things like some shirts. You guys like obliterated them. So we're already restocking some of the shirts. So don't worry about that. We're already doing some of those. Actually, the polos, some of the sizes, again, you guys obliterated the stock of those. I thought people would like them because it's not a t-shirt. And I didn't know you'd like them that much, so I'm working on that. We're gonna have some more of those made. Polos, yeah. And I want to note they're a little longer. Like, proportionally, they're a little on the long side, because something that I noticed, a lot of my friends, especially those that are bigger, when they want to wear a polo, they're wider to accommodate them, but they're not long. So what happens is they try to tuck the polo in and it keeps getting untucked all the fucking time and it's really annoying. So I made sure that the proportions on it, especially on the bigger ones, are like longer as well so that they don't come untucked constantly. Because look, I have a lot of family. I have a lot of men in my family, especially a lot of people who work and wear polos, okay? Some of them are bigger and they always complain. They always complain about it. They're like, I want to be able to tuck my shirt in, but the polo's fucking untuck all the time, and I just it pisses me off so much. So yeah, the polos are a little longer because they're, you know, I'm specifically imagining that you want to tuck the polo in, or at least the front or something. So yeah, that's what we did. So because of that, they went really fast. So we're gonna restock. So I hope they're long enough, but yeah, they are on the long side. And I got to hold all the samples of them in my hands to compare like different products together. And this one was able to be made longer, and I was like, yeah, I'm doing that. I'm doing that because I know the struggle. I know the struggle of fucking polos, man. You sit down in the stand. Yeah. You sit down and like the back immediately comes out. And if it's too long, you can always hem something. But if it's too short, you can't do shit. Like, it's literally impossible, you know? So, yeah. But a lot of the extended sizing, yeah, we're going to restock on some sizes, normal sizing we have lower stock of. So we're working on that. And the shirts should be really quick for us to get stock-wise. So that should be very easy. But, yeah. We're working on it. How many people ordered 10 plus challenge coins fishing for gold? I wonder. I have to see. I do have an idea of like how much stock we have left on things. I don't know like what the exact orders look like. I'm actually really curious about that. If I want to say it was a lot of people throwing that into their order individually, but I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Thank you for the polos definitely getting. I'm glad. I don't know. I love t-shirts. Like, they'll always work. You can wear them under everything, you know, it's all good. So I'll always make t-shirts, but I don't want to only make t-shirts, you know? I want to get other stuff out there because people have lives to live, okay? And not all of us live in only t-shirts. So I'm working on it. I was like, find out we're about starting HRT. Want to know if I should size up or not? You should be okay. Starting HRT soon. I mean, if you're expecting to go up to a fucking double D, maybe, you know, maybe, but even if you're starting HRT, you should not have to worry about that at all. And polos have the buttons you can unbutton, so it like keeps it roomy, so you'll be fine on that. There's a bulk discount on the coins. Yeah, the discount, it does apply. There's also, we have the plushies are in a bundle right now, so if you want to get all three, you can. I have them on my little couch thing. I call it a couch. It's not really a couch. It's more like a dog bed for my cats. But I have them on there right now, and they're cute. They're nice and like they're like squishy, but like firm squishy, so they bounce back to their shape. Because I was really we were testing out a lot of different like filling types for the plushies, and I really didn't like the ones that were so squishy that they like stayed like loose, because then for like a slime shape they wouldn't bounce back and it just looked like this dead lump. And it looked deflated, and I was like, so we tried out a lot of filling types, and this one like bounces back really nicely to the shape. So I can't tell you how many iterations of filling we went through for me to like squish a bunch of plushies and decide which one I wanted. It was such a process, but I'm glad. Would you ever consider making a Haori coat? Maybe. I do want to do more outerwear. Obviously, this isn't the season for it, but it will be eventually. I miss having hoodies. When was the last time we did a hoodie? Mid 2023. It's time. I want to do a hoodie again. I would love a little jacket of some sort. Hats. Always hats. Actually, if we did hats, what kind of hat is your most liked? Go. Tell me. Because I had a lot of ideas for a lot of different ones and a lot of different shapes, and then I was like, I don't know what they actually want to wear. Like, what will you genuinely wear? Top hat. Dad count. flat back, baseball, offline beanies, seeing a lot of dad caps. Oh, sheet. Mark my words. I was literally talking to him about it. And I was like, I bet. I said it yesterday, Oshi. You can clock it. I said, I think if we did hats, we should do dad caps. And he was like, maybe, I think beanies too. And I was like, I think number one's gonna be dad caps. And I called it. What's a dad cap? It's like a baseball cap, but it's a slightly nicer shape. It has that the bill on the front, instead of being flat bill, it's a bit rounded and it looks a little slimmer from the front. One of those. I think the shape is very flattering on most people. I would like to do something else that also fits a big ass head as well.
Can we get a beanie with an ahoj?
No, I have other ideas for that, but yeah, I do want a beanie as well. Because some people just have, like, no offense to them, some people have a big ass head and they're like, I hate wearing dad hats, you know? So I do think it'd be nice to do like beanies as well, but yeah. That's a dad cap. I thought that was just a hat. What the fuck is a baseball hat? Baseball hat is like the normal cut. A dad cap is usually a little slimmer in fit, in the way it fits to your head. Not that it's literally smaller. They can come in any circumference to fit any head. It's just like the profile, the way it sits on your head is like there's no like extra bits of loose room in the front near the forehead, stuff like that. So it like actually is the shape of a head. Whereas a baseball cap tends to have like more room in it. There's airspace between you and the fabric of the hat in some areas. You know, like it's just atop your head and not like on against your head as much, if that makes sense. Which I think works with like more big heads, irregular head shapes, etc. But that's why I'm like, just eventually do all of them, right? Like one at a time. But a lot of people have been liking dad caps. What color? That's true, yeah. The difficulty is always if I want to do things that are in like the faction theme, then I have to do like one of each. And that adds a little more complexity to everything.
Can we get faction trucker hats?
Maybe. I feel like trucker hats are, I don't want to offend, they're less in fashion. Genuinely. Some people still really like them. Depends on the person though. I feel like dad caps are the new hotness. The new hotness. Have your demographic truckers? Just a couple chatters. Nuh-uh. Sell it with a dye capsule. Could you imagine? Dark and twisted dad cap. Dad cap that just says dark and twisted on it. Imagine. No, I think I could picture how things would work. Half your demographic works so right. It's three of you. Frog Talk style mob towels. They have a patent on their fabric. If I could find like a towel that I could get and brand of a material like that, I would do it because I love those things. I'm telling you, Frog Talk cooling towel is one of the greatest products I've ever owned in my life. Now, maybe I'm a little biased because I've been out in like 90-degree, 100-degree hot weather that's also humid, feel like I'm dying, you know, out in the sun, hours beating down on me. Maybe you feel a little emotional in those moments when you have a cooling towel that works. But yeah, I really love those towels. Those towels saved my damn life. It's a cooling towel. Yeah. There's this brand called Frog Talks. I'm not sponsored. I'm just saying it because I love them. They make a lot of like fishing and hunting gear and stuff, like outdoor gear, and it's very fishing oriented. And one of the things they have is a cooling towel. It's this weird material. I don't know what it's made of. Some plastic something. It's weird material. Feels almost like a light foam. You dunk it in water, squeeze it out a little bit so it's not dripping, and you throw it on the back of your neck. And the idea is a cooling towel, it takes a really long time to dry out, so it keeps cooling you, right? It stays damp, so as air passes over it, it stays cold. Yeah, it's like magical fabric, right? The ones from that brand are the best ones I have ever used. They are insanely good. And I used to do some things that required me to be outdoors in hot weather, beaten down by the sun for hours and hours and hours. And I used to do this over the summer all the time. And there were times I took this thing out to the desert. I took this shit out into humid weather. I was in like humid Florida at one point. I was in Arizona with one of these. That towel was the best one I'd ever used, and it was so good. Yeah, exactly right. It's like right. It's the wet towel on your neck trick, but this product specifically takes forever to dry out. And it yeah, it keeps you so safe from heat stroke. It Holy shit, these were so nice. You have a cooling like that hat like that for work? Frog Togs makes hat ones as well. They have cooling hats where the hat itself is that material. They make ones where there's a flap of that material going down the back of the neck, so you can also wet that part. So they're so good, man. They're so good. And I have this cooling towel that I've had for like over a decade from them, and I have a newer one as well. So the fabric is still good, but I have one that I've literally had for over a decade. And it has worked. It has always worked. It has never not worked. It's so good, genuinely. Like, and it's so important because heat stroke can kill you. Okay, people underestimate the heat all the time. All the time. People are like, "Oh, hiking sounds fun. I'm gonna go on one hike," and then they like legitimately get heat stroke and nearly die. They get sick from it. Like this happens all the time. So that's why I'm like, you really should, you really should consider it. Yeah, washer friendly. You really should consider one of those even if you're gonna go hiking like twice. Just have things to help you, you know? Yeah, especially in the dry heat. And that's the thing, because that thing takes forever to dry out. It also gives you an idea of how dry it is. It keeps you remembering how much water you're losing. So it's also just a mental note, right? Which is really helpful. So, I don't know. I don't know. You get heat stroke easily, so those towels save lives. Yeah. They really do. They really do, man. But, yeah. Those Frog Tog cooling towels, man. Holy. I'm sure there are other brands that have good ones, but I've tried a few, and that one was the one for me. That one was the one. I ended up buying a few of them. Friends that would go out and hike with me, I would get those for them, like as a gift. I'd be like, here you go, because I only like getting people practical shit if I can. They're so good. They're so good. You had heat stroke working at an amusement park when you were in high school. It's no joke. Oh, yeah, amusement parks. Because you're outside all day, you know, and people go in the summer, and it's just so rough. It's just so rough. But hiking summer's a no-no for you. Yeah, I don't recommend it unless it's like a really nice day, not too hot. You're preferably in the north. You're not like far south. Wetter in general rather than being drier, etc. But yeah, it can get really rough. You hike when you go to the beach because you have a trail that cuts the mountains, goes back to the coast, and gotta say it's suffocating sometimes. Yeah, get those towels. They're so good. They're so good. I was in such a rough spot once. There was one time where we were hiking, and one friend dropped their water. They had a big like Nalgene bottle, a huge one, and they dropped it, and it got stuck like wedged in a spot, and they couldn't get it. So they couldn't go grab the bottle. The bottle was intact. They just couldn't go grab the bottle, and I was like, "Fuck, we have to make do with the water that we have." And I was like, drink the water from my cooling towel. I'll squeeze it. They were like, that's too much. And I was like, you're going to get heat stroke, because they were actually like not looking good. And I was like, take my water. I'll be a sicko. And I just ended up drinking the fucking water from my towel. It was disgusting. Didn't taste disgusting. It was clean and fine, but still it was weird. I did that shit like a freak because I was like, I'm not playing with heat stroke, man. No. Nuh-uh. I'm good. I don't know. You think I would survive on Arrakis? Don't start talking to me about the dunes. I'm gonna get war flashbacks to Dune. Oh, man. I do love hiking, though. I do love it. It could be really nice. But you gotta be so careful, man. especially in the summer. Everyone's like, oh, it's summer, I have time off, I'm gonna go for a hike. And the next thing they know, they're passed out and they wake up in the hospital. It's rough. It's rough as hell. You have an ice headband? Oh, yeah, those can be really good. I would have 2 of these cooling towels. This wasn't for hiking, this was for there was a sport I would do. I would have 2 of these cooling towels. I had a small one that basically was that. I would have a cooler and I'd dunk it in the water from the cooler so it'd be cold, and I'd put it around my head like a headband, and then I'd have the other one and I'd put it around my neck. And then when I would go up to do the sport, I would take that towel off for a second, do the thing, and then throw it back on. Oh man. It was good. It was real good. I loved that thing.
At my new job, our building got struck by lightning, so the fans currently don't work.
Oh shit.
And yesterday they handed out those towels. They are game changers. Nothing like an ice cold towel on the back of your neck.
Yeah. And it's cool because, like, even if you don't put them in the fridge or like dunk them into a cooler or anything like that, even if they're just damp and they're room temperature, it feels cold because of the way it slowly evaporates. It's so nice. It's so nice. I love it. I love it so much. When hiking in hot sunny weather, always have a hat and water. You know how many people I see all the time that would go hiking without hats? They would go out with no hat, and they'd put sunscreen on their face and on their body, but then like their hairline and like their little part in their hair would get absolutely cooked, and I'd be like, brother, please wear a hat. It's either that or you get okay with greasing up your head and you put sunscreen on your scalp. Pick one. You have to do one though. Like, you've got to, because it cooks you, man. Guilty of hiking with no hat, didn't know. Yeah, and you should be careful because the thing is, you also have like no melanin on your scalp compared to other places, and it's thinner skin, and overall the skin on your scalp is more susceptible to sun damage. It's more susceptible to having awful effects from radiation, and people are very likely to get skin cancer on their scalp and not be able to see it, not be able to notice it, because your hair kind of hides it. You're not going to notice those changes to your skin. So a lot of people, when they get skin cancer issues, it's skin that is like, you know, on the scalp area, in your part. If you have a little part of hair like on the back near your crown, you know, that especially, a lot of people get basal cells and things over there, you know. It's bad. It's bad. So just hat up, man. It's time. It's time. Yeah, why are you saying if you're like bald? No, seriously though. Seriously, yeah, that skin is so sensitive to all that kind of radiation, and it just gets fucked up. So slap a little sunscreen on there, rub it on, put a hat on. I know it'll feel a little gross, but you can wash the hat later. There you go, man. Be careful, dude. And get a cooling towel. I want to make my own sunscreen. I should make my own sunscreen, man. Sunscreen brand. For gamers that don't leave their houses except for occasionally, and they need it for that one hiking trip they're doing. They need a good sunscreen. I need it. I need it. Any good coral safe sunscreen? Let me think. There's one that I think is coral safe. Let me check. Let me look. It's the ones that don't have oxybenzone and all that. What is the name of this one? There's one that I liked. My favorite one that I always tell you to use is Biore. Biore, which is a Japanese brand. Actually, a lot of people think it's not. It is a Japanese brand. It's really good. They have a sunscreen that's called the UV Aqua Rich Watery Essence. It's a long name, but that's the name of the product. It is so good. It is so good. It is so nice. It doesn't feel gross. You know, a lot of sunscreens back in the day used to feel like just straight up cooking oil on your face and they would like slide off. This one feels like normal ass lotion. It's really nice. If you need to put, so you're supposed to put a lot of sunscreen on for it to work properly. People always like rub on a tiny layer and they don't use enough. If you put a lot of it on, like the proper amount, it doesn't feel gross. It still feels light. It's nice. It's nice. I like it. That one also, I don't know if it's ocean safe. I think it is, but let me check. Alright. Aqua rich essence ingredients. Let me see. It doesn't have like the main ones. Let me see. The main ones that are like not coral safe. Let me check. I think it has one that is linked to the coral reef. Yeah, it has octinoxid. Yeah. Okay, I wouldn't consider this one reef safe if that was like your big thing. And then there's another one. Let me check the ingredients. Hold on. Ingredients. There's one from Crave Beauty that I really like. But let me check their ingredients as well. Hold on. Nah, it has avobenzone in it. Okay, I wouldn't use that if your whole thing is reef safety. But I don't use these ones to like go in the ocean specifically. But it does have avobenzone, which I believe, let me see. I believe was not considered reef safe. Yeah. So you want, the thing is, like, a lot of the sunscreens I like are chemical sunscreens. And they use those chemicals. So there's, let's not get too crazy with it, but there are two types of sunscreen. There's these ones that physically block the sun. They have, like, zinc oxide, stuff like that in them. So it's literally reflective particles. And when the sun hits it, it gets reflected away from the skin. That's a physical sunscreen. A lot of American sunscreens, US sunscreens, are like that. Then there are chemical sunscreens, which have things like avobenzone, etc., octinoxalate, whatever the fuck it's called. They have a lot of these ingredients where the radiation from the sun hits them and they absorb the UVA, UVB rays. It hits it, that energy smacks it, and then it either oxidizes or otherwise breaks down. And that is how it has the radiation not get to your skin cells. So there's like two types of shielding, right? Either it gets reflected away or it gets hit and absorbed and like there's a breakdown process, and that's how it does it. So a lot of the ones that are that secondary one, they feel really nice, they work really well, I like them, but they're not considered reef safe, so I wouldn't swim somewhere with those on if like I'm near a coral reef, literally, because they do end up helping with coral bleaching, and by helping I mean they add to it in a bad way. But if you're using them in areas where that's not an issue, it tends to not actually reach those places. It's more like where you physically are. So if you're looking for something that's reef safe, just look at the ingredients list and look for like zinc oxide, or sometimes they use titanium, you know, like metal oxides. And those are the ones that are going to be okay to use near reefs, the physical blockers, if that makes sense. So even if you don't know like exactly what every single ingredient is and how exactly it works, when you see the metal oxides being the main active ingredients, you know those are the physical ones that reflect it away. So those are the ones that you don't have to worry about as much. But you can just look up, you can literally, there's so much research on this, you can hold a sunscreen bottle in your hand, look at the back of it, and Google the ingredients from the top down. Or when it says like active ingredient this, active ingredient that, just do the active ones and Google them, and just Google the name of it and then say reef safe and hit enter, and it will tell you, you know, they'll let you know if there are like, you know, any issues with that. But that's how I would do it. But yeah, I like a lot of the chemical ones. I do. Do the reflective kind last longer before needing to be reapplied? Honestly, they're similar. They're similar. They all use the same SPF rating system or PA plus rating system. So, yeah. So there are 2 sunscreens inside of you. Both were delicious. There's one from Crave Beauty where they put beets in it, like beetroot extract, and it smells so good. It smells so nice that like I want to eat it. It's not even like strongly scented. It's just so light. It's so good, man. It's so good. I love it. I don't know. There's some skincare products. It's so delicious. Is the beetroot good for the skin? Wonder why they do that. It just has certain vitamins in there that can work well when topically applied, instead of getting just a little bit of that vitamin and throwing some damn powder in there. They just use beetroot extract. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Anyway, I like skin. I like skin. I like skincare products, and I'm really, especially about sunscreen, I care a lot about having good ones, because it's so easy to develop issues from not doing the right thing with it. So, yeah. I don't like it. Is there anyone here who wasn't at the debut yesterday, by the way? How big is your collection of skin? I got so much skin in my closet. Were any of you not here yesterday? Me? Wait, it's a lot of you. You missed it. You were at work. Yeah. I had that shower thought. I was like, I bet a lot of them weren't here. Because it's a Sunday, and I notice the crowd that I have if I stream on a Saturday is usually very different from the crowd that I have if I'm streaming on a Sunday. You want me to show you? You want me to show you model stuff again? If you missed it, we'll do a redo. We'll do a pretend redo. Hold on. Okay, here. Just for the people that weren't here. Wow. Wow. Woo. Woo. They're the boots. You can, I'll show you some detail or whatever. I like how it's asymmetrically battle-worn and not just copy-pasted on everything. Yes. So nice. Isn't that cool? But yeah. So we redid the boots. I want to say there's some people who've commented on the height, and they've screenshotted on my ref sheet my boots, and they're like, "Oh, it's from the boots." The boots were always like this. This is how you know they're fake fans who haven't been real ones since the beginning. It means that they never saw the old boots, which were exactly the same as these. Fake fans. So many people took screenshots of the boots, and they were doing it, and like Nora was like, they keep talking about the boots, GEEGA, because they kept going on their post of the ref sheet, and because Nora made like a height joke or something, and they were like, oh, the boots, and I'm like, they don't know. It's always been the same with the boots. We have to gatekeep them. If anyone says anything, they're like, it's the new height because the boots, you can be like, fake fan, and you can like cast them out with pitchforks or something. I don't know. Do it however you want, but yeah. Anyway, I had to mention that because I thought it was so funny. Because Nora, I didn't even notice at first, but Nora was like, look, so many people say stuff about the boots, dude, but you always had the boots. I was like, oh my god, you're right. That shit was so funny. It was so funny. And then the rest of the outfit is it's mostly the same as the old one. It's mostly the same. The gauntlet. So we made this a bit more simplified. Well, okay, simplified is not the word. Simplify is not the word. It's a more regular shape. Check this out. Ready? I can move it. Check it out. But yeah, it's more like the shape of each plate of armor is similar as you go up. They used to all have wildly different shapes. And I felt like that was killing artists bit by bit. It was killing them. They were dying. So I wanted to keep it more uniform, because I can't tell you how many times someone was drawing me and they would send me a message and they'd be crashing out. They'd be crashing out because they were trying to draw my arm doing a cool thing, and then they had to interpret all of those different lines in like the shape, and they were like, oh, and they always want to draw like the claw arm toward the camera, like in the foreground, so it needs to be bigger. So they try to be doing it with perspective, and they'd be like, oh, like just dying. So yeah, so it's a little more uniform on like the shape of it. Hopefully that helps. Hopefully that helps. Anyway, we got this is for people who weren't here yesterday. We got the eye patch. Always. I want to wear it more. I've been taking it off a lot because I don't know, people kept asking for it a long time ago. I don't think it matters. We got the eye patch back though. I have my glasses. As I always do. As I always do. Got this one. Yeah. Because I'm always tired, man. It never ends. Things happen so much all the time. We got this one, the classic. No, we're not doing a double eye patch. I only have one slot for headgear. I only have one. Me when I'm extra evil. I feel like I would sound like Skeletor. We have this. Because how could we not? How could we not? We have to. It's my favorite. It's my favorite. I've had this on every single model. I have to have it on this one. I got stuff. Then we got this one. Also a classic. Mostly used for thumbnails more than anything else. It's my favorite of my editors. They're like, can you put that face on? I need it for a thumbnail. I also have this version where I can do that. I can't with the other one. They're separate buttons. Not to break the immersion. Then we have a new one. It just feels right. I don't know how to describe it. It just feels right. You like the eyebrows? I like the eyebrows. I like the eyebrows a lot. Me, when I'm streaming for more than 5 hours, I turn into this after a while. Like, I just become sludge. Always. And then we got this one. I'll never get over this one. When I asked... Oh my god. Dude. When I talked to my artist, when I said to him, I was like, hey... No, wait, you played it twice! There we go. I didn't press up when you did. When I asked my artist to do this, he was like, how hard do you want to go? I was like, 100%. No half stepping. We have to go all the way. Okay? We have to go all the way. And he was like, are you sure? And I said, yes, I am 100% sure. And he said, okay. And he cooked. He cooked. That was so funny. I'm glad. I'm glad. You like the eyebrows? Can you see them better? I love it. I love it. I should be able to set it up so it doesn't show all the text as well. I could set it up separately if I just want to leave it like this. I could stream for an entire day like this if I wanted to. Oh, it's so good. It might be my favorite. And then we have the menacing arm. For when I'm truly evil. What happened to your hair clip? I said fuck the hair clip. The only reason I had a hair clip back in the day was because every VTuber had a hair clip, and it was sort of like, it was like a brand thing. Like we all had hair clips. Like literally everyone did. And we all would like use them as a little branding thing. Like people would draw stick figures with the hair clip and they'd be like, oh, it's that VTuber. You know what I mean? So we all did it. But over time, I was like, I don't like the hair clip. You know? It was a captain rank pin. And it was like if you took it off the shirt and put it on there, it was like supposed to be like an old rank kind of thing. But I never had a lore reason for it. So people would just come in and be like, I thought you were general. Why do you have a captain rank? And I'd be like, I get it. But, you know, so it was just annoying. So I was like, fuck the hair clip. Fuck the hair clip. I also don't like wearing hair clips, like genuinely. So, you know. Yeah, they'd come in and be like, why do you have the captain hair clip in your hair if it says you're a general? And I'd be like, I'm playing Mario Kart right now, you know. But what can you do? What can you do? I can also do this without that. But yeah, I'd literally be playing Mario Kart and they'd be like, explain your hair clip. And I'd be like, I don't care. I don't know. Why do you care? And they'd be like, and they'd freak out. And the thing is, usually they wouldn't freak out too much. I'd just be like, I don't know, cuz. And they'd be like, what do you mean you don't have a reason? And creatures of the internet, man. What can you do? What can you do? At some point, you just got to stop talking to them. You know what I mean? You just can't talk to them anymore. Oh, and then we have a alternate hair. We have the alternate hair as well. You like the metal texturing? Yeah, didn't it come out so? Oh my god, Janie's crazy. Look at the. As far as I can go. This is as close as I can go. Look at it. The texture on the metal, the texture on the gemstone. You like this one a lot because it looks a little wuxia. Yeah, right? Just a little bit. I kind of want an outfit at some point. I mean, I know the hairstyle gives that vibe a little, but I want one that's like full wuxia at some point. Because you guys know I was geeking, okay? I was geeking when when we were playing Wukong. When Wukong came out and I'm watching like the gods fly around and they look like men but they're like flying and shit and we're fighting them and I was like, oh my god, it's like my wuxia movies. Like I love it so much. And then I was like, do you guys know about the Three Kingdoms? Do you like the Three Kingdoms? Did you ever read like Three Kingdoms era shit? I love stuff like that. I do. So yeah, I want like a full. I should move myself this way because chat's over there. I want like a full wuxia outfit at some point. So romantic. Who's your favorite? I'm a Lubu Labubu fan. Lube, we're like Lube. Lubu. No, he's always my favorite. He was so cool. He was so cool. It's like a. Wait, I should do a soap commercial. I have to see if I can stick the soap in between the layers and then I can be like, wow, this soap is so nice on my face.
Shamrock 100, Shamrock 100. If it makes you feel better,
yeah.
Captain Crunch technically isn't even a captain.
Yes.
The artists gave him the wrong rank symbol because it looks better. It's just a branding decision now.
I read about that somewhere like a while back and I was like, what do you mean he's not a captain? I felt betrayed. This was like a long time ago. Oh, it's all a lie. It's all a lie. It is. Wait, I have 2 more buttons for you. I have 2 more buttons for you. We brought this back. Hand detail. Someone asked about my nails yesterday and I was going to zoom in, but then I didn't. They were like, what color are your nails? And I was like, I don't fucking know. They're like, they get a little grayish because I'm like dead on the inside or something. I don't know. But I do have nails. Please draw me with nails. They're not fake, they're real. And they're not like painted any crazy color. They should be pink. Your mom should be pink. Ooh. Ooh. I'm not a human. You want me to be the same as you down to the nail color? No. No. That's the whole point, dog. Okay, and then I could do the crossed arms. Because we have to have the crossed arms. How can we not? How can we not? It's the classic. It's the classic. We need them. We need them. It's the classic yapping pose. Right? Right? Me when I'm chatting? Exactly. But yeah, I don't really... I got some cool stuff, but I didn't want to go too crazy. Because I know myself. Okay, getting a model is like getting a tattoo. Okay? It's a big... one-time thing. And if you go all out and you get everything you think you want at that time, you're gonna look back and you'll be like, maybe I should have done this. You're gonna go, oh, you know, I forgot to add one of these. So instead, I like to go a little lighter and think of more stuff that I want later and then do a patch later, you know? So that's what I'm gonna do instead. It is expensive as fuck, but I think it's less about the money and more about the not wasting the money. You know, like, there's a lot of stuff that I just won't use often. So I get things that I think make sense for me. They actually make sense for me. And then like one or two fun ones. And then, yeah, we'll add more later. We will. We will. The ref sheet is color swatches. Yeah. If you need, if you want to pick color swatches because you want to do anything else with all that, then yeah, there's a ref sheet. I have a post on my Twitter now that's there. It should be pinned. Yeah, it's pinned. So if you check the pin post, you can see as a reply to that, I put a link to the full res ref sheet. And then if you keep going down there, I replied with all the other ref sheets for the other outfits too. So I always leave something like that up. At some point, what I want to do is I want to take the website and I want to have a section, like a press kit, like a brand kit that has everything just on there. So I can just link to that every time and not have to have you dig it all. But yeah, I'm going to work on that in the future.
Do your GEEGA's ears twitch every time she blinks? Faction redeems chat.
My eyelid muscles go straight to my ears because my eyes are so wide. So I can't help it. The eyelid muscle is connected to the ear muscle. Wait, Milky, did you not see the plushies? Milky, we have so much. We have so much. Hold on, I'll do this so you can see it. Wait for it. Milky, they're on the store, Milky. You never showed? Well, I only link you some stuff, not everything, Milky. I'm trying to be good. But yeah, we have the plushies. We have a bunch of shirts. We have the sticker sheet. Milky, look, you would love the Boris coaster. Do you see it? Because I like to rest my drink on Boris's head when I don't have a table next to me. I make him stand there and do it. So we turn that into a coaster so you too can feel like you're me for a day. And you can also put your drink on Boris's head. When I went to the artist, I was like, we wanted to do a drink coaster. I was like, I really want to do a coaster. And the artist was like, what should we do? And they were drawing up a couple like ideas. And I was like, I want one that is just Boris's head, like you're looking down at him with a ring on his head, like you just took your drink off of it. they were like, this is why I love this artist. They didn't go, what do you mean, or what, or why, or anything. They went, bet, and they drew it. They immediately, like, we brain melded for a second, and they saw what I was seeing in my head, and they went, this is it, right? And I went, yes. Sometimes you find artists that, like, you can mildly describe something to them, and they're like, I know exactly what you mean. It was Moki. They got it perfectly. I like to rest my cup on his stupid little head. Look at it. I love Boris so much, man. I love Boris. He's so good. He's been so good. Anyway, yeah, Milky, we have a whole bunch of art, so a whole bunch of stuff to look at. So if you wanted stuff, Milky, the store is open. Put that behind me again. There we go. The store is open. Boris's backhead isn't bald? No, Boris is not bald. Boris has hair, okay? His fur isn't condensation absorbent? No, he's actually completely waterproof. He's completely 100% waterproof. He's got that boar bristle going on. You're getting us a GEEGA Genesis shirt anytime in the future? Maybe. Maybe. Said, is that a goatsy? What do you think? Go look at the product page. Hell yeah, it is. It's just an emote though, guys. Nothing too crazy. Here, I'll also show. Okay, this is again. Some of you said you weren't here yesterday. Look, we have some other stuff. We have some other stuff.
3.0 is so good.
Thank you.
Your artist seriously cooked. GEEGA-based GEEGA cheer.
Yeah, thank you for the bits. That's huge. 5K is crazy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. W5. I appreciate that. Hey, something I want you guys to watch out for. I mentioned this yesterday, but again, if you weren't here, we've been working on a figure for a long while. And this is a teaser of it. We're going to have a normal one with a normal base. We're also going to have one with a deluxe thingy, a whole deluxe, like, diorama shit, you know? It's going to be cool. But on top of that, we're also making a full-scale model of my gauntlet. And if you buy the deluxe one, you'll get entered for a chance to win that gauntlet with the purchase as well. So, I'm saying this, we're not releasing this immediately. You can't look at it and pay for it, whatever, immediately. But I wanted to announce that we're working on this early. So in case you are ready to save for it, whatever, like, you know, I didn't want to, like, drop it on people instantly, you know? And we're trying our best. I don't want this to be on, like, a long pre-order or anything like that. My hope for this is you will be able to buy and get it shipped instantly. That's what I'm trying to get. We'll see how close we can get to that. Maybe it'll be like a short wait, but I'm going to make it as short as fucking possible. Maybe no wait. So, we're working on it. We're working on it. But I have had a full version of it for a bit, so so we're pretty far along. We're pretty far along. But yeah. Put that back up. I'm excited for it, man. Can it be wearable? I mean, that's the goal. Yeah, it's like a proper scale model of it. So you said your stupid ass asked Oshi if it was an actual gauntlet because you were worried it could be construed as a weapon in some states. It's just a gauntlet, dog. Yeah, that won't be a problem. It's a wearable. It can be like construed as a wearable. So anything could be a weapon if you throw it fast enough. So, but yeah, we've been working on that. I'm really excited for it, man. I'm excited. It's gonna be cool as hell. It's gonna be cool. It's a random question. Can I get an unpainted one? I paint minis. I don't think we have any plans for any of them to be unpainted. I have thought about maybe in the future doing like a couple limited unpainted something, but probably not that figure. Maybe something like else. But we do have, if you do like painting stuff, if you go into the offerings chat in the Discord and you search for like 3D printed stuff, there are people who've shared files where they've made 3D models of like minis of me, of the faction mascots, of all this kind of stuff. And other people have printed them out and painted them. So that is something you do. A lot of the time they do actually share the project files, so you can or the finalized files, so you can go and print them yourself. So if you like that sort of thing, you have that sort of hobby, we already have like a whole bunch of stuff that you could go and get printed and then paint. So just saying, there is a good recent one. Yeah, there's always something, because we have a lot of people in this community that like 3D modeling or building, that kind of stuff, that love painting minis, all that sort of stuff. So there's a lot. Yeah, we have a lot of people that like tabletop everything. So we've had people playing D&D and Pathfinder in the Discord for a long time. Like, we have a lot of stuff going on in there. So yeah, if you're into that kind of shit, I promise there's a lot. There's a lot. Did anyone make you a real and metal medieval copy of your gauntlet? That's what we're talking about. We're making one. That's exactly what I've been talking about the whole time. Also, Neptune and Gin, thank you for the subs. Appreciate it. We're old, bald, and chill. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, some of you aren't bald. Some. We'll all go bald eventually, man. Whether fully or not is a different question, but everyone's gonna go bald. Every single one of you. Mm-hmm. Also, I was just sending a message back to Oscar. Oscar gave me his con schedule, so we're gonna set up some things. San Diego Comic-Con is this weekend, but then he's got 4 others that he's gonna be going to. So I am gonna set up some walkarounds with him. Set something up. I love doing those, man. Tell me you said hi. Chat says hi. Yeah, don't worry, guys. We get to keep Oscar. Oscar was always doing his own thing. So, yeah, we keep Oscar. He needs to charge for this. I think I'm just gonna send him free merch. I think every time I do merch, I'm just gonna send him free shit. By the way, give me shirt size. I'm gonna send him shit. Say and an address for shipping. I'm gonna give him shit. Hi, PN. Hi, PN. Oscar says hi, chat. Hi, PN. How are you? IPN, have you played Mecha Break? Do you like it? Have you tried it? Do you like Mecha Break? Just curious. I do. Noted. I played Apex again for the first time in a long time. Like a week or 2 ago. And I was like, oh my god, I missed this. I don't know why. I missed Apex so much. I didn't realize until I opened it and started playing it. And I was like, oh, Apex Legends. Oh, I hate Apex so much, but I love it. I love Apex. I'm about to be back on my arc. Limit, thank you for the sub. Thank you for the
Hello,
sub.
yes, is this the emote store? Give me one level 3 hype train emote, please.
You may have anything you like should you do what you need to do to get it. There's rumors of Fuse meta, but I hope not. I love Fuse, okay? I love playing Fuse. So I would be very happy. That's my baby. That's my favorite. I have a question. Are you and the girls in Kuro planning on doing a cover for Halloween? I love when you guys do those, and I was wondering about it. No clue. Nothing planned right now. Nothing planned. If we do work on stuff like that, it's usually not until like September or so that we do it. We usually pick it like August and then do it after. So I don't know. We'll see. If people want to do it, I mean, all they have to do is like make a group chat and be like, y'all want to do this? And then we'll do it. Easy. Hello, hopefully you're having a nice day. I am. Want to ask how you feel about more younger viewers around 20-year-old idolizing and admiring you as an example of the character values they want to embody and such. Don't idolize anyone ever. Well, as long as you don't put me on a pedestal, like she's so smart and knows everything and is so cool and she's exactly as everyone should be, because like no one is. But if you're just like general role model in some ways, that's fine. I think as long as you keep it like this is the healthy way to do it. You should be like, I like how that person does that thing. I like how they handled that thing. I want to be able to do that thing like them, handle that thing like them. And don't be like, I want to be like that person, period. Right? Like, don't leave it vague. You pick something that you like about them. Or you're like, I like the way they carry themselves when they do this. If you're like, I like the way the streamer carries themselves on stream, I'd like to be able to carry myself like that when speaking, then that's a really healthy way to think about it. Because then you're not saying, oh, they're perfect behind closed doors too, and everything's great. And you're not setting up like a crazy expectation of them, right? So as long as you like think about it the right way in your head, that's fine. I don't care. I do think people do a lot of like, it's nice when I get a lot of comments, which I do. I get a lot of comments of people being like, oh, I really like the way you talk about this thing. I like when you explain stuff, whatever. You're knowledgeable about this. But there are a lot of things where I'm talking about them and I'm just talking about them. I'm not like trying to portray myself as an expert about these things. But I think my tone, the way I speak, which is just naturally how I talk, that's it. But I think just my tone makes people see things in a slightly different way, right? Where they'll hear me talk about certain things and be like, wow, she must have fucking studied this shit. And I'm like, no, I just talk like that. And I'm not talking like that on purpose. Ooh, let me make you think I'm an expert about this thing. I'm just like, yo, I read about this and I think it's interesting and I like to talk about it. I am talking now. That's all, right? Yeah, podcasty. Right. So I do get a lot of comments of people saying things like that. And I'm like, that's nice, but, you know, I'm always a little wary of it, right? Like just a little bit, where I don't want people to build up an idea in their head that like I'm not trying to portray. Know what I mean? You should change the Times New Roman tone of your voice. I can't. This is just how I talk. That's the problem, right? Change your whole personality. Change how you talk. Right? And I say a lot of shit that doesn't sound Times New Roman. It's just my voice. It's just my voice at that point. I say dude a lot. I don't know. Nah, I mean, whatever, man. I say stuff like that constantly, yet people will still take everything I say seriously. So I can't really do anything about it. Even the shit jokes are in Times New Roman. Yeah, it's my delivery, dude. I always took you as a bold, italicized voice. like, or like death in any Pratchett novel. I feel like I talk like that. That's how I feel like I talk. That fun fact, that's why I always capitalize my name. My father, when he writes in block lettering, which is all caps basically, right? And it's all very square. So he always writes in all caps, block characters. And he always would write like that. And he would point it out and he would be like, I feel like you talk like this. Because he talks like that too, a little bit. Well, actually, not as bad, but people take him the same way they take me a little. And he would always write it and he would always tell me that. He'd be like, I feel like you talk like this. And he would like he would write like that. Was block lettering? I'll show you. A lot of older folks do this. It's when you write in a very like grid-like way. Block lettering, handwriting. Wow, I really can't find an example of someone writing like this. Impact font. Here. I found an example of someone writing a note in block lettering. Okay. Like this. Yeah, this is why I'm his favorite son, exactly. Like this. Look. You see how this is all caps? And then what they do is a letter that's supposed to be capitalized is just a little bigger. A lot of engineers write like that. Yeah, engineers, construction, architects. Yeah, a lot of them will write like that. This is block lettering, so my dad writes like that. And he always told me that he felt like when I spoke, it should be written out like this. That's what he always told me. Yeah, logbooks and things. A lot of old official documents too, because the thing is, people used to write in like cursive a lot, and so old, like really old census records, like from a long time ago, like early 1900s and prior. Some of those they'll write in block lettering. But it depends on the person. Other ones they'll write in script and it sucks, but yeah. But that's how my dad writes. So it's very clear. And yeah. Cursive writing is almost side out. It's true. I write in cursive. I've said this before. My handwriting, when I try to write in print, I think it's better nowadays, but for the longest time, for most of my life, it was horrible. I just could not make it look good. It looked like shit, and I couldn't like get consistent letter heights and stuff like that. And I was sitting there practicing. I was drilling writing, just handwriting, and it just wasn't improving much. And I was like pretty young, and I was talking to a teacher, and I was like really upset because I was like, I'm trying, and it's shit. And I was like getting upset. I was genuinely like, I can't make it better. And the teacher was like, let's have you try learning writing in cursive, so you kind of like start from the beginning with something. I also come from a different time, but we were writing in cursive, and she was teaching me how to do it, and she was like, as long as you can write clearly in cursive, people will be able to read it. You'll be okay. Like, you don't have to worry about having to write in print. And now I don't write in perfect cursive. I do a lot of letters where I simplify it down so it looks a little more like the print version, because some people can't read certain letters in cursive. They see a Q and they're like, what the fuck is that? You know? So I adjust the way they look a little bit, but it still is like a continuous line because it's faster. But yeah, I learned to write in cursive because my handwriting print was so shit. It was so bad. I don't think it was until after high school where I was able to write in print and feel like I liked the way it looked. Like I still don't default to it. I default to a weird bastardized cursive. What I do is I tend to write a lot of the capital letters not in their full cursive versions, because those are the letters that people don't really know how to read. The lowercase are easier to understand, but the uppercase letters, some of them don't even look like the OG. So a lot of my capital letters I'll do in a way that looks a bit more like print, and then all my lowercase letters will look, you know, like proper cursive for the most part. So I don't know, but I had to learn it because my handwriting was so shit. I still feel like if I try to write really neatly, I like never like the way it looks ever. I don't know, but it's legible, and that's what's important. That's what's important. Your print has become more cursive than your actual cursive. If you just like stop picking your pen up, it just happens. The lowercase z is weird. Yeah, I don't know how to make a lowercase z that looks like the print one, but still connect it to the other letters without it looking weird. So I still do a cursive lowercase z, but it looks weird. Cursive G is so ugly. You don't write it the correct way. I don't write cursive G's. I don't like the way they look either. I don't like it. So when I was trying to figure out how like my signature should look, I was like GEEGA. I was looking at it. I'm like, yeah, I'm not doing any script G's for this shit. No way. No way. So in the US, people can't read in cursive. Plenty of them actually can. They just see two letters that they're not sure what they are, and instead of staring at it and trying to figure out what letter it is, they go, I don't like this, I can't read it, and they just throw the paper on the floor, and then they start jumping and like climbing on the walls and ceilings and hissing, okay, instead of just trying to look at the letter for 2 seconds and figure out what the fuck it is with context clues. That's what it is. They can read, okay? They just don't want to try. They just freak the fuck out. I'm convinced a lot of the issues with reading comprehension right now, you know, like, you said Americans are lazy. Everyone's lazy. I don't want to fucking hear it. But you know what the real problem is with reading comprehension right now? I don't think it's just that people are unskilled in it. I think that's part of it. I think it's also that they don't want to take the time to try and sit there and figure it out. They read a sentence, they don't absorb what it says, and then they go, oh, and they like throw their device on the floor. I think they don't want to. And they're sitting there and they're going, the world has failed me. I have a hard time reading. And I'm like, brother, you don't try. Maybe not all of them, but a good number of them. A good number of them. Because everyone gives up so fast. Because you can have everything you want so quickly by Googling, you know? So I think, you know, they just stop trying. They don't know how to try anymore. And that's my boomer rant of the day. That's just how it is, man. Schools have removed reading comprehension as a graduation requirement. Yeah, I know. Dude, you know what I want? You know what I want? I want a test where in school every year to make it to the next grade, you have to do the following. You get a thing to read. They give you 10 minutes to read it. And then you have to stand up there in front of a teacher and tell them about what you just read. That's all. That's all. Read something, tell them about what you just read, and tell them why you think it was written, what the purpose of it is. Oral exams. Yep. When I was in college, we had to do a lot of that. We'd have to read some stuff, and then retention, right? We'd have to sit there and get up and talk about it. Dude, that shit was the only way to filter out certain people, because they could do stuff on paper when they had certain materials in front of them. But when you had to just sit there and drill them and only their brain was what they had, like, you know. Yeah, they do it in law school a lot. They do. Is that not a normal thing in the US? Not for certain subjects. When I was a TA, I would make students do it for math. I would make them, instead of solving a problem, I'd make them sit there and tell me what to do for each step and why, and then I would do it on the board. And I'd be like, you're gonna stand here and you can't bring a book with you. You have to stand next to me and you have to tell me what to do and why I'm doing this, what the purpose of each of these steps is. And that shit was the only way to drill it into people's heads. It's really good. It's really good to do it that way. It's actually a way that you can teach yourself if you're ever learning something. It's kind of torturous, but if you're learning something, read over what you're reading over, and then stand up, turn around, look at a blank wall, pretend you're giving a speech about it, and now just try to tell a room full of fake people in your head about it. And if you can't do it, you have to read that again. That's what you got to do, man. It's the only way. You have minor dyslexia? Hey, look, when I say stuff like this, I'm never even counting the people who have like outlier cases, right? That's like a totally different thing. But like you said, yeah, you said you have top reading comprehension as long as you can remember. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't want to hear people's excuses, man. I just think they need to do that with little kids and keep that consistent all the way through, you know? That's all they got to do, dog. That's the only thing I do. You would have been so cooked if you had to do that for math. Yeah, but how do you expect to understand like upper level math courses if you can't do that? If I'm like, you need to do this type of simulation with this data set, right? Like, we need to figure out this type of range at the end. Go through the steps. Why are we doing this? Why are we doing that? What are we selecting for here? Like, it's just, I don't know, man. You have to be able to understand the steps if you want to have a job later and be able to do these things. You know, you have to actually understand them. So it's not to torture people and to like make them fuck up their grade. It's to make sure that they feel prepared. Otherwise, you're doing them a disservice, you know? You hated that in physics? That was my favorite. I love that shit. I love math, man. I love it. Yeah, do the math for me. There's nothing wrong with the calculator for doing the actual calculation itself, as long as you can know why you're doing each part of it, right? I could not care less at all if someone could sit there and like do a chunk of the math in their head. The ability to do the calculation, whether or not you have a mental abacus or not, shouldn't matter. That's cool, but not everyone has that, and it depends on how they think and whatever. That doesn't matter. It's just understanding why. You know, that's all that matters at all with math. I don't know. As an accountant, it's the most important thing to explain what you're doing. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and for each step, right? Something simple like let's say you're doing your taxes. Let's say you lived somewhere for 3 months and then you move to a different state for the other 9 months. And you're like, for the year, my internet bill was this. All I have is a yearly number. Then what do? You divide it into 12 segments and you attribute 3 of them to this state and the rest of them to that other state for your taxes. Like you need to be able to like do that stuff quickly. You don't have to sit there and do the math in your head, like what's the exact number. You just have to understand how to separate things, how to move things around, why you do that, why do you calculate it this way, and to be able to visualize it. That's all you got to do, you know, which I know sounds like just draw the owl, but like, you know, I don't know, dude. Anyway, I miss math. Calc is mindless, forming the correct equation. Yeah, dude. I loved calculus. And I loved that I could explain it with a lot of like physical stuff. If you take physics problems or a lot of architecture as well, you could explain why you do certain parts of an equation to somebody a certain way using like these physical representations. I'd be like, let's say you're calculating this thing on a building, right? Like structural integrity of this thing, blah, blah, blah. We're going to figure out like how many years down the line should we replace this beam or whatever, you know, and you'd show them different factors and how you're putting it into the equation. Like you could really explain stuff well like that. And then once you do that, any student could like stand up there and be like, this is why you do this part of the equation. It's not actually that bad. It's just people don't explain it that way the first time. They just put numbers on the paper and they're like, this is this. Calculate this. That's a structural engineer's job. Yeah, but if you're studying math, what kinds of jobs do you think you're gonna fucking get? You know, like you're gonna go into like likely types of engineering or, you know, well, there's a lot of other stuff you can go into, but it tends to be things that are more physics related a lot of the time, where you're doing, you know, mathematical models and analytics and stuff. So like you have to be able to do that anyway. Where'd the pants grab go? Do we not have pants grab? Where'd it go? They keep taking our emotes, Soshi. Did you notice this? Because you also managed the thing with me. Sometimes I go to type an emote and one of them's gone. And I'm like, they just leave sometimes. It freaks me out. Yeah, calculate this. Thank you. Exactly. Exactly. What was the most advanced math class you've taken? Redacted. I'd have to give you names of them that are way too specific into what I want to get into and all that, but lots. Lots. I took a lot of different kinds though because I liked that stuff. So some of it's not stuff that I worked in because it was just fun, but lots. I loved it. I loved it a lot. After you finished high school, you realized you hadn't done basic math since elementary. You need to practice doing it mentally again. Yeah, I mean, if you don't use it, you lose it, right? Advanced counting. Yeah, I'm real good at counting real fast. You hated discrete math so much, but you were good at it? Oh, don't get me started. I actually really liked it. I think I liked pretty much all of it. I didn't like doing classes related to like linear algebra, stuff like that. I just felt like it was boring as shit. I loved anything that had a lot of proofs, and I loved stats. Anything that was like a later derivative of those things were, oh, my favorite. Or anything where you're doing models, right? And you're running things through a model or a simulation over and over to get some chart at the end that looks like somebody threw up on the page, and you're like, here's the sweet spot, and then you draw a circle around the sweet spot and you're like, this is the range we want to be in. Ugh, I love that. I love that. It's the beauty of these disgusting models that would spit out these 5,000 iterations of the same thingy. And you'd end up with 5,000 slightly different lines plotted on a sheet. And then you could circle the most dense part of it and be like, this is the juice, dog. I love that shit. I know I'm explaining it in like layman's terms, but oh, this is the juice, dude. And that's how we would talk about it too. We'd be sitting there, I'd be like, that's the ticket. I love it. Yeah, any probability or anything like that was my favorite. I always loved things where there was no definitive answer. It was just probability or a range being your end result. And then you'd have to like apply that to a real world problem. Oh, what's the likelihood this thing will happen? So in how many years should I do this thing? You'd be like, you should do it within 3 to 5 years because of this window, blah, blah, blah. I love that shit. It's my favorite. You said that was the only time you used Haskell. Oh my God. Don't start with Haskell. Yeah. There was a lot of stuff that was just, oof. Yeah. I'm sure you've felt it. You regret not taking discrete math now that you're a dev? You never took it? Ooh. I mean, this is stuff that you can learn on your own. I just think it's so much easier to have a professor to ask questions to with that kind of stuff. But there's so much you can still learn on your own related to math. I just think a lot of the people that teach math online are like, they don't know how to explain like a lot of practical application of it, so it makes it harder for it to stick if you're just looking at these problems. You're not understanding like how it's used in an actual job. So that can be really tough. Really tough. You hated proofs in linear algebra because it was so dry and theoretical, and they would not tie it to the real world, so you felt it was boring and pointless. That's exactly what I'm complaining about, right? Like, there are real jobs where you would use these types of things and apply them to a real world problem, and it would make sense. But they'd never teach it to you in that context. They teach you how to do the math, but they'd never ever tell you why. They'd never give you a real life application or a word problem that just took the numbers and likened them to something. Like I said, like a lot of architecture and structural engineering problems, you can learn a lot of math off of that being the context, right? There's so much with like interesting shapes and stuff, and you see a physical representation of the math problem you're trying to do, and like that's how they should be teaching everything. They should give you multiple examples of that. Or maybe you get some like data, like let's say you're pretending you're going to like bioinformatics, right? And they give you a bunch of medical data, and they're like, we put a bunch of samples of this thing with these different factors into different petri dishes, and then we took slides of them and we saw these characteristics. We saw these counts of these things, a cell count of this in this slide and a cell count of that in that slide. Now take all of this data and figure out X thing. Make this conclusion, right? Like, they could give you word problems like that, and then you can picture like, oh wow, if I was actually doing this job, this is why I would use this math. And it would stick so much better if you had that in your mind while you're figuring it out, right? But instead they're just like, here's numbers, write it down. And I feel like that's why a lot of people would take math, and then when they got out of school they'd be like, I have no idea what I just did. Like they couldn't recall a lot of it, you know. You wanted to be a code monkey and they wanted you to learn about fucking semaphores. I know. So glad you never got into bio. The math there spooks you. No, it's so cool. What do you mean? Why does it spook you? Is it because it's a billion factors and it's all probabilities against each other? Because I think that's really fun. That's what I'm talking about with like disgusting charts, where you have like 10 different probabilities related to 10 different factors, and then you have to mash them together to make some sort of cooked conclusion. That shit's so fun. That's cool as hell, man. So sometimes they're like, yeah, so we shocked 100 people with this frequency and it started hurting. Yeah, a lot of the data's cooked. Oh, it's so bad. I think stuff like that is fun, though. I don't know. But at the same time, like, I kind of miss, you know what I wish I did in college? I wish I took random ass classes about stuff that I cared about less and I just wanted to learn, right? I wish I took more like arts classes, humanities, history, all that kind of stuff. But like, who has the money to do that? You know? Fuck that. But I really wish I got to do more of that. Right? Yeah, anthropology, like, I wish I was able to do that stuff, but I paid for my school myself. So I just had to, you know, not really do that. It's so easy to get an art degree. You ended up with one by accident. Yeah. Did you? I don't know. I mean, a lot of the time they make you do that in school, like your first year, second year. They make you take some random ass shit because they want you to be well-rounded, and your freshman year of college is usually like high school too for a minute. But I don't know. It would have been nice to be able to do more rounded stuff. It could have been cool. Yeah, electives. Any electives I took were still related to the shit I was doing. So, I don't know. Taking +1, taking a course for fun. I think if I had like crazy money and I was retired, I would be like an old lady. I'd in school, right? I would take like one random ass class. I don't know. I always wanted to do more with music because I played music. I took music classes and I played the cello for a really long time. I've talked about this. When I was trying to decide what to do with myself, I had a lot of different things that I wanted to do. And some were obviously like the more like pipe dream routes. Others were more like, you might actually get a job like this kind of routes. And I ended up doing that, right? I went to STEM. But I really wanted to just go into music if I could have, right? If I could have done anything and guaranteed a job no matter what I did, I would have been 50-50 between something math related and music, honestly. I probably would have ended up picking music. And I wanted to play cello, but I wanted to go into like composition and stuff. But I was like, there's no way I'm ever getting a job doing that. Like, there's no fucking way. There's no way. So I never, I wasn't going to pay for schooling, like college level money to do that. It was just crazy. I did still play music. I was still in an orchestra for a really long time. I did gigs and stuff so that like I had a reason to keep playing. And I can still play just because I like it, but if you have like a gig that weekend, you're gonna play a lot throughout the week, right? Like you keep yourself up on it. So I wanted to make sure I was doing a lot of that, but I wish I could have taken more classes on it because I did know quite a bit about music theory from what I'd learned earlier, but I would have wanted to go like really deep into it. And I didn't get to. So I probably, if I were like super rich and I had all the time in the world, I would just go back to school for music or something, I think. I would just do that. Ooh, you did audio engineering comp sci? Yeah, and like you kind of can throw those together. I don't know how many jobs realistically there are doing that, but you can. So yeah. Maybe play cello in one of your collabs or help write part of an original composition. I could. I mean, I had written stuff and I played a lot. So I still can, but the amount of time it takes to practice and be good at it. Look, I used to practice every day and I used to play for like 30 minutes to an hour every day minimum. I unironically I would play at least an hour every day, like when I was really keeping up on it, and when I slowed down a little bit, it was at least 30 minutes a day. And I technically could do that now, and I've been like thinking about scheduling that in again. But I'm just so tired. I'm so tired, and sitting there and drilling scales to get my like hands up to strength doesn't, because look, practicing an instrument is not this beautiful, creative, passionate experience. Okay, it is drilling exercises to make sure like your left hand has really good muscle memory and hitting every note correctly. Okay, it's drilling to make sure your right arm, your bow arm, is doing what it needs to do to have proper intonation. Yeah, it's a grind. So I would love to keep playing, and I want to get back into it, but if I stream for a long time and then after stream I eat and then I do a bunch of work, it's really hard to get myself to do something like that. I just want to like play games or something at that point, you know? Like I get really tired mentally and I'm like, it's hard to get yourself to drill scales, you know? So when you sit down to practice an instrument, light filters into the room at a 45-degree angle and the camera slowly pans around you in a circle. Yeah. Yeah, I could still play, and I could just like do some shitty practice and play something that's still in my muscle memory but like isn't perfect, and just do that over and over. But then I'd reinforce bad habits and I'd hate myself for it. So I can't get back into playing an instrument if I'm not like actually drilling stuff, because I'll just play something wrong and I'll be like, well, it's time to drill this section, and like, you know, that's what I would do. But I do want to do it. How would the cast react to the cello? They never cared if I played. They didn't sit in the same room because it's kind of loud, so they would just be in another room. They never really cared though. It would be cool to play games with a musical instrument as a controller. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Do you think computer science is still worth it? Yes. It's not worth what it used to be. People used to tell you that you'd get out of school and you'd have a 6-figure job instantly. It's not going to be that anymore. I still think it's better than a lot of the other things you could do. But I know a lot of people that have comp sci degrees that are younger, they've gotten out of school, and they have like an administrative assistant job. And then it's just like they also keep up some spreadsheets and stuff a little more than someone who's like not familiar with that stuff would. But yeah, I know a lot of people that have comp sci degrees and don't do a programming kind of job. But yeah, what Oshi said, the school highly depends. It's very okay. You know how COVID era, everyone went remote for everything? When everyone went remote, that fucked it up for everyone. And I kept telling friends of mine, I said, everyone would go, oh, it's so convenient. My life is so great now. They're going to let me work in the office 1 day a week and I can be remote the rest of the time. I'm going to do it. I'm going to move somewhere cheaper and just collect my salary. And I said, your job's not going to be there anymore if you do that. I said, I don't want to be a boomer, but you should stay in the office, because the moment they stop seeing you, they don't care about seeing you anymore. They're going to outsource your job. And so many people were like, I'm going to save so much money. It makes sense for my life to move away to somewhere cheap and just continue my tech job. And I was like, they're give it time. And so many of them do not have those jobs anymore. And if they want to get a good job, they have to move back to a city or something. And I'm like, yeah, that's what I was saying, dude. But yeah, a lot of the time, you know, it's like that. There are still ways you can make that work. There are some remote jobs that are good. There are some where you come into the office occasionally and you kind of keep things being okay. But outsourcing is really good right now from their perspective, from the company's perspective. So, you know, It's easy to fuck yourself over it. It really is. So, yeah, I keep telling people be really careful with that. Tech outsourcing isn't new. No, it's not. It's not. But COVID era was a really good excuse for them to take a lot of people, throw them away, and turn it into an outsourced job instead. You know? Yeah, exactly, Oshi. I mean, what happens is if the position you were in was only going to people that were willing to physically work there.
I had an employer that nearshored in Mexico City because it has a time zone close to theirs. Peepo teeth.
All the time. Think of it this way. If your job is one where you have to go into the office 5 days a week, then the pool of people that are applying are the people that are willing to live there, to move there and live nearby. That's a smaller pool of people. If it's a remote job, your competition is literally anyone. Literally anyone with any similar amount of work experience and degree to you. Anyone in the world at that point. Okay? You are now in a sea of people who look and work exactly like you. You know? So it really it sucks. It sucks, man. You got a job as a dev because you don't care about being in office 5 days a week? Well, yeah, and a lot of people don't, and that's why now their jobs are getting fucked because they're gonna say, okay, well then I'll just pay for this person in another country who is willing to take much lower pay to do the same work. And then they just get like one lead on the team who is a domestic, like a US person who's sitting there and going over everything and making sure that like last checks are done, things are done right. So that way, if there is any issue with that person being foreign where communication is difficult or there's something that's not understood, they take that care of that. That person gets highly paid, and then all the rest of the workers are remote and getting paid low. Yeah, leading an offshore team. I've seen it happen 1,000 times, guys. Like, this is just, you know, it's really common nowadays. So, yeah, that's why comp sci is a little harder nowadays. If you exit school with a comp sci degree and you're not from a really good school, you get thrown in the same pool as all of the offshore people. And those people are a lot cheaper than you. Even if you live in the middle of nowhere and you're like, oh, I don't need a super high salary, like those people are still cheaper to hire than you typically. So, you know, you can get fucked. It's tough. It's really, really tough. So, here we are. Here we are. Great way to avoid having your job offshore to work in government. Yes and no. But yeah. But no. But also, like, everyone's clamoring for a lot of those jobs because they pay well and, you know, you get pension and, like, all that stuff. So you don't just go work in government. Also, a lot of that stuff is contracted out and not even, like, you know, what you think. So doesn't exactly always work like that. But I think a lot of the jobs you could go for are kind of all cooked. I think every industry is kind of cooked. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, I know at the end of the day, if I wanted to stop streaming and I just wanted to go back to my work, I could be okay. I could be fine and get a job because of my resume. Like, I would be all right. But I don't know if I like the way things are right now with a lot of that. So when I got sick and I had to quit work and just started streaming in the meantime, all of that, I wasn't expecting for that to end up being my job. But as things got worse and worse, I was just like, it's looking real nice to just stay here. You know, and I ended up kind of making that decision to just stay here because I'm just like, I don't know. The type of job I had, like, again, I think I would be okay, but still. A lot of the stuff that I did also that you use offshore people to depends. So I don't know. Tech consultancy is cooked. No, it's like 50-50. Like, yes, some of it is offshore. Some of it, those are the people that still get paid a lot. And they get hired in to lead those offshore teams. So it just depends on which one of those you are. Like, it is and it isn't. Depends on what you do. Depends, because tech is such a big. This is the problem. Whenever we talk about like tech, oh, you work in tech, that's so vague. That's so insanely vague. It means like practically nothing nowadays. It depends on what specifically you work in. There are some things that are cooked and some things that aren't. So, you know, it really depends on what you do. Are Gen Z really screwed, or is it still worth trying to get a PhD? You know, to tone down on the dooming a bit, I will say I think every couple of generations, a bunch of people think they're fucking doomed, but life goes on. Do your shit. Do your shit. PhDs have always been fucked. That's not a new thing. There are certain jobs where you do need a PhD to get that job, and it makes sense. There are other jobs that are just research positions and you get paid peanuts and you do it for the love of the game or whatever the fuck. Those were always like that, okay? This has been known for a long time, so, you know. Just do your research, man. PhD in comp sci may as well have gotten no degree at all. You'd be better off just getting certs, dog. It depends. There are a couple of niche fields. But if your PhD is literally just in computer science, yeah, you might as well not even. No. There are specificities, like, you know, I don't know. But yeah, comp sci, I don't know. Having a biology PhD and working in academia, yep, peanuts. Yeah, they let you do research, you get to work on cool shit, and they're like, oh, this scientist loves his work, so we can pay him doo-doo garbage money, you know, with our no funding. We'll give him a grant for $3. Maybe he'll eat someday. So, like, yeah, it's not always worth it. Not always. I don't know. I feel like this is why I'm always telling people, I'm like, just go back to the trades, man. Go back to the trades. Go be a plumber. Go be a welder. I know a lot of people don't like that type of work. I don't care. There's nothing wrong with it. Go be that guy that works on CNCs in a factory. Okay? In manufacturing. Go do it. Logistics. Go be a logistics guy. And then you work at a factory and you're helping things get in and out of the factory. Ooh. There's a lot of stuff that you could do, but it's not flashy and no one tells you about it when you're 18, so no one goes into that kind of stuff. But I'm just saying. You said people wonder why PhD holders and researchers are getting to streaming, VTubing, and OnlyFans. I know. Because a lot of people are like, they're like stressed and they're working on these things and they're like, I'll just stream on the side for fun, like to blow off some steam. And then they're like, wait a minute, this works, right? It happens a lot. It does. It's crazy, man. It's crazy how much, how many people in streaming came from something insanely different. And I think the old stereotype was always that like every streamer, every content creator was someone who just started doing this when they were like 16, dropped out of school, like they dropped out their first year of college and then just did content creation. But I think nowadays it's a really, really mixed bag. A lot of the ones that, regardless of their age, the ones that started streaming in the last couple of years, like COVID era and after, so many of them came from other industries first. And then COVID gave them time to slow down and think. And a lot of them started streaming during that time just to have something to do. And then so many of them stuck with it because they were like, wait a minute. You know? So that's, I think like the old guard streamers, the ones that have been around for more than 5 years, a lot of them are that old stereotype. But after that, it's very different. You know? Especially like COVID era and beyond, everyone started doing their side hustles. And a lot of it was, you know, content. So here we are. There's also, I think it's good because then you get a lot of content about those people's jobs or like their fields, where they started making content about it instead of trying to work in it because the market was just terrible. So there's a lot more interesting educational, or not always educational, but just like topical content on that kind of stuff nowadays, because more people who would do those jobs are just like, yeah, I don't want to be in this field right now. You know? So It's interesting. It's very, very interesting. I don't know. And there are plenty of people that do both. I know a lot of folks that stream that still hold full jobs on the side. Actually, a lot of RP streamers, like a lot of them, they have full-time jobs. They work, or some of them are on contract basis, so they work maybe like 30 hours a week. And then they have a little extra time, so they're like, I might as well stream, you know? So a lot of them have extra stuff, as did you. I did for the first while. I was working full time, and then I would stream at 8 p.m. every day until like 1 or 2 a.m. And that was it. And I balanced it. I didn't really do anything other than stream, so I didn't work hard on like merch. I didn't really work on my YouTube channels. I didn't have YouTube channels really running before that. I only did the stream part. But yeah, I did that, and I worked every day. so I'd get on stream, and like all day I had been either in meetings or working on, usually not meetings, usually just sitting there doing work and, you know, everything. And that was it. Still enough sleep at that time? Yeah. Well, I've always been someone who only sleeps like a little bit. I'm one of those like freaks with a brain that likes 4 to 5 hours of sleep. So, yeah. That was all I did. That was it. She doesn't need to play Uma Musume because she's a workhorse IRL. It's so sad. That's part of why, like, I enjoy playing certain games, especially if it's server-based, because if I'm not playing those games, I will start doing work and I will, like, work myself into the ground, you know? So, like, having myself get on, like, a server, like Bounce SMP, I would be on there a lot. Doing that when I'm not streaming and I'm, like, done with my other work keeps me from, like, sitting around being like, oh, what if I did this? Oh, what if I did that? Oh, what if I started this work? You know, and it like, keeps me pacing myself, so it's quite nice. Baby math, no pixels, GEEGA's downtime. Yeah. Yeah, genuinely doing stuff like that keeps me from... Because the thing is, if I didn't do that, I would do nothing but this. Because that's how my brain is. It just goes into overdrive. I would do nothing but this shit. And while it's technically, like, good... Ooh, imagine if someone worked 16 hours a day. like, yeah, for quote-unquote success, I guess that'd be good. But I feel like I wouldn't last very long doing that. I'd probably, like, die. So, yeah. That's why I've always played a lot of MMOs too. Like, an MMO gives me this feeling in my brain like I'm working a little bit, even though I know logically I'm not. But it gives me that kind of satisfaction that my brain's looking for, of like, I'm getting shit done. Yeah, the grind and all of that. So after work, before I was a streamer, I would like play MMOs and things a lot because that keeps my brain happy and doesn't let me go do that thing where I only do one type of work all day, you know? So that helps me a lot. It really does. And I told you guys, I was very honest with you. I used to play EVE Online for a long time, okay? And I loved doing it. I loved doing it. But that was what I did to keep myself from just working more, you know? Because, like, I had to. Are MMOs worth getting into as a new player? Honestly, no. Most of them, no. No. Not really. Your favorite MMO is so grindy that you're actually encouraged to bot it? Which one? Which one? Yeah, I played 14 for a bit. You're doing that yourself with Elite Dangerous. Do you know how many hours I played that game? Dude, I played way too much Elite Dangerous. It was horrible. It was awful. It was so bad. I loved that game. I really loved that game. Oh man. Oh, Asheron's Call. Oh. Yeah, I can't touch it. I can't look at it. I can't do it. Nope. Elite's your favorite space game? I miss the feeling that Elite Dangerous gave me. I just Yeah, I can't spend that much time on that. I can't. You were once addicted to Mabel's story? I used to play Ragnarok Online. And I used to grind for cards. I used to grind bosses for cards. I'd sit around hanging out with friends, waiting for the boss to come back up. And then we'd kill it in 3 seconds. Then we'd wait for it to come back up again. And we would just farm bosses. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, 0.1% drop rates and shit. Oh. We would card farm. I would card farm with people. There would be like our crusader would be like, I really need this one card, and I'd be like, okay, and we'd sit there for hours, for weeks, just farming until someone got one, and we give it to that guy, and you know, oh my god, so bad, so bad, terrible. RO has an upcoming remake. Does it? I can't. I can't. I can't. I cannot. Yeah, Diablo 2. Oh my god. I used to play Ultima Online, Diablo 2, RO, Eve. I also played every single slop MMO. So I played Cabal. I did all of Cabal. I played Granado Espada. Remember the one where you had 3 characters, the trio? I played all of that one. I played so many slop MMOs. I tried all of them. Oh god. I played Guild Wars. Cabal's crazy with the comments. Cabal was really fun. I actually really liked it. Yeah. I enjoyed it. It just wasn't I couldn't get my friends to like it like that. But I don't know. Ultima old. Yeah. Hey, but it was fun. I miss MMOs having like I miss being able to perma people. Dude, getting perma'd. I miss it so much. I did play Arcade, yeah. I miss like or have at least having people drop all of their items on death. What MMOs do that anymore? Like where you're just running around, you see someone, you just go immediately destroy them, just boom, PK'd, dead, take all their shit, leave. Like, man, you don't miss that? I do. I like, what's the point? Like, you need. I don't know. I like PvP in MMOs. Rust. I guess Rust is one of those games I haven't really gotten into. I played on one server. And I was mostly learning how to play Rust because I didn't know enough about it. I want to do that again, but at some point, I think Abe said he wants to do his Rust server again at some point. And I'm like, okay, this time. So what I did last time was I was nice about it. And I was like, I want to be in the same kingdom as Mouse. So I stayed in that kingdom. But Mouse plays at night. I play during the day, you know? So I was like, I never really ran into her on it that much. And I specifically didn't go and join my other friends from GTA who were running around robbing everyone and being like the villains of the server. Because I was like, I gotta stick with my friends here. I'm sorry, next time I'm going with my MMO grind boys and I'm just gonna go PK everyone. I don't care anymore. I don't care. I just... I was like, well, I'm still learning Rust, so I'm gonna take it easy. And now I'm like, man, I should have done it. I gotta be my true self and I gotta go around, loot people and get looted. It's time. I was being too nice. The thing is, like, I want to be toxic, you know? I want to be. You need it for the spice. It's not interesting if there's no spice, man. So I gotta do it. I'm gonna go play with my boys next time. I have to. I just have to. But I need to learn more about Rust. I do. I was hoping Ray would join that server. You know, Ray used to be a Rust god. That was where he came from, like, originally. We gotta get Ray in there. We gotta. I don't know. It could be fun. It could be fun. But I also like, yeah, Habibi, that Ray. I just didn't know enough about Rust at the time that I was like, probably safer for me to play with the folks that I did because it was just a bunch of like really good Rust pros that were very forthcoming with information, very willing to teach. They were really nice about it. And genuinely, I had such a good time. Dude, Chip Dingle was funny as fuck. There's just some guy named Chip Dingle. And every time I would wake up in Rust, I'd walk around and Chip would be like, hey, I'm building this thing. And there'd be some crazy structure. And he'd be like, hey, it's me, Chip Dingle. Like, so I really did have a good time. But now that I've learned a little more, it's time, it's time. You got turned off by it because of the people coming to Mouse's chat during Rust Kingdoms for the drops. I get it, but whatever. Whatever. Launch Rust right now? Nah, I'm gonna do it on my own time. I'm gonna get sweaty. I'm gonna watch guides about perfect base builds. And learn to slap together like the perfect shit shack in an hour. Stuff like that. I need to learn like what the fuck you're supposed to do to be efficient. And then I'll be chilling. You want me to get addicted to scrap gambling? That is what it's about. That is what it's all about, okay? Southside House 2.0. Yeah. I just need to hear Harry. That's what I need. I need to play. No, I need Omi. That's what I need. I need to be playing Rust and I hear Omi like running around and like being like, I need scrap because he's wanting to gamble. That's what I need. I miss it, man. Ugh. Good times. Abe said I'll keep doing it yearly until people quit joining. It's fun. I like what he does. Because when he does servers, he does them for like a week or two. He doesn't make them like these painstaking month-long arcs. And I appreciate that a lot. I really wish there were more like big creator servers and creator events that were just these short-term things. Because they always get dragged out so long.
I just got into Monster Hunter lately. Should I give the older titles a try too?
All of them. Why do you say it like that? Too? Yeah, all of them. I think For You and Generations would be best for you to try. For You's my number one. I'll have to try, but like you don't need to go through all of them. I would say For You and Generations are the most important for you to kind of like get into the older ones and understand. And then yeah, from there, whatever you want. 2.5 weeks is a good time frame. Yeah, I feel like for creator events, so the problem is when you have a bunch of people that are noobs in a thing, they need a bunch of days to like get into it and understand what's going on. And then when you have people that are good at something or already know how to play a game, they only need like a week. So there's always this disconnect between people who already know what they're doing and they rush through everything in a week, and then the other camp of people that like first week is learning and then they always want a second week to actually like play now that they're settled in. That makes it a little tough. It's like when we went into Bounce SMP and I was like, I'm gonna learn how to make the stuff in the create mod, right? And I made a windmill and I was like, wow. It took me several days of slowly like building through bits of it and collecting stuff. Meanwhile, there were other people that in a day had fully functioning train systems. Right? I was like, oh, because they've already played with the mod. They already know what they need. You know, they're like, I need to get andesite. And they start like going crazy. So that makes some of those creator events a little tough. A little difficult. But I don't know. Regardless, I think creator servers, if it's something like Minecraft, it's like casual, it's about building, you can keep that up for longer. But when it's like Rust, stuff like that, it should be a week. A week tops. And that's it. And then you move on to the next thing. I think it really should be that. Because all these like long-term things, I get burnt out. I get burnt out real quick. And you want everyone to be on for the first couple of days. That's when the best stuff happens. And then everyone kind of drops off later anyway. So wait until the big drop-off happens, and that's when you end it. Or right before. I don't know. But we'll see. Yeah, Abe wants to keep doing Rust. I think Siren's going to do Cobblemon again. Because I saw her post something on Twitter. I have to look. Yeah, she posted something about like maybe wanting to do that again, so she was looking for people to play on it. Now that I like understand it, I would do it. Just looking to do more RP heavy Cobblemon. I I always complain. I'm like, these people don't role play, so I stopped trying, man. She needs to get role players into the server. She needs Joe Fudge. Only Joe Fudge will save us, guys. We need RP gang and we need like tomato gang, all right? That's what we need. Joe Fudge is the only way. He's the only one who will save us, man. Joe and his cuck RP. Yeah. I know. We do need tomato. Oh, speaking of tomato, Tuesday, our 4th is fully locked in, by the way. Me, Limes, Tomato, and Boone are going to play Grounded 2 on Tuesday. Which means I won't stream on this channel tomorrow. I usually do Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Sunday. Instead, we're doing Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Sunday, because the game releases on Tuesday. So I'm going to stream on the alt tomorrow, and then we're going to do mainstream on Tuesday. But yeah, we got Boone. I was just making sure everyone's timing was good before promising you that someone was going to be on the stream or whatever. That's a cast. It's going to be really fun. I don't think Limes and Tomato have played anything together. I want to say she's played something with Boone, maybe. Probably. I don't know. I'm the link in between. I've played with all these people, so it'll be a good time. But everyone's good at adapting, so it's going to be funny. Yeah, he mentioned it'd be his first time meeting her. Yeah. Yeah. What's the alt? Well, you can do ! alt. Ooh. There you go. So we'll be on there tomorrow. We'll be doing RP tomorrow. We're going to be having my character, who is part of a hobo camp with all of my friends, going around hobo camping. That's what we're doing tomorrow for the alt stream. And then, yeah, Tuesday, Grounded 2. It's going to be fun, man. It's going to be fun. It's going to be good. Did you play the first one? Yeah, we've been working on it. I'll see what I can do. I was thinking we open it today. And we'll see. New Babylon, Mrs. Gigi. I was going to continue playing on the GTA server this past week. The plan was to not slow down with that or anything, but number one, I had the debut, so I needed Friday to use for that. Or sorry, the day before. But number two, there was a lot that happened this week. So yeah, I told people, like OOC, I messaged them. I was just like, hey, I'm not going to be on the server this week much at all. I was like, Gigi is in the woods making soap. If anyone's like, where's your character? Just be like, she's in the woods. She's making soap for our hobo camp. Don't ask. So, you know. So I was like, yeah, just leave it like that. So this week I'll be on there Monday and Friday. But yeah. And I'm glad. I actually like when I take a little break from it and then come back and I have to like get updated by everyone. So it'll be fun. It'll be fun. I'm going to start making people do medical examinations. So tomorrow on the alt channel, you're going to watch me try to convince a bunch of people on a roleplay server to let my character give them medical exams. I'm going to try to make them do embarrassing shit. So that's what you got tomorrow. But then Tuesday we have Grounded 2. So we'll see. If we like the game, it's going to be early access, so I'm assuming it'll run just fine. It'll be okay, but maybe not. Assuming it runs fine and we're liking it, I'm going to ask if they want to play it like every day after that. If they want to play it multiple days a week, we'll figure out the schedule after, but we're going to let it have a day first to decide. But yeah. Are y'all hobo camping now? Did Cypress finally go kaput? Oh, Monty, go to the meta chat and ask for an update. But TLDR, yeah, in the RP server, we disbanded our gang entirely, completely burned it down, and we're like, this shit's cooked, we're leaving. And then some of us left to go live in a commune and live off the land. That's the lore. Yep. So you'll see that tomorrow if you're over there. You're gonna play Maya soon? I do really want to play her again soon, yeah. Archon's back and he's been playing his cop character as well, so yeah, Yeah. We'll be doing that. We'll be doing that. I'm excited for it. But for now, I'm very focused on getting some stuff in Grounded done. I might just ask you guys where to go for some things, because I want to just get through the last lab in Grounded. So I heard PT keeps getting threatened with promotion. He needs you to help him not do work. I need to log on so I can nerf him. You're right. You're right. Oh my god. You know what I thought about doing? I thought about, like, at the end of stream, if I'm playing some games and I want to swap games but I don't know what to play, I've thought about opening up GTA. I know I don't play it on the main channel. I've thought about opening it for like an hour or two and just to play my cop character only. Just to do police chases and to try and catch a bunch of criminals. Because I don't want to do anything on this channel that's like involves big storylines. I really don't want to do that here. If that's not like the main content right now, you know? I keep that contained to the alt channel. But if it's just like cop chases, then I don't think that's like a problem. But that's only if I don't have other games I'm playing like actively, you know? But I think that would be fun. Yeah, Peanuts Power Hour. Yeah, just like 1 hour, right? And it's more funny content. There's nothing like dramatic with that. I think that could be fun. But yeah, I don't want to play my other character because she's just embroiled in all these storylines. I feel like it just like if people aren't caught up, I'm not gonna torture them with that, you know. But it could be really fun. That idea is 6 big booms out of 4 mini booms, dude. I hated that day. Oh, there was one day where one guy was trying to present to the other police characters like why he should be something. I don't know. He made a slideshow. Oh, I was asking about the budget. I was like, can you explain the budget to me? And then he was like, okay, let me do this. And he started pulling up slides and he was like, this idea is 5 big booms and 3 mini booms. And he was just doing this thing. It was so stupid. I was like, brother, shut up. Hi, Shoto. Shoto, are you okay? Are you good? Are you all right, sir? Shoto, I showed them the clip. I made them listen to the clip of you crashing out about grandmas the other day. I'm so sorry for outing you, but I played it for my chat. I was like, guys, I have this clip of Shoto crying about grandmas, and it was just you screaming. Oh man, they loved it. They loved it so much. What'd you say? You said his boyfriend knife wouldn't like that. Shoto, do you still do lore? What happened to the boyfriend knife? I'm so curious. I'm on the edge of my seat. Okay, here you go. Here you go. Here you go. I gotta know though. In exchange, you have to give me the lore. I gotta know what happened to the boyfriend knife. Okay? Shut up. He's not even listening. He's not even listening. Oh my god. He's still dead inside the knife. Oh my god. Oh my god. What is is he okay? Well, obviously he's not. No. I got really invested in that lore a while back. Can we hear the grandma rant again? Yeah, I got you. I gotta find it. I'll grab it for you. I'll grab it for you. Don't worry. It's my favorite clip. It's called Grandma Crash Out. Grandma Crash Out is crazy. Hold on. BGM off. Here you go. Here you go. There you go. I'll play it every time he comes here. You're giving them the wrong impression? Hey. You said it. You said it, not me, all right? I didn't say that shit. Just because of that, I'm zooming back in. There you go. Slapping the table. Oh, so we have to play something. We haven't played anything forever. But I don't know what games to play other than Peak. And like, I still like it, also play it. But it's like the only one. There's nothing. We don't have to play games specifically, but still, there's nothing, dude. Where are the games at, dog? Where are the games at? There's nothing new for like multiplayer. I don't know. Helldivers 2? I played so much of it. I mean, I could, but like, every time I have an idea like that, I play it with someone, and then I'm like, okay, I'm good for a month. I do love Night Rain. No, you're right. I do love Night Rain, but I want something goofy. I want a little ha-ha hee-hee game, you know? I'm not trying to like hit up all my friends and be like, hey, do you want to play a little cute little Night Rain run? You know? Guys, stop saying Grounded 2 comes out. I was literally just talking about how I have a group set up for Grounded 2. I already have that done. I have a group set up and it's story based. I'm not gonna start 5 different Grounded 2 lobbies. It's not a lobby based game like that. I can't do it. I'll die. It's like when everyone wanted to play Raft and they would be like, let's play the first 3 hours of Raft together. It'd be so fun. And then you play it and then they never continue it, even though that game has an entire story and it has a beginning, middle, and end. And then, you know, the next week, another group would be like, let's play Raft. And they'd once again open Raft and be like, oh no, the shark is biting my shitty Raft. Like, I'll do it once a year, but any more than that, I'm dying. I'm dying. I don't know. Let's all play something stressful and annoying together. Yeah. Yeah, I want shitty little games. Shitty little ha-ha hee-hee games. I want to play Nidhogg. I need Big Walk to come out. That's what I need. You know that game? Did you see the trailers for that one? Dude, look at it. Thing is, I have a feeling it's gonna be like Dale and Dawson's, where you like, it's only funny when you get role players in it. I feel like. Look at this. Tell me this game doesn't look like what we need right now. We need this game. We need it. Yeah, Big Walk. That's gonna be so good. I need Mason's voice coming out of those little guys. Oh, I want to play when they do. Wait, did they do the Schedule 1 update yet? When they do that, or if it's already out, we need to get the group. We need me, Harry, Mason, and Nova playing it again. That shit was so funny. Mason says the most cooked shit too. I keep telling him he needs to play more variety. He said, I don't remember what was happening in the game. He was just mixing a bunch of shit together. And it's like disgusting stuff because he's trying to make better drugs in this game. And at some point, I just hear him in VC. He's doing his own thing in another part of the map. And he just goes, welcome to the Wiener Factory. You've got a golden ticket. And I'm like, what are you saying? What are you saying? What do you mean? This isn't anything that happened in the game. He just says it. And I'm like, what do you... You've got a golden ticket. Like the way he said it, I'm like, what is your problem? Yeah, and he was... Okay, so you could get, so you know in horse breeding, you can get vats of like horse semen, okay, for like breeding horses, right? So one of the things they have you do in that game is get vats of it and you start cutting it into weed to make like new strains, right? So he kept talking about it the whole collab. He'd be like, I need more. He'd be like, I need more. He was like crashing out. And we were like, Mason, just buy it. And he'd be like, I don't have enough money for it. Oh man. Oh, you have the song? Oshi, wait. Oshi made a song. I'm not gonna play the whole thing. I just want you to hear him talk about it. Dude, Oshi remixed Mason talking in that game into a song. Sorry in advance. I'll pause it as soon as we get to the chorus. You ready?
How much semen? How much chilies? How much semen?
Do you have the line, the golden ticket line in here?
Welcome to the Wiener Factory. You all have golden tickets. How much semen?
There it is. Welcome to the Wiener Factory. You all have golden tickets.
How much semen?
Oh, this dude. I miss Mason.
Horse semen's gonna change everything. I value horse semen's gonna
Oh my god, you have so much
Dude, I gotta pause it. Him saying, "Oh my god, the horsey was gonna change everything." Then he was like, "Oh my god, I can't." Can we get a soundboard, or can we get those as like as bit redeems? I need him going, "Oh my god, it's gonna change everything." He was saying it so honestly too. I was crying. He's sitting there being like, "I need chili and horse semen now. It's gonna change everything. Oh my god." He sounded so sincere when he was saying it. Oh, I miss playing variety with them. I gotta drag them out. I gotta drag them out and make them do shit with me. It would be so funny. Oh man. It's just his delivery. You know he's an actor IRL. That's his whole thing. He has an IMDb. He was in commercials. He was in a show. What show was he in? And we have this screenshot of him that we keep sharing to each other, of him in like the background of this show. What? Yeah. Famous actor. I mean, he's not the biggest actor ever, but that's his whole thing. So that's why his delivery is so funny. Is he literally like he literally did acting for so long. He wasn't in a ton of stuff, but he was in a couple things, and we have a little screenshot of him in the background of some shit. I gotta go find it. I'll go find it so I can show it to you. It was. I'll ask him for it. It was so funny. Oh, Mason. But that's why his delivery is so cooked. Oh, absolutely diabolical stream. That was genuinely one of the craziest streams we've done. Craziest. It just got more and more cooked, and just Nova being silent and selling drugs to like whatever NPCs he's selling to. And then out of nowhere, Mason would start crashing out, and he'd be like, "Why have you taken all of the weed?" He's like, "I didn't take all the weed." They would be silent, then all of a sudden they'd lash out at each other. And just hearing them like completely just screaming out of nowhere. And then they'd calm right down. And they'd act like nothing happened. And it was just like, everyone was really cooked. Yeah, Harry was a really good choice for that. It was fun. It was so fun. Oh, man. Oh, man. I need to find clips from that shit, man. I don't think we ever did. Did I ever post like a highlight of that or compilation? I don't know if I did. Did we ever? We need more variety nights. I was talking to them about doing some stuff, doing like peak lobbies with friends and everything. It was a very long stream. It was a really long stream. Yeah. We were, I think we played that game for like 10 hours or something. I don't know, 9 hours. Oh. It was crazy, man. It was crazy. But we'll get there. That's just guys who are comfortable with each other in general. I mean, you become really close with people when you play on like RP servers with them and stuff, because you play with these people like every day, and you're spending hours with them every day. Even if you're like in character playing a video game, hee hee ha ha doing bits, you're still sitting there with these people working on something like an MMO every day. You know, so we all get really comfortable with each other. So when we play variety, like, you know, that's like, it's like genuinely like a family and shit with how close some people are. So it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Actually, it reminds me, I need to ping our server. I got a Babylon chat. There we go. I gotta drag some people in. They made some new like graphics and backgrounds for our group and stuff, so I gotta add my tablet background in game and all these little things. Really gets the Demon 6 blunt rotation thoughts going. Yeah. The Demon 6. I have a group chat called Demon 6. You know who's in it? Let me find it. The Demon 6 group chat is me, Mason, Nova, TJ, Warlock, and Barky. That group chat is called Demon 6 because we played Repo together, and I was like, we're gonna get 6 people, okay? I think in the future, if we had to make a gang, that should be the gang. That shit would be funny as fuck. That would be funny as fuck. But I wanna get them. Actually, I'm just gonna say. I'm gonna say peak lobby. I'm gonna necro that chat. You ever do that? You ever go into an old group chat where like you used it for a thing and it was a long time ago and you just type in there again just to bring it back? You're like, let's run it back. I did that to one group chat the other day that was like 2 years old. And I brought it back and I was like, guys, we should play this together. They were like, oh. I love to go necro old chats. It's my favorite. Or doing that on someone's old tweet from 4 years ago and you go reply to it and you're like, yeah, man, yeah, I agree. Oh, I love it. I love it. You've done that to one group chat every 6 months for 10 years. I have a group chat with some friends that is, I think, 10 years old. Yeah, it's a 10-year-old group chat. I have one. We've all been talking in there actively for 10 years. Genuinely, it has not stopped. It's crazy. And we do have a server, but we never worried about it. We never worried about it. We just use the group chat. It is nice. It is nice. Friends are nice, you know? Nova giggling like a goblin on ketamine sent me. Nova and Repo was funny. I need him in peak. Your oldest group chat is about 27 years old. Jesus. Did you move platforms? Or is this like IRC and it's still living? I've had a lot of groups that have moved between platforms and stuff. Yeah, it's IRC. Okay. Yeah. I figure, because like what else what else could you have for 27 years, right? Like all the other stuff is gone. No one's using AIM anymore. I don't know. No one used Messenger for online friends. That was like IRL stuff, so none of that. Skype is dead. Right? Skype died. But yeah, there's like nothing else that's that old, right? MSN. Does it still work? I don't even know. WhatsApp group chats. I don't have WhatsApp. You know how many times people ask me? They're like, can we just use WhatsApp for this? And I was like, I don't have that shit. And they're like, get it. And I'm like, no. I just tell people no. No. I don't use WhatsApp. I don't have any of those things, man. Send me a telegram. Horse courier, carrier pigeon, or nothing. Nuh-uh. They're trying to add Teams to cars now. What? Wait, they're trying to make Microsoft Teams be accessible in, like, through your car? Who the fuck wants that shit in their car? I want my car to have windows that I have to physically roll down with my arm. No power door locks. I want physical locks. I wanna open the window and the only thing that works is maybe my radio. Okay? Maybe my radio. We gotta stop working everything into everything. My phone, does it go places with me? Yes. Do I always access it? No. Sound off. Vibrate off. You cannot contact me. Okay? Like, if I have decided I'm going out for the day and I'm going to have a block of time where I'm not going to, like, talk to anyone through a device, then I'm not going to talk to anyone. Like, I'm going to stick to that. So I just, dude, none of that. None of that. Oh, shit. What are your blockers? I say as I'm crashing my car into 5 people. I can't, man. I just... What's the point of having it accessible in your car? So you can stop at a red light and look down instead of looking up to tell when the light's green? Like, what? What's the point? I don't know, man. I don't know. So Teams is like default corpo comms. Yeah, we know. You can have meetings in your car. But you can use your phone for that. Why do you need it as part of the car's system? Like, worked into the software in any way? I don't know. I don't know, man. I just... No thanks. No thanks. You're that car, what hardcore? What the hell? That's not even hardcore. It's just, I don't know, dude. I've got Discord. That's all I need. I have a phone and I have Discord. And I'm done. Dude, I'm done. You know? Outside of that, I'm chilling. Anyone who actually needs me texts me. And there you go. There you go. I don't know. I spent a large part of my life having to do that. Having to make sure that I had times where I could disconnect. Because I used to always be on call. For many years, if I was off of work for the day, quote unquote, and someone tagged me in a thing in Slack and they were like, I need this thing done, I'd go, okay, and I'd drop everything and I'd do it. So I was like never off unless I was sleeping. And even then, depending on what work I was doing, you know, no thanks, no thanks. So I started setting up rules where there were certain days, certain times where I was like, you can't contact me in this block of time. Every day I've got this block of time here. You can't contact me in this little block, like this 1 hour or whatever, you know, like, and I did that. And then I started expanding it a little bit. And now I do it even as a streamer. I have certain days, certain times where I'm like, or not even, it's not always scheduled. It's like if I get up and I walk outside and I'm going to go get food, unless I have an idea, I have a thought and I want to send a message to somebody, I'm not accepting messages. I'm not stopping everything to message back. I'm not taking calls, nothing.
Need one of those smart fridges so I can watch streams on
Yeah.
it while I shove fistfuls of shredded cheese in my face at night.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I know some people do that. They have TVs in their in their like kitchens for when they're doing fucking cooking. I don't know. Do you watch TV while you cook? I don't know, man. I just talk to my cats. Like I've got food going and I don't need to actively stir something. I just sit there and I'm like, it's my cat. Oop, boop, 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 boop. But like I'm not feeling the urge to turn on the TV, you know? I don't know. I'm just like, oh, look at Wolfie. He's such a big man. And then he like walks around and is like, that's me, and rubs on something. And I'm like, whoa. And I just do that. I don't know. I don't feel the urge to be like, I gotta put my shows on or whatever. I don't know, dude. Just get a dog, guys. Get a dog. Get a damn dog. You know, pets? That's fair. It's fair, man. Thing is, if you start watching, here's the real trick, okay? If you start watching stuff while you're cooking, then you sit there and watch that thing. But if there's nothing to do while you're cooking, food is just going on the stove or in the oven or whatever, and you're standing around, you're just basically waiting for it to be done, you can clean. Ooh, you can take old shit out of the fridge and make sure it's taken care of. You can wipe down the counters. You can do the dishes. Ooh, a lot of the reason small tasks don't get done is because you keep filling all that little, you know, chunk of the little chunks of time that you've got in between everything with like watching shit or checking Twitter instead of cleaning something or picking something up. That's got to be like the biggest reason a lot of people are just fucking up and their house is messy. They're like, when is their time? But then at the same time, they're like, you know what I mean? They're like watching something in between doing stuff. I don't know. Or if you're watching a stream, instead of sitting at your computer and watching the stream, you can put it on your TV or on a device and just walk around and clean while you listen. You know? That's what I do. I put my friends' streams on my TV and then I like clean a little. I play with my cats. I do some stuff. And then I type a little bit. I'm just like using my phone for it, that kind of stuff. If I didn't do that, if I sat at my desk, I would like never get anything done. You know? I just wouldn't. You clean the bathroom. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Some streamers are not safe for that. Then don't watch those ones while you're trying to do that, dog. I get what you're saying, but you know, what's more important? Okay. What's more important? Put a pot of pig feet on the stove for 8 hours to make broth, and then you clean the entire house and every pair of shoes. Yeah. Ooh, Mason and Nova are down for peak at some point. He said gotta do it next weekend or something. Okay. Alright, I'll set it up. Yeah, chat, just watch Giga or Giga's VODs. Exactly. Would you take offense if someone said you were a peak chore streamer? Nope. I always say it. I'm like, hey, put me on your second monitor and do work. You know how many of my viewers are working or doing schoolwork or cleaning or doing something important while they're listening to me or watching me? Like, I always say it when someone has a really active chat and people are like, wow, that means they're the greatest streamer ever. I'm like, that means they're all sitting there with their hands on the keyboard. And me personally, I'd feel a little bad because I'd be like, hey, shouldn't you be doing something? like if they type a little bit, that's fine. But when you have a lot of those viewers typing for like hours in the stream, I'm like, ooh, you know? I think it's fine for some time, but like also do shit, you know? Hopefully. I think working is cool. I think cleaning is really cool, and cool people clean, so, you know, you should do that. You really should do that. No, but a lot of people in this chat will straight up, they're just like, yeah, I'm working. Or yeah, I'm at the gym, I'm running. What's up, chat? You know, stuff like that. So, I don't know, I'm just saying. Listen mostly to the videos while working. Yeah. It's funny because sometimes someone will come in and they'll be like, I guess there's not that many people in chat today. And then when they say that and I go, that's because they're working. Suddenly a bunch of people start typing and they're like, yeah, I'm here. I'm doing this. Yeah, I'm filling out a spreadsheet. Like, suddenly a bunch of chatters show up and they're like, oh, I'm listening. Best believe. It's my favorite little like phenomenon. It's funny every time it happens. It's usually earlier into the stream because it's like, you know, I'm EST. So when I start stream, for me, it's like afternoon. But for a lot of like my Pacific viewers, you know, they're still at work. It's kind of midday. It's noon. So, yeah, it's always funny. That's always funny. Yup. Sick right now with gathering motivation? Ooh, sick with what? Sick nasty. You might as well do a stream together with the new fits. I will clarify, this This is not my matching outfit with hers. For the record, that one is still gonna be released, but it'll be later. But yes, we will. But just making sure I say it. Yeah, we got I'm excited to show it. There's a part of me that wants to just like as soon as the last thing is done on it, I just send it, but we had some really, really, really cool merch and like lore ideas and all these things, and I'm like, I don't want to drop that just to show the model sooner, you know? Like there's cool shit, so we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. Mouse has a hammer, so she's frontline. Makes me curious what GEEGA's class will be. Oh, you're gonna like it. You're gonna like it a lot.
Best thing is, we get to hear GEEGA sing.
Oh, you'll see. You'll see. I'm better keeping outfits secret. Yeah. Yeah, she has a hard time, like, not showing because she just gets so excited. I don't think that's a bad thing, though. I think it's more of a meme. Like, ooh, she leaks. That's more of a meme. It's more so like, look, leaks are marketing. Okay. Quote unquote leaks. An actual leak is if someone who is not you showed it when they shouldn't have. That's an actual leak, right? When you yourself are showing your own project that you are going to show off later, it's not a leak, right? Technically, you're just showing something and you're hyping it. That's really what it is. That's really what it is, you know? That's an actual leak. Versus like, you know, you marketing your own shit. So showing little bits, it's just, yeah, it's a teaser. Exactly. And I think honestly, I think that's fun. It's understandable to need something to be excited about when she did. Yeah, and not just that. We wanted this stuff to be something that we did way earlier. So she and I have been like sitting on it for so long. Just like sitting on the ideas, the art that we have done, the this, the that, some stuff that's not done that we wanted to get done, but we couldn't yet. You know, all these little things. We've just been kind of sitting there with like our documentation of all the stuff we want to do done. And we're just like, you know, so it kills you when it's like stalled out. So when she finally like could show it, I was like, girl, just show it. W5 Grandmaster RNG, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. I appreciate that. And Vowdy, thank you for your own sub. While these outfits are being designed and worked on in the artist streams, not like you couldn't know something about some of them. Maybe some. I usually don't let my artists like work on completely unreleased stuff on stream beforehand. I usually like always pay an extra fee where I can, but I do a little NDA fee, and I'm like, hey, you know, let's keep it quiet. But if it's something that's already been shown, then that's like, you know. Is this why Nora was working on NDA stuff? Yeah. Yeah, Nora. I told Nora, I was like, do you want to work on the ref sheet? Do you want me to have someone else do it? Nora was like, oh, I really want to do the ref sheet. And I was like, okay, I think I want it by this date. Is that cool? I was like, you don't have to do it. If you want it, I'll let you do it. But like, you're going to have to put yourself in the dungeon. So if you want me to have someone else do it, I could put them in the dungeon. You know, you just tell me what you want. And Nora was like, no, I got this. And yeah, that's why they were streaming all that NDA stuff. It was this ref sheet. Which I kind of, because this outfit has been, it's upgraded, but a lot of the old design is still in here. I was like, I don't mind too much, but at the same time, we both really like the idea of just releasing it like in one go. So yeah, there you go. On your off days when you're up early, you always like watching Dia work on models. Yeah, I like Dia's art a lot. So, yeah. You've been pretty curious with the NDA streams. There's another thing that Nora's working on for me as well, or has been working on. Nora was working on that design before this, and it's gonna be another outfit later. It's the not mouse one. So the one I'm doing with mouse will be whenever it happens. And that one, Epibee also drew it. So Epibee designed hers and mine. And then my outfit that I have for after that, Nora worked on that one. So But I want to grab some other designers too. I like working with the same people here and there, but I also like the idea of like, you know, for design work, working with different people so we can get like wildly different stuff, you know. You sell stickers? I was on the bus recently and saw a guy with a water bottle that had a sticker of a chibi GEEGA. Oh, really? I don't have any on sale right now other than the sticker sheet. We have the sheet, which is right next to my head right here. I don't have any like little individual ones on sale right now. I have sold them in the past though. New exclamation point merch. Oh yeah, you got Oshi. Right there. So if you want stickers, yeah, we have the whole sheet. The sheet is like, it's like mostly meme stickers because I just really wanted it. We have the chill guy. We have a bunch of funny Boris ones. It's good. I really like how it came out. Got the resources, why not mixed up with the designers? Yeah, I mean, I think for designs, it makes sense when you're going for a different theme to work with someone where like that's their thing. So Noro loves doing a lot of like art in the Elden Ring and like Bloodborne kind of vibe. They can design anything. I think Nora's range is like really good, but especially within like that vibe and like armor and everything. So that's why for certain outfits I was like, Nora, I really want you to do this. I want you in particular for this. And then there are other outfits where I might go for someone else because like that's just their thing, you know. But I also kind of want to do like a normal casual outfit. People keep asking and I'm like, I really should. But I don't know what I would wear because I don't wear anything casual. I don't have a single outfit that looks casual. It's all like a lot. Everything's a lot. And I like it that way. I like things being a lot. So I don't know. I don't know what I would wear. I have no clue. I like being a little extra. Adidas sportswear. Ooh, a tracksuit. Yeah, I used to call my warlock outfit my casual outfit because it didn't have armor on it. And a lot of the merch was called like Underworld Casual. I don't know. I'll figure it out. I just like doing too much. I think tracksuit could go crazy. I think a t-shirt would go insane. You could never picture me in a pair of sweatpants. Oh, I could. Absolutely. Doing a squat in a tracksuit. There's old art of me doing a squat in a tracksuit. Hold on. This exists already. Check it. It's pixel art. Sorry to flashbang you. We already have that. And then I have a picture of Moriko and I both drawn like that somewhere. Oh, where is it? Hold on. I'm gonna look for it, but I know I have it. For sure. You know, now that I'm looking through my art folder, a lot of the art of me is just kind of cooked. It's like weird shit like that. I think a lot of people get a lot of art of themselves where they're just like, I made this character look beautiful and it's so cool. And then mine is like, I got a picture of you hitting your friend with a steel chair. I got a picture of you in a tracksuit. I got a picture of you as a hot dog idol. Have you seen this one? That's me. Dude, so much of the art I have of myself is like so weird. Oh god. I mean, there's good art too, but like what is wrong with some of this, dude? I don't even know where the art of me and Moriko is. I've got it somewhere. I don't know what the, oh, I found it. Check it. It's huge. Since you guys were talking about tracksuit art. There's me. You see that? You see that? They're two separate pieces of me in a tracksuit. So, I think it's funny that you guys bring it up because we've, this has been a thing for a bit. It's not Adidas, bro. I mean, yeah, we wanted it to be legally distinct on that one at least. Tracksuit with the JoJo face. Ooh. Yeah, in the sandals. In the sandals. Exactly. We need hard bass BGM. We really should. Yeah, I should do 2 stripes. I should do the Kill Bill tracksuit. And it's just instead of yellow, it's a different color. I don't know. We have a lot of weird art. I have art of me. You know my emote artist, Minky? We got this art of me being like, don't talk to me or my son ever again. That's Minky. That's my emote artist. Oh, all the art of me is so weird. So bizarre. Oh my god. There's just so much. But I like stuff like that. Like I think drawing like really nice art of people is cool. But there's a certain point where I'm like, we gotta go all in. We gotta do some weird shit. It's time. One day I should just make a gallery of all this shit. There's some stuff there's some stuff I can't even show because it was like for projects that are unreleased. That probably won't get released, but you know. They're protected. I don't know. He said no pickles vibe. Yeah. I've had a lot of friends comment that I am that friend. We got the art of me and Snoop. You know this one? Sorry for the flashbang. Oh god. Here. You know this one? This is me and Snoop in Minecraft. You know this? You know this? This is a really good to see we're in Minecraft. I need to make an album of like all the really cooked art I have of myself. Oh man. We also have oh, Suno drew this one. It's me at the LAN party. You ever seen that? Anybody know this one? This one's a classic. Oh man. You know, I should just make a big gallery of it somewhere. I have to make sure I go and get like all the credits for everyone though, all the proper credits. You were just explaining this to Amma the other day. I know. That's why I saw it. I was like, oh, can't believe we have that. Yeah, my art folder's it's a bit weird. I have one where the file name is Geeks to Beast. I'll show you. Same. Thank you for that 50. It's so loud. Jesus. Thank you for the 50 huge ones. W50. W50. I appreciate that very, 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 very much. I will use it to get art of myself in a tracksuit. Maybe. Guys, we have a gifted emote now. We have a gift emote. Look at it. Look, we can finally use one. W50. You see that? Oh my god. Look at him. I wanted a gift emote for a while and I never got one. And I don't know why. It was just never on the list of like highest priority, and I'm glad we finally have it. Little Boris gift. Look at him go. Look at him go, man. I love it. I have art of me fighting Goku. You ever seen that? You ever seen that? That's a good one. This one's called Geeks to Beast. You ever seen Geeks to Beast? Maki drew that one. Oh, we have so much stupid art. Yeah, I really need to make like a Hall of Fame or something. A big Hall of Fame for all these ones that I didn't get to like I didn't get to really like do much cuz you can post these things on Twitter and the people who are on Twitter see them, but that's it. You know, it kind of dies there, and it's people that will see it when you retweet it, and then if they aren't like getting your tweets recommended to them that day, they don't go on Twitter for 3 days. They just never get to see this stuff. So I kind of want a spot where it's like easy to flip through and go back and see all the old stuff. But I want to make sure I credit them. I don't know. I'll figure it out. You haven't seen like 80% of these. There's so much. There's so much. I used to commission more art of myself. I used to do a lot. I have a lot of nice ones too. I have this one from Monchi. Holy, it's huge. Oh my god. Ultra size art. Dude, I'm appreciative of artists doing things in 4K, but then whenever I want to drag it into OBS, I have to do this. Monchi did that one. This is my second outfit. I miss this outfit. I like this outfit a lot. I don't know if it would suit the 3.0. I don't know. I might adjust it. This one was good. You know, I have a lot of stuff like this too. That's nice. I'll figure it out. But I have art from that era, from like Monchi and Zambi and a lot of those types of artists that I don't know, it suited their style really well. I think, yeah, it would have to be adjusted. Like the proportions of the outfit would be a little weird. So I think I want to like revamp it. I don't know. You've always had the question, why stop using an old model? It could be any number of reasons. For me, I did a time skip. Okay, so I'm here now, right? So if you care about lore, then going back would be weird. If you don't care about that, I could, but the tech improves over time. Rigging improves over time. You know, things get better. And over time, old models just start to feel like more stiff. They do less. You can still take the same art and maybe get it re-rigged, but then you get this uncanny valley thing going on where people who are used to the old version of it, when they see the new rigging, it feels really weird. So it's better to just do a new one. It's genuinely better. It feels really weird to look at it if you have like someone else rig it, or even the same person but they change the way it looks. It's like animated differently, but it's the same base art. That can be really awkward. So, you know, that's why it's better to not do that. But yeah, there's a lot of reason. It's usually that things get more advanced though. At some point it's going back to Steam Willy. Yeah. Yeah. And for me also, like, I need something that suits my voice and the way I talk and stuff like that, right? When I have something that to me doesn't quite feel like it visually suits that, then I notice this phenomenon. You get a lot of people that click onto the stream and they talk to you and they choose how they word things or how they interact with you for the first time based off of how you look, right? So then what would happen is people would look at that model, which was like, it was cute and I loved it. But, you know, you would get people coming in and they'd interact a certain way and then they'd get a different person back a little bit, right? So I always felt like it's better to like visually represent yourself in a way that makes sense. And it's different when it's like a chibi model or like something like that. But I don't know, it just made more sense for me for it to like match up better. So that was kind of why I wanted to adjust for myself too. Because I felt like I don't know, I think the way I looked before, I was like, I don't know if it suits like what I talk about a lot too. I don't know. And yeah, I bounce between a lot of shit, but still, you know, I just felt like it was a little, it just needed a little adjusting, but I didn't want like a wildly different change. So I wanted to use I still want to look like me, and I wanted to use my same artist and all of that, you know? But yeah. And I like that outfit. I like the concept of that design a lot, but I think it needs some changing. It does. Looking at clips of your original model can be extremely jarring. Yeah. My OG was supposed to be a chibi model. It wasn't supposed to be my main one. But it was like the one that got done first. So I streamed with it. And then I had, also because it got done first, it was the first thing that even had like my outfit on and my design on. It was the only thing that really had that. And then I went and had someone else who was working on a regular, like normal model for me, and that fell through. So I only had that one for a while. And I mean, it worked. I didn't really care too much because it wasn't like I wasn't gonna make it my job or anything. So I was like, it's whatever. And I just streamed with that for a while. And then when things were working out, I was like, I think I should change to a normal model. And that was when I talked to Zen. I got the last one. But yeah, I don't know. Remember seeing your Fuji from Zen stream a long time ago. Quite surprised when I checked the channel out. I loved it. I was like, I was catfishing. Because I had all this art of what things were supposed to look like based off of like old references and stuff. But then the model was like the chibi version of it. And I just, yeah, it was all I had, man. It was all I had. But it was fun. I didn't mind too much. Surprised nobody seems to do GIF models. They do. A lot of people have them like that. They call it a PNG tuber, and sometimes it'll be like GIF based. Sometimes it'll be just a PNG and it doesn't move. Like that model is charming. I stray away from the charming talk. I stray away from it because I feel like I don't know how to describe how I feel, so I'm not even gonna try. I stray from that. People say it had charm. It was filled with soul. I don't know. I feel like a lot of the time when people say that, it's comforting because they're used to it. Yeah, it's nostalgia. There are a lot of people who do like change, and then there's some people that hate change, and those people always use those words to just say like, yeah, I don't like change. And they trick themselves into thinking that that's what they want, but no, they just don't like change. Like a well-worn shoe. Yeah. Uh-huh. Exactly. You really don't care? Yeah. All I care about is like how people treat people, I think. I don't know. You tend to favor the big head and round eyes like chibis have. I like them. I just find that if that's your only model, people treat you like that. Like you are that. No matter what you say, no matter how you act, you get, and I say people like it's some, but you get some people that will always treat you that way. And it can be a little weird to be an adult and be treated that way, you know what I mean? Lucifer, thank you for the subscriptions. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. W5, thank you for the gifts. But yeah, I think that's why I like having a chibi model, but I don't like that being like my main thing. Because I feel like then you get people like that just see you as that and treat you as that no matter what you do. Because they're so focused on like what they see and not anything behind it, you know? So it's a little easier to just like kind of try to match that a little bit more. Yeah, so literally every VTuber that uses a younger looking model, non-chibi, gets that treatment. It's true. And like some people enjoy that. And I feel like if you're fine with that, then you're fine with that. That doesn't matter. You just need to make sure you're getting treated how you want to be treated. You're getting interacted with it how you want to be interacted with. That's all, right? So as long as you do that, you're chilling, right? But yeah, it's interesting. Like, however you look, people will treat you kind of based off of it, even if it's just a model and it's not like an actual like a webcam or something. But yeah, 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 exactly, Ander. My little baby, my little baby. And I feel like, your core audience will usually treat you like kind of normally, but it's just like, it's not even a big deal. It's just low key, low level annoying to see constant comments of people coming in and like treating you differently than you want to be treated. So the easy way is just, okay, swap models, right? you know, some people like playing a character, others like being more, it's just me with the model. Yeah, right? So that's why it's so person dependent. I also feel like the opposite way. I don't like when people see someone with like a chibi model and then they like start saying weird shit about them or bothering them or being like, oh, they're trying to attract certain attention or whatever. Because I'm like, sometimes they just like cute things. Okay? Especially a lot of girls. Sometimes they just like cute shit. Sometimes they like being treated that way because it's just a cute interaction and it makes them comfortable because it feels very not serious, not aggressive, not anything. Like sometimes people treat them, it's like a more goofy, So people have their reasons, but I don't know. I feel like, either way, it should be like that, right? It should be matching whatever people like, whatever interaction they want. As long as they're not harming anybody, who cares? You remember when Girl DM got her current model and people shit themselves because it wasn't the cutesy one anymore? She's gone through multiple rounds of it because when she went from 3D to 2D, people to this day still comment on her shit. They're like, ugh, remember when she had good models? They say like crazy stuff. And I'm like, I don't think they understand how different the equipment is for 3D versus 2D streaming. 2D is so much easier. And when you're streaming most days a week, it's so much easier to do 2D. And then they were like, the 3D's facial tracking was so much better. I think the end result looked better. The tracking was not actually better, though. And I don't know how to describe this without getting really technical, but it's just like that. And also, yeah, she was using Luppet, and Luppet is, like, not supported anymore. So it just is what it is. I don't know. So she'd have to, like, completely redo all of that stuff. I don't know. She'd have to get a new model. Like, the old one just won't work.
Why am I seeing the evil Megan is pregnant? GEEGA, what the fuck, dayo?
I've been seeing that emote in her chat so much more, by the way. It makes me laugh so much. Oh, man. That shit's funny as fuck. Oh, it's so good. Oh, yeah, you said they still talk about her old 3D model from years ago? Yeah, for Girl DM? I know. I know. I know, dude. Look. There was someone who streamed and sat there talking about, like, 2D versus 3D, what they think is better, whatever, and they were using her as the backdrop of their discussion. And they sat there and talked about it for hours. They did a stream talking for hours about how they think her decision was bad or whatever. And I was looking at this and I was like, are you okay? Like, what? It's totally fine to give an opinion. That's okay. If you agree with something, disagree with something, that's never the problem. That's not the problem. When you sit there and someone does something that you don't like, and you stream and you talk for hours about it, and all you're doing is saying, I don't like this, and here's why. You're like doing a deep analysis on it. And they're like, they're jerking off at the idea of people being in their chat being like, I think you're right. I think the words you say are right. Like, while they're just sitting there soapboxing about someone else's decision about their model. Like, dude, I don't know, bro. I don't know. It just gets kind of weird. It gets kind of weird. And I remember seeing that and I was like, girl, you've got some real weirdos. I'm so sorry, you know? Like, there's nothing wrong, again, with, like, saying your piece, but to show up on her, in her comment section years later still talking about it, come on. To make, like, content out of it and talk at so much length about it, come on, man. Wonder what it's like to have that kind of free time. I mean, I've seen this in a lot of contexts. Everyone has, like, the occasional person who sits there and gets so hyper fixated on someone in a negative way that they start to, like, circle everything around what they do. And they legitimately will talk about people for so long, and they get so much satisfaction about having, like, a couple other people see their post or whatever and be like, yeah, or what. It's just, I don't know, it's like unwellness. Right? It's like, I don't know, it's publicly displayed unwellness in some kind of way. And they'll always be like, oh, it's my analysis of her choice for this model, something, it's a discussion about blah blah blah. But then they spend the whole time, like, focusing on that person, you know. And I feel like it's just it's weird. I don't know. And she's gotten a lot of that, man. Her in particular. The word analysis. A lot of people will use the word analysis very broadly, when really what they're sitting there is fixating, right? Hyperfixating and complaining about one person in a really unhealthy way, to an unhealthy degree. And they're trying to justify it. Yeah, they're venting. They're trying to justify it and make it seem like it's not weird. So the only way they know how to do that is to pretend that it's, like, educational or something. So they use the word analysis or something like that. Your favorite is critiques that provide no relevant feedback on the topic. Yeah, they just pick things apart because their brain is so fixated on it to a degree, like, they cannot pull themselves away from it. You know, they're like your biggest fan, you know, like, and they can't get it out of their head. And I don't know. Yeah, they'll call it a dissection, whatever. And it's one thing if they did that type of content and there were, like, a lot of people, like a ton of people flocking to it and being like, I love this. I love hearing your opinions on this, whatever. But usually when it's, like, really unhealthy, it's not that many people, you know, it's just like a small pocket. And it becomes like a few people in an echo chamber being like, I don't know. But she's got a lot of those, man. Thankfully, most of them have given up, but you know, I would say like a year or two ago, maybe 2 to 3 years ago or more so, I saw a lot of that. I see it with a lot of my friends too. More like some verbose critic. Yeah, it's, yeah. I don't know. I think, again, giving an opinion's never the problem. Yeah, or write a one-time rant, never a problem. But there's some people that will, like, wait in the wings, in the shadows, waiting for someone to do something. They literally sit there watching a person. And yeah, they're completely obsessed, Joel. I'm sure you've had these too. They're just waiting for someone to say something, and the moment it isn't perfect, or they can find a way to say it's not good, they'll sit there and, like, and they're like, it's my moment. And they start essaying. Yeah, I feel like she's gotten a lot of that, man. I always feel bad. I just hope they're employed or something. I don't know. Well, I don't hope anything for them because I don't know them, but, you know, it would be nice. It would be nice. Vultures. Kind of, yeah. If they're making content out of it, yeah. But, I don't know. The preying on someone's downfall type people are totally normal and not insane. Yeah, I think, it just shows the type of person you are, right, Joel? When someone is sitting there and all they do is look for a negative and wait for a negative, and they never, if that person does something positive, they'll never comment on it. Or they'll comment on it once to seem like a fair and centrist kind of person. They'll be like, I like that one thing they did. It was good that they said this one thing. They'll say one-off sentence and then talk for 5 hours about the negative. Right? Those types always do that. They always do that. I don't know. So I wonder if it's because she's at that sweet spot size where she's big enough that everyone knows about her, but small enough that the kobolds think they get to have an opinion. Yeah, I've noticed people do it more to people when they're a little smaller, because I feel like they think that they won't get brigaded for it, right? They're like, I'm not gonna get the wrath of this person's community, so there's not gonna be a consequence, because they're scared, you know? They're like, there's not gonna be a consequence for me, so I'm gonna sit here and do this. And it's really, I don't know. Kind of weird. Average video game essayist as well. Yeah, some of them you could tell are more positive leaning, but yeah, there's a lot of that. For sure. Soul streamers have a legion of those people. I would say they do, but not as many that sit there and like essay about them. But there's some. Kobolds being used as a derogatory term is insane. Yeah. They are cave-dwelling lizards. It's true. If they were ousted by the streamer or mods, it might curtail the multi-hour rants. No, I think those types of people want attention. I think a lot of the time it comes from a place of jealousy. I think they get so obsessed with someone. They get really jealous, and they like what that person has. They want what that person has. They want that person's image, or they want that person's, like, they want that brand. They wish they have that. And then when that person makes a thing, like a decision that they don't like, they start crashing out. Because in their mind, they're like, well, I wouldn't have done that, and I would have done everything perfectly. And now they feel like justified. And suddenly they think they're, like, better. Right? You have the thing that they want, but then you did something not perfect, and they're like, now I can take this moment to pretend that I would have been perfect. You know what I mean? I think it's something like that going on in their head when they do that. That's really what I think it is, because I feel like I see a lot of commonalities when I see people doing that kind of stuff, like essaying about people. It's almost always like a stroking their own ego kind of thing. Yeah, people don't like you, but have this weird need to be on moral high ground for not liking someone, so they search for anything to dislike. Right? Like they get on their hill and they die on it. I don't know. I agree with this so much. She said being jealous is okay. We've all been there, but letting it control you is cringe. Yeah. Right. It's like you can see it affecting that person, what they're doing, what they're saying. It's eating up their time when they're sitting there like writing essays about, you know, I don't like this model because XYZ or whatever. I don't know, man. I don't know. What happened to quietly seething at someone, not spamming their comments? People always spam shit. The people who quietly do that still quietly do it. The people who spam comments still do it. Like, you know, it's always what it was, man. I don't know. But I feel like there's a lot of that, man. A lot of, I see people do it to, like, medium-sized VTubers a lot. All of my friends have, like, at least one person, two people that do that. I don't know. Steaming their hatred sad. Right? Nervous. Joel, I know you've been through it. I know you've been through it so much, dude. Why are you a man? In this essay, I will... Yeah. Oh my god. Why are you a man, dude? It's so funny. Does that mean if I get a hater, I can finally say become popular? I guess I feel like, you know, you're always bound to get one, right? If you grow at all. Maybe if I think you can consider yourself really successful if you grow a lot, but you still don't have a lot of haters. It's like a tiny pocket, right? Then you can look at that and be like, hey, that's pretty good. And even if you have a lot of them, I mean, as long as what they're saying doesn't really have that much sense to it, then whatever. Yeah, you've made it. Right. Joel is corrupting my Oshis with his evil maleness. I hate when there are men on my wife's stream. Makes me so mad. Yeah, no, I remember, I never had too much issue with people complaining about, like, men on my stream, because, I never encouraged or promised anyone, like, to care about that stuff, to be like, yeah, I won't bring men on the stream. I never did. Like, I didn't care about that. I've always had my dude friends on stream and stuff. It's whatever. But, I've had some friends that, like, it wasn't even, like, purposeful. They just mostly collabed with girls. And then I feel like a lot of them have had this moment where, like, a male, they would always call him a male, shows up on stream, and there are people that will crash out and start, like, emailing them, DMing them if they've got their Twitter DMs open, going crazy. It's one thing if, like, you're bothered and you're like, I'm gonna remove myself from the situation. Then it doesn't matter what I think about what you feel or whatever. It's just like you picked the right choice of, I'm going to remove myself because I can't handle this right now. That's whatever, right? But when they start crashing out and, like, doing shit about it, I'm like, what? I don't know. I don't care what you feel about it. I just don't bother people about it. You know what I mean? Like, don't send them emails. That attitude almost bounced you out of the VTuber community when you first saw it. I know a lot of people, yeah, that and that's the other thing, is it creates a really bad stereotype, because the majority of these communities usually, like, don't care that much to go crazy about it, but there's a pocket that does, and then they make the rest of them look bad. You know? And then you get people who aren't part of this community looking around and going like, oh, the VTuber community is all filled with this and that, and I'm like, no, it's just some, but you know, those people crash out pretty hard, so. And it's very public. So I don't know, man. What can you do? What can you do? I think it's fine for any reason to just not like if someone's collabing with someone and you don't enjoy that content, you don't like hearing that person's voice, you don't like the way they interact, whatever, it's totally fine to have preferences and be like, I'm not going to watch that if I don't like that thing. That's not a problem, you know? But, like, acting like you get to have control of it is a little entitled. It's okay to, like, feel negatively about it and leave, but to like, be like that? I don't know. I get that it sucks, because maybe that's your comfort streamer. You watch them every day. It's usually not a problem. And then someone shows up and you're like, oh, I hate this content and it makes me not want to watch. What do I do now? I understand, like, that. I don't actually think that that's, like, the worst thing, no matter what the reason is, to just be like, this is not within my preference of content. That there's no problem there, but it's just what you do about it. You know what I mean? It's what you do about it. People dooming about Nimi getting married gave you life. I'm just happy for her because that's what she always wanted. And she always talked about that. Okay? She said that was her dream, man. So, you know. Leroy, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the stream. Hey. I hope stream was good. I hope stream was wonderful. What was she doing today? I've just been talking. I should probably open a game and talk. It doesn't make any difference. I'll still talk while gaming, but but I've just been talking. Hope all is well. I hope stream was nice. What did you do? Was she playing games? Or was she, yapping? I was talking about people crashing out in chats. Mage Arena. Oh, I want to play Mage Arena. I was looking at it. Let me make sure I get it actually before I forget. Yeah, it looks kind of cooked. I want it. It looks good. It looks real nice. Looks so silly. Yeah. Yeah, we were just talking about a VTuber getting married, and I was saying that I'm happy for them. I was like, that's great.
Hey GEEGA. Hope you're having an amazing Sunday today. Your new model looks absolutely lovely and amazing.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Thank you, thank you. What about VTuber getting divorced? Ooh, yeah. You know, I don't think there's enough spice. Guys, I don't think there's enough spice and drama. I think we keep having like I wouldn't call it drama. We keep having like real problems in this community. Like real issues, like business issues, work issues. And I think we need stupid soap opera drama. Okay? I need someone to like date someone and then get married and then have a divorce and it's like a telenovela, right? Like I need that. Okay? No one messing with anyone's business. It's just personal shit dragged out into the public eye so I can watch it and be like, oh, she said what? Not around me though. Okay? I need it to be people that are far separated from me. Yeah, I want to watch it like Jerry Springer. Please, please. Yeah, and you're like, they didn't. They didn't. I need to be like really messy people. Not nice people who are like, it's my dream to have a family. Not them. Not them. What, Joel? You said, well, boy, do I have the VTuber for you. That's right. 5 times divorcee Joel. That's right. I need it, man. I need it. But it needs to be actually interesting, you know? I just think people aren't messy enough for that. I feel like there's more of that, like not with VTubers, but with like face cam streamers. There's like, it's because they all live in streamer houses and they all live near each other. So you get all this weird relationship drama. Oh, and I eat it up. The buffet, you know, the buffet. I sit there and I watch it. I'm sipping my little drink. No, she did want to stream. No way. Oh. It's because they're all near each other. But then VTubers don't really have that because they're just like, they all live wherever the fuck. They're all disjointed and like, they're like, it'd be cool to see you one time in my life, maybe, I guess. You know? So we don't have that. Man. Man. We need to fund a VTuber house? No. No. Yes. You know what? You're right. Yes. Actually, it changed my mind. Yes. We need that. Lesbian LA streamer scene 10 years ago or so was your soap opera. Wait, who was involved in that? What? Hold on. Which era was this? What? Wait a minute. I do miss some stuff. It wasn't really like super dramatic, but I miss there were some wild times like oh, do you remember when there was that league team named the Sirens? And they had that video introducing them. And like there's the one girl, like she places a chess piece on the board. She's like, I'm gonna bait you and outsmart you. And I was like, where is that nowadays, huh? Where is that? Baited and outsmarted. Checkmate. Where did that go? I need shit like that, man. Baited and outsmarted. Oh, so good. Great times, man. Why aren't esports mixed teams anyway? They usually are. Girls just don't do esports that much. They just don't. Yeah, not enough women running scrims for 16 hours a day. Pretty much. Pretty much. Gee, I wonder why they don't. It's kind of hard when, you know, you have to spend 16 hours a day playing games against people that yell at you. Or teammates that just do nothing but try to date you and stuff. It's a little stacked against them and makes them not really incentivized to spend the time on it. So, you know, there's some good reason there. Also, more so, I think people that grew up playing games since they were like really little, that tends to lean more male, especially. Right? 100%. You do see a lot more female players in card games and stuff, things that are 1v1, so you're not in call with teammates or anything. You see a lot more women in that stuff because those types of things aren't causing them as many issues. So like Hearthstone always had a lot of women. Actually, a lot of like Legend players and stuff, a lot of the people that were up at the top, there was a good number of them that were women compared to other esports as well. Yeah, chess has a lot of really good women players because you don't deal with as much of that shit. You still deal with some of it, but not nearly as much. So it's a lot easier to spend all that time doing that and not really like have to worry about it so much. Yeah, Magic the Gathering, fighting games, and anything where you're 1v1 and you're not like, your practice doesn't involve you being in VCs with a bunch of dudes all the time. It makes it a lot easier for you to like do that. You know, like for me, genuinely, I had no problem playing a fuck ton of Hearthstone. No problem with it. I played pretty well in Overwatch, but I didn't go crazy because I didn't want to use voice for it. But a lot of people played without using voice, so it wasn't the worst. So that was okay. Yeah, a lot of women TFT, exactly. But then when it's like a team game and you're in VC, yeah, with voice chat, right? You're like in VC with a bunch of dudes and they're like flaming you or trying to date you or both. It's like it gets kind of tough. It gets a little difficult. That's why I love when games have no voice chat, genuinely. I think it's the greatest thing ever. The greatest. I never use public, like, normal voice chat in any game nowadays. You once had a Diva Smurf account named Korean Girl, and the amount of sexual harassment you got was insane. Because your name was Korean Girl. Did they know? Did you tell them? Did you like reveal it? Did you tell them the truth, or did you just accept it? Did you tank that shit? I would always name my accounts things where they would think it might be a dude. So I would like duo with one of my brothers. He'd be Smart Fellow and I'd be Fart Smello. And we would duo and like, you know, or whatever the fuck, we would name each other stupid shit. And you know, people wouldn't really assume I was a girl. They'd be like, that's his buddy. You should see my Twitter DM sometimes. Oh, Joel, send me the juice. Send me the juice. I gotta know. I want to see what you got. I don't get any stuff like that because I closed my DMs down literally years ago. Years ago. I wasn't even growing that much. I grew a tiny bit, got like one weird DM, and I said, no. No. It was one person, one weird DM, blocked him on Twitter. They made another account, messaged me the same shit, blocked that one. They did a third one. I went, what if I just close my DMs? Easy. Then I don't have to deal with it. Done. I have that. You can't add me on Discord either. I don't add anyone on any platforms. And then my email is checked by someone else first. They filter it so I don't have to, like, I don't read anything weird. So I literally, like, am completely blocked from it unless I ask. If I'm like, hey, got any weird shit lately? Then they could be like, oh, yeah, but I just don't. I just don't. And honestly, Mental wellness, guys, practice it. It's so much better. It's so much better like that. It's nice. It's real nice. Poor manager. I will say, I also think I just don't get a ton of weird stuff compared to other people. I'm not sure exactly why, other than I think they just know. I think people are more likely to send weird shit to people where they think it would actually get to them. They're way more likely to do that. I really don't get like much hate mail or like creepy mail or anything like that, because I think they hear me speak and they're like, she's not going to give me the time of day, or they're like, she's not going to give a fuck. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I think they can kind of tell, so I don't really get much of that. And then again, nowadays I have someone checking stuff, so I wouldn't even see it even if they did. Right? Depends on what streamers lean into regarding chat interaction. Yeah, it does. It does. It's true. You have a well-established vibe at this point of being no nonsense. I guess so. You can goof around more than you think in this chat, but I like when people have the impression that this is like Alcatraz, because then they don't try it, you know? And they say normal stuff and they realize over time, oh, it's not actually that bad. Like, it's not that crazy. It's just a couple of things that get like locked down. Everything else is fine. But maybe people having that impression on the outside is better, right? Because then it filters it out. And we really don't get much weirdness, like off rip. We don't. Yeah, you said it'd be easier for a manager to go through weird shit because A, they're paid to do it, and B, the weird shit's targeted to someone else, so there's a level of disconnection there. Yeah, exactly. So they don't really take so much like psychic damage because it's not meant for them, you know? So they look at it and they go, oh, whatever, and just throw those out. So it's really not so bad. Not at all. They don't know it's a military dictatorship where mods are feral trained snipers. The chat is so crazy. It's like a dictatorship. You can only come into this chat and tell her she's great. You can't say anything else. You can't say anything else. Once in a while it gets insane. I would love to see it, Joel, genuinely. Does your manager ever get concerned like they break and have to tell you some of the weird things mailed to you? No. I told them, I was like, I literally do not care unless they're sending me like, you know, like information they shouldn't have or something, right? Like, unless I'm literally getting sent something where I'm like, ooh, like, you know, like, unless I feel like I need to booby trap my building here, you know, I think other than that, I literally do not care. So no, they don't tell me a damn thing unless I ask. You know, or if I notice something elsewhere, like on Twitter, I'm getting someone like being weird in replies a lot, and sometimes I'll be like, hey, watch out for this. If you see this, block this email because it's probably the same person. Right? I might flag it to them, but that's it. And even then, I kind of stopped checking like my Twitter replies. Occasionally, I'll go back to a post and scroll through, but I kind of like I don't read everything anymore. It's better for you mentally. So I just post. Has anyone said anything weird about your friends or others to you, or tried talking to you to get to other people? Yeah, not like viewers, but like people on the back end, yeah. People, quote unquote, warn people about other people all the time. Someone somewhere will start it, and they'll be like, I don't like this person because they did this thing. So I'm going to warn people, hey, this person does this thing. They have this behavior. And then that person tells someone else. And depending on what that second person says, if they're the type of person that hyperbolizes shit or retells it wrong or whatever, sometimes stuff telephones to a crazy degree. And so I've had many people come to me and be like, I heard this person did this, that person did that. And half the time I already know that person, and I already know it's like not true. Or like there's like a kernel of truth, but they like got it wrong. And I'm like, okay. It's rarely like actually concerning, you know? And I think people should still be like wary of everyone. You don't know these people, you know? But being wary is different from like going around telling everyone like they're horrible, right? I only think you can do that if you were there and they did something awful to you, or like that you witnessed in front of you a terrible thing. Then I'm like, okay. But if you heard it, you just heard it. That's all. Doesn't mean it's like, you know, like it doesn't mean it's real. I don't know. And even then, sometimes someone has warned me about someone and been like, oh, this person so-and-so did this, blah, blah, blah. And I know it's true. I've seen this behavior too. I just disconnect. I'm just like, okay, I just won't interact much. Right? Like, I don't like block them on all platforms and, you know, tell them, don't fucking talk to me. You're a piece of shit. Don't look at me. Like, some people crash out and I'm like, I just don't say anything. Like, I don't care.
I'm a time traveler from the future and I have to warn you before it's too late.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's always like personal shit too. Sometimes someone will say, oh, look, there's some crazy people. There's some crazy people out there where yeah, they do stuff on the back end that can be harmful. So yes, if you get close to this person and they like you and you get close to them and they know stuff about you, but then at some point they decide they don't like you, yeah, they might go a little crazy and like say stuff they shouldn't to people or whatever. Like that does exist, but usually like everyone already knows that. You know what I mean? Like people clock that pretty quickly. So I don't know. People don't need to be like detectiving on the back end and being like, let me warn you about this. I don't know. You really don't need that. You really do not. We need all the Google Docs. We really don't. We really don't. It's one thing if it affects like your business or your work. It's one thing if you see someone becoming close to somebody and you yourself have been burned by that person. You yourself have had an issue with them. And you're like, just telling them your experience. I think that's okay. If you're just sharing your experience, I think that's fine. But I don't like when people go around and they try to get others to do the same. Like, you should also spread this word and you should also, like, you should unfriend them, unfollow them, or stuff like that, right? I never liked that. I've seen a lot of YouTubers do that, like, on the back end, and I'm like, look, if someone tells me I had this problem with this person XYZ and I also had an issue, I'll share my experience and I'll be like, they did this thing and I didn't like that, or they did this in front of me and I thought it was not a good look. But I never tell people like, get away from them. Don't talk to them or whatever. I'm like, here's my information, make your own decision, right? I don't know. Like, a warning is very different from trying to push people to do what you want them to do socially, right? Mr. Dance is thinking about the 34 months. Thank you. I don't know. Just mute them. Yeah, like, it's so easy. If they do a thing you don't like, then just don't talk to them anymore. I don't know. A call to action there is very presumptive. Yeah, I feel like they got to do something crazy for that. And you got to provide proof for me if I'm going to, like, drop someone to that extent. Like, I'll be wary of somebody, but I'm not going to, like, drop them off of nothing tangible, right? It's not even that I do or don't believe. It's just, like, innocent until proven guilty, dude, right? Or I try to do it like that. Because I feel like the internet is less forgiving than that. So I try to be, I don't know, fair. I'm not friends with them, so you can't be either type shit. Right. I've had friends be friends with people that I know have done bad things, and I'll be like, they did this thing in front of me. There you go. And that's it. It ends there. It dies there. I give no further opinions. I don't tell them XYZ. That's it. Even then, I might not even say it. I may be like, they really like them, whatever. Right? I usually just don't even say it. Right? I don't know. People get a little crazy. I think they feel an obligation to protect people. Sometimes it comes from a really good place, right? Here, let's bring out the whoops. No, I didn't want to bring out this. I wanted to bring it out separately. Now I'm trapped. I'm trapped. I'm trapped in this sock, man. I can't get out. I can't get out. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. This is when we have serious discussions. This is what it's for. Right? Yeah, Blazing said, I'll listen to some gossip and tee-hee, but if you start saying some big shit, you better have receipts. Yeah, right? Right? That's what it's gotta be. I don't know. People are always trying to warn everyone, cancel everyone, do this, do that, talk to this person, don't talk to that person, or whatever the fuck. I just think you shouldn't try to control anyone. Work with this person, don't work with that person. I don't think anyone should try to control anyone. Even if they're right, if it goes beyond a warning, I feel like trying to control someone else's decisions is a little weird. It's not a little weird, it's a huge red flag. That's an enormous red flag. The lies hurt real victims. Yeah. There are some things where I've had people warn me about XYZ, and the thing is, I know there's like a kernel of truth. There's a part of that is true. But I also, look, let me be real. There are times where sometimes the person complaining about somebody also made mistakes. And they just do not see their own mistakes. And you can't convince people, it's very hard to convince people that they've made mistakes too. So I'm always like, I won't get involved. I'm just, thank you for the warning. Thank you. Goodbye. Right? I don't know, right? That shit gets rough. Or they'll be like, don't be friends with this person. They're terrible. And I'm like, you were very close to them for 2 years and saw no issues. What's going on there? You're telling me they're awful, they're a psychopath, and I shouldn't talk to them? Well, what's going on there? You know? Right? I don't know. It's one thing when you're lied to, but sometimes it's not that. I don't know. And then, yeah, it sounds personal, right? Then at that point, I'm like, does this affect my business? No? Okay. All right. Oh, or sometimes they'll be like, don't work with this person, don't work with that company, because I don't like them. They have a personal issue with like one representative from a company, and they're like, now I won't work with them. And I'm like, what about the rest of them? Will you work with the rest of them? Or are you like, was that a personal issue or a business issue? I don't know, man. People get crazy. They get crazy. They get crazy with it. Whenever shit like that, you remember you're grown and tired and don't get involved. Yeah. You hate the friend for many years, but turns around like I knew they were always like this. Yeah, at the same time, like, it depends. It depends. This happens in the RP circles too. You'll have person A do something that's innocent, but person B won't like it. So they'll go around to everyone, try to get people to unfollow or not interact with person A. It's exhausting. Yeah. I've seen a lot of that. For sure. I don't know. I never know how to handle that stuff sometimes because I'm like, sometimes I just feel like I don't want to judge someone until I see a concrete thing. But then people will be like, if you don't drop this, if you don't block this person on all platforms instantly, you are the devil. You know? And I'm like, hey, I just want to be completely sure first. That's all. Because at the same time, look, I've got a lot of friends who have been creators for a long time. There are people who have had that happen, right? Someone says some shit about them, tiny kernel of truth, whatever, maybe none at all, and everyone drops them, and then it later comes out that it wasn't actually a problem, or they weren't actually, maybe sometimes they were actually the victim or whatever, right? But then so many people already dropped them, and a lot of people don't go to pick them back up. They're just like awkward about it, and I'm like, I don't want to ever be that person. I don't want to ever be that person, right? I like being thoroughly sure first. You know? Like, because if you're wrong, you've just done something like really awful. You know? Yeah, shoot first, ask later. Yeah. You see it happen so much with creators. There's also the issue of like, whoever says something first, people tend to believe. Right? Whoever makes the first move, whether they're right or not. I think one of the few examples I've seen of someone actually turn that around is Quite. I don't know if you saw this, but there was this whole drama with Quite a while back where someone like called him out on a bunch of shit, and they were like trying to get him canceled, and the internet was like, holy fuck, oh my god, he's terrible, and started unfollowing whatever. He took his time. He said nothing. He took his time, put out a video that was so thorough, debunking all of it beautifully. And it sucked because they doxed him in it. Like, he always had, like, he would show, like, his forehead, you know, but he had sunglasses on, a mask, everything. Like, he never showed his face. And he did a video showing his face entirely, standing there talking. Yeah, he had to face reveal. It sucked so bad. I felt so bad for him. But he went through and he did the most thorough undoing of everything this person said. And it was successful. It was actually successful. People saw that and they were like, we need to apologize to Quite. Yeah, the person was just straight lying about him. And, yeah, he didn't deserve any of it. It was just so shitty, though. But, like, it's so rare that people get to turn that around when even when they are innocent, right? It's so rare because people tend to believe the first thing they saw and heard. And then even if they go and debunk it later, people only remember that first thing. So they see that person, they're like, isn't this the person who did whatever? You know. The internet has gotten really scary to do stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, it's really awful, but like, there are people where if they get up there and they say with their whole chest, this guy did this, with no proof, so many people would be like, oh my god, I can't believe it, and immediately start taking action, because everyone rushes to take action, you know? And I'm like, dude, that's why I'm so scared, man, when people are like talking about other people behind the scenes and they're like, ooh, I wanted to warn you. And they come from a good place. They're like, I want to warn you about this person. They did this. I'm like, show me. Show me. Because I never want to be that person who like drops someone's ass, tells them, oh, they're terrible, spreads this stuff, whatever. And then it turns out to not be true. Oh my God. Just shoot me if that happens. I would feel so bad. You know? There's some people where that's happened, and I know on the back end, like, they've debunked it, but people still believe they're, like, bad. And I'm just like, bro, you just can't even say anything. You can't, you know, don't set yourself on fire to keep others warm kind of situation, you know? So there's so many times I'm like, God, you can't even say anything. You just have to sit there and you know the truth, but you just gotta chill out, right? People run with outdated info for years. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. So sometimes you can't even like back someone publicly because you're like, sometimes too, the proof of like their innocence is not something you can publicly show. It's like personal stuff, or you know what I mean? It's stuff that like you just can't, or you're not the person to do it. So you just sit there. You just sit there, not doing anything, not saying anything. You're just like, okay, you know, okay. I guess I'll say nothing. That stuff is so, I hate situations like that, man. So tough. And then if something comes out later, people are like, oh my God, you knew. And you're like, they're like, why didn't you defend this person? Because then you throw yourself on the fire. And people will tell you, don't do that for me, you know?
The worst is when the drama happens and you are busy or sleeping during it, so people just assume you are part of the problem because you did not unfollow a person within 2 hours of drama. Awary.
Yeah. Or sometimes you just forget. You just forget you're following them, and then people will look at your following list and they'll be like, oh, they're still following, so what's going on? You know, and they like, I don't police my following list. I'm following over 1,000 people on Twitter. You think I'm gonna remember who I'm following? No way, dog. No way, dude. I try to use Twitter more, but I'm so bad at using it. I don't even use it enough. I schedule tweets and then I close the app. You know? I check some replies, then I close the app. I don't know. It's tough, dude. Said you're skeptical of everyone and everything unless they give good evidence. Yeah, me too. I don't know. I've had people tell me so many straight up lies, or like tell me situations that happened and they twist it like crazy. They twist it like crazy. So I'm like, when it happens to me, I'll believe it, dog. People put so much stake on who follows or isn't following who. You know how many times I've like, you know how many times I've been on Twitter and I see a tweet from someone who I've known for many months, who I've known for a year. And I'm like, oh my God, so funny. And I click on their profile and I realize I'm not following them. And I'm like, fuck, shit. And then I hit the button and people be like, oh, you finally followed them on Twitter. And I'm like, brother, sorry. The Twitter follow is not like a badge of friendship. It's not a seal of approval. It's just like a button you sometimes press and maybe you forget about. You've unfollowed people who are close friends because you don't like what they post. Dude, I do that too. There are people that I really like that I've unfollowed because I'm like, I hate your content that you post on Twitter. I'll just watch you on YouTube. I'll catch you on Twitch, buddy. Your Twitter sucks. No thanks. Or I hit the mute button. Right? That's just what I do. You were gonna follow from someone that made you like freak out in a good way? I was so confused when Queso followed me on Twitter. I still don't know why. He like followed a couple VTubers and I was one of them, and I saw like a notif that was like, I think it was on my phone, and I got the Twitter notification. It was like, Queso just followed you, and I was like, huh, who's pretending to be Queso? And I clicked and it was him, and I was like, oh. Oh, that shit was funny. Yeah, I think he followed a couple people, and I was like, Case? Plot twist, Queso's mom's a huge geek. I follow Queso's mom. I love his mom. She's so sweet. She's so involved in his stuff. I love her. I love her one-sided parasocially. She doesn't know me, but I love her. But I love his mom. I love Queso's mom. She's great. I think it wasn't the follow, because Charlie followed me, and it was like, you know, obviously a partner with Cheeky, so it was fine. But I was laughing because okay, he doesn't log on to Twitter usually, right? Dude does not use his Twitter, but he DM'd me, he messaged me on Twitter, and he just wanted to reach out and like wish me well and like hope I'm doing all right, you know? He's like, I'm just glad you're doing well after all the craziness. And then I was like, thanks, man. Thanks for logging on. And then before the debut, he was like, I hope the debut goes super well today. I was like, oh, thank you. Brother logged into Twitter. I was like, wow, look at that. It's nice, though. I thought that was funny. That shit was funny as hell. You sure it's not a scam? Yeah. Yeah, no, it's actually his account. Could you imagine if it was a scam account the whole time? That'd be so fucking funny. It's not even him. He said my debut was gonna be hype, no doubt. No doubt. That shit was funny, man. Let's see. Yeah, his last tweet was February 9th. Dude doesn't use his Twitter. It's funny. That's funny. Here, let's swap back. Sorry, I was I clicked the wrong button. I clicked the wrong button. Hold on. Ooh. Okay. We back. Oh, man. Well, what I wasn't trying to swap to it. I was trying to whip it out. Hold on. Like this. Wait. I was trying to whip that shit out. Guys, I'm gonna whip it out. Check it out. Ready? Mmm. That's what I was trying to do, man. I was trying to whip it out, dude. That's what I wanted. That was the goal, and then I ended up swapping to it. Yeah, there was a sock puppet saying some crazy shit while you were gone. What? What? You're kidding me? Hey, Giga, I'm working on an indie game. Can you click this suspicious link? Dude, so many people have been getting scammed. People have been losing their YouTube accounts and stuff. They've been losing them because they click on a link in their email and then it yoinks their tokens. And it's like, yeah, now I'm you. Now I'm logged in as you. Haha. It's so easy, man. It's stupid. It's dumb. It's dumb. Yeah, don't click links. Don't do it. Honestly, what you can do is you can be here's what you should do. Here's the strat. You have a separate device. You have a little iPad or something. You have a separate device entirely. So you're quarantined. You're not logged into any of your accounts on that device other than a secondary email that you forward stuff from your main one to. You do email forwarding. And then you use that secondary email, which is the only thing you're logged into. It doesn't own any of your accounts, nothing. And you use that to check through your email. And at the beginning of the day, the end of the day, you go sit on your couch, use your device, and you check through emails. You flag things that you want to answer later from your main account, whatever. There you go. If you do that, like 99% of issues won't be an issue. They could yoink the token to that and see your emails. Yeah, that kind of sucks if they can see them, but at least they're not able to control the account, right? You could bounce them from it. Use VMs for stuff like that. Yeah, there are other ways to do it. I'm just saying a simple way for people that don't want to deal with that. Just not have a public email. That's a terrible idea for a creator. You need brands to be able to be like, I want to work with this person. I have no idea how to contact them. Who do I go to? And then they need to see email. But you should have an email that is public and an email that isn't public. They should be separate, for sure. I have that. I have multiple set up for different things. You know, I don't have everything owned all by one because that's like all eggs in one basket. You know, maybe have an email not attached to your accounts. Yeah, exactly. The email that owns your accounts should not be like also your public work email. I don't know. And it's free. It's easy to just set up a couple of accounts, you know, stuff like that. Because you don't want someone to yoink one of those emails and then now they can get into your YouTube. They could change your password. They could set up two-factor authentication if you didn't set it up properly, or if they're able to change it and change it to like their own shit, and then you can't get in, right? Like there's so much they could do. So, I don't know, man. Incognito mode is not good enough. Yeah, right. Like it's still on the device. That's why I was saying like get a different device entirely if you can. The problem is remembering passwords. Get a password manager. Use it. There you go. There you go. Done. Have a password manager. Have that on your like desktop or whatever. You'll be chilling, man. There's this thing called a piece of paper. I mean, that too. Yeah. Does incognito actually do anything? A little, but yeah, it doesn't ultimately protect you from much. Not much. You can use a VM, yeah. I think separate device is good too, just because a lot of a lot of creators aren't familiar with that stuff. I don't think it's hard to set up a VM, but like, you know, it's a device everyone can take easily, immediately. They say don't keep a password book in case you get broken into. Yeah, use a password manager. I mean, you should. You should. Or you have a code in your head of how to dissect certain things, and then you write your passwords down in like shorthand. Almost like encryption. You have like, just do something where like one letter, every letter is like moved over one character or some stupid shit. Right? So if you write if you're like ABC is your password, it's actually BCD. Like the most basic thing, just that if someone sits there and types it in, it won't work. There you go. Ta-da! You've solved that issue. It doesn't even need to be complex. It could be the simplest shit ever. Just like, you know, have a word, you know that word is in your password, and you just write the first letter of it. When you write down that thing, so you write a C and you're like, oh, the word in the password there is cipher or whatever the fuck, right? I don't know. It's not that hard. You have a custom password generator and password manager. It notifies you when you need to change them every few months. Yes, that's the best. When you can cycle them. Oof. Oof. You should cycle stuff regularly because, dude, data breaches are crazy. The number of times everyone's passwords on everything have gotten leaked is too damn high, and it will happen all the time. Okay? All the time. Just cycle them. This guy said, horrible advice. These are extremely brute forceable. The case given was someone breaking into your home and grabbing a piece of paper that has your passwords on it. Okay. That's the case that was given. I really don't think that advice is bad in that case. I'm talking about some bozo with a piece of paper being like, it says ABC. I don't know. I don't know, man. I mean, the real thing is that everything is brute forceable. That's really like, if someone wants your shit, they're gonna get your shit. I'm gonna hash them. Rocking the same password for almost 20 years, no hacks. I think, if you think your password has never been revealed anywhere, it probably has been. There are only certain data breaches that I feel like get cool media attention, and you see it and you're like, oh, Google data breach or whatever. It happens really often. It's actually very common. So you should cycle your shit. you should cycle your shit. You really should. They happen constantly, so just assume, you know, it always happens. Yeah, there are sites to check it and everything. There are. But it's normal, man. You never store your passwords anywhere. I think you need to just come up with your own thing in your brain of like how you want your passwords to be. Have a scheme in your head and store that shit in your brain. I don't know. We all need to get microchipped, okay? That's the answer. We all need to get microchipped, and you have to scan the microchip in your arm into your computer to access your stuff. All right? That's that's what we need. Everyone needs to get microchipped now. Yes. Yes. I need the microchips in my blood. YubiKey, but literally. I have a microchip in my finger. I need it. Nano machines, exactly. Nucky, hello. He's here. He's blocking me. Nucky, would you like to sit on my lap? Come here. Come here. Come on. Come on. What do you mean you don't want to? Oh, it's cause you don't like the position my leg is in, okay? Is this satisfactory? My liege, come here. He's like anything right now because he wants snacks. I'm not feeding him snacks. I'm not gonna do it. Hey, thank you for the raid. My cat's here. If you're like, who's she talking to? I'm talking to my cat right now. He's sitting on my desk, facing his back. So he's like a loaf, and he's facing his back toward me. You know what that means? He's here, but he's not here. He wants me to notice him, but he doesn't want to look too much like he's having a great time. He wants me to know that he's unhappy right now because I've not given him snacks within the last 3 seconds. So yeah, I'm gonna pat his butt. Lucky, come here. Lucky. Luck. He's giving me bombastic side eye. He's just... Oh, Lucky. Lucky, the people wish to hear you. You have to come here. Luck. Oh, he turned. Okay. Oh, he's stretching. Come here. Get on my lap. Yes. Yes. Okay. Let's see if I can get him to meow. He might not do it because he's on my lap. Lucky. Ooh. Oh, you're purring so much. Ooh. I don't know if he's loud. I feel him purring, but I don't know if he's like making a lot of sound. Hold on, let me try to put the mic on him. He sniffed the mic, he went right on it. Schnorked right on it. Yeah. There you go, there you go. Ooh, Nucky. Nucky, why won't you meow into the mic when I ask, though? He's a really loud, like, talkative cat. If I just stand there, we're just standing up, and I'm just talking to him, he just meows so much at me. But when he's in here and I'm sitting at my desk, he won't do it because I feel like he doesn't want to do anything that I try to get him to do unless I start following him and walking around because he really wants snacks. So he's trying to be difficult because he's like, I'll only do what you want me to do if you do what I want you to do and get up from your chair and walk toward the kitchen. That's what he wants. You're crying. Joel, get a cat. He knows you're working. He knows that for big portions of the day I will sit here and talk at a screen. Like, he knows I sit here in this chair in front of the computer talking. And he knows when I'm doing this, I will absolutely refuse to get up when he's trying to get me up. I will get up when it's time for him. But, oh, good boy. How old is he? I don't remember. At least 8. I'd have to go count back. Right, Nucky? Yeah. Right now all your content's about him, yet he has no idea. Damn unk. Yeah, he's like midway through or something. Something like that. Right, Nucky? He's not like old, but he's not a baby. And then whatever his age is, Wolfie's like just a little bit younger than him. Wolfie no, Wolfie's the younger one. I got Nucky first. He was just from the streets. He was a friend of mine had this older adult cat that was an outdoor cat, a feral one. She didn't really get to pet her, but she fed her and like gave her a little house to live in and stuff like that. And she had kittens at some point. She had 3. So she took them, she managed to get them, she got that cat spayed as well, so she wouldn't end up having like a billion babies. And put her back outside and everything when she was healed up, and kept taking care of her. And she took the kittens when they were old enough to be taken, and brought them to a vet, got them checked out, whatever. The vet really liked one of the kittens, like just loved that kitten and wanted to keep it. And then there were the other two. And I saw them, and my last pets had just passed a bit prior. I think I was almost a year without having a pet. Because I had, my old cat had passed a couple years before that, and then my dog had passed almost a year prior. And I wanted more pets, but I just like had some time with none, which I wasn't used to. So I wanted pets again. I wanted another dog, but I thought with like working, my lifestyle, everything, it was probably not a good idea. So I was like debating what to do. And then magically 2 cats appeared before me, you know, because she was like, I have these 2 kittens. I was living with one of my brothers, and he also really wanted a pet. We both like missed, you know, having something, so we took them. And then Nuck, he bonded to me. The other cat bonded to my brother. And then eventually when he got a job somewhere a little further and moved, he took that cat with him, and I took Nucky with me. And then I was like, oh my god, he's never been a solo cat. He's never lived alone. I have to get a cat for him. So what I did was I moved him to my new place. I moved him to my new place. Before I moved him there, okay, he was still living with his brother cat. Before I moved him there, I went and got Wolfie. I found him just with good timing. There was a foster group that had some cats, and I was like, who you got? Because I was thinking about it. And I was like, who do you have? And I interacted with Wolfie, and I really liked his personality, and I was like, I want this one. So I signed the papers to take him. But I wasn't going to take him immediately. What I was going to do was I was going to move into my new place and move Nucky in there and have him there for a week so he would get settled in, and then I go bring Wolfie. So I did that, and I was like, man, he's going to have a really lonely week because it's just going to be me and him. He was used to me living with more people. I always lived with family typically. And if I lived alone, family was around all the time. So I was like, man, he's gonna be so lonely. It's gonna be a week of just me and him. No other cats, no other pets. You know, I gotta figure this out, but he'll be okay for a week. I moved him in. It was the best week of his life. Turns out he loves being a solo cat, and he loves monopolizing me, and he hates everyone and everything. Which he's very nice to everyone and everything, but like, turns out he just loves being alone. And I was like, oh, oh. And then I got Wolfie. And he got along with him, but I was just like, he would have been perfectly happy and fine being a solo cat because he just likes people. He just likes people. He likes people more than he likes other cats. And Wolfie likes other cats more than he likes people. He does hang out with me. Wolfie does love me. But he really likes other cats. He grew up in a foster home with a lot of cats, and he liked playing with them. He liked interacting. So he was so happy to come home and be like, oh my god, I have a big brother, you know, and he's like running around playing with him, and I was like, Jesus Christ. So Nucky is only ever looking at me. And then Wolfie's like staring at Nucky. It's really funny. It's funny. He just follows everything Nucky does. Like when they eat, and Nucky starts like grooming himself afterward, Wolfie will not groom himself after eating until he just sits there and sees Nucky grooming himself, and then he looks at him, and then he starts doing the same. Like he's really stupid. He's really stupid, and it's so funny. And Nucky's really smart. Like I've fostered a lot of cats. I worked in you know, all that kind of shit for a while, and when I was doing cat rescue, I ended up interacting with so many. I mean it when I say Nucky's a really smart cat and Wolfie's a really stupid cat. Like, they are so different. Wolfie has, like, no instinct. Zero. He acts like a dog. He doesn't know who he is or where he is. Yeah, he's a himbo. He's beautiful, though. He's beautiful. But that's why I wanted him, because he was so sweet, and he was so chill. He was so chill. Because when I first met him, they had like a whole lot of cats there, and it was like in a public area, and all the kittens were sitting there and hanging out, but they were all like very nervous, and he didn't give a fuck. Any random person could walk up and be like, hey, and he didn't shy away. He was just like, hello, and chilling and purring. And I was like, I've never had a cat that's like this personable, so I really wanted one. And he turned out to be really stupid, and that's why he was personable, because he has no sense of danger. He has zero instinct. He's like, I love everyone and everything, and he just hangs out. Oh man. But that's okay. He's a good companion for Nucky though, because he just follows him and like plays with him and makes him exercise. So.
Have you watched the video about Jaden from Jaden Animation getting her cat? It's so funny and wholesome.
I have. I don't know. Cats are funny, man. People get cats in the weirdest ways too, because they tend to like find them. You don't really like just go find dogs as much as you find cats. Shit's funny. But I did that. That's how I got my old dog too. Is I got her from a shelter, and she was a puppy, and they had recently found her, and she was just like roadside. Someone just left her in a box kind of thing, and she wasn't like a tiny puppy. She was young, but like not that small. So people were going and grabbing like the smaller puppies, and she was like big enough, you know. And she was also like, people want like fancy breeds. They want like something special, you know? And she was just like a dog. And they were like, yeah, she's like lab border collie mix. We don't know. And you could look at her and see that she was just like very border collie, but she also had some lab shit, like the big ass head, you know, the paw shape and everything. And I was just like, yeah, I'll take her. I don't know. I liked her. She was sweet. She was nice. Right, Nucky? What are you looking at? What? Oh. He heard Wolfie meow. He wants snacks, too. Forget about the snacks. Just nap. Okay, there we go. He forgot. You dove into a dumpster for your cats? Oh, man. There was one time when I was doing cat rescue, I remember having to climb into a drain pipe to get some kittens out, and they kept retreating further and further in because they were scared. But I was like, if they keep going further in, like, we're not going to be able to get them out. So and you know, I was like the smallest person there, I have the smallest arm, you know, whatever. So I was like going head first into a drain pipe, and people were like holding my ankles, you know, while I was just going as far in as I could, grabbing kittens out. And I went to the deli, like we went, there was a store nearby, and we got cold cut turkey. Oh man, sliced turkey. I was like, sliced turkey. And they were like, they were going crazy for it. So we got them all at the drain pipe. I think that was the worst though, trying to grab a bunch of them out of the drain pipe. Oh man, shit was terrible, but the turkey saved it. But I was in that drain pipe for a while, like holding turkey there and trying to like get them close enough that I could grab them one by one. And then, you know, each one you grab, you get pulled out of the pipe so you can like pass this cat back. And then you have to go back in, and now those ones are like scared because they just watched you grab one. So now they're going even deeper in, and dude, ugh, man, it was a lot. I've like grabbed a lot of kittens from weird spots, but I think that was like the physically hardest spot, was the drain pipe. Oh, your friend had to untangle kittens from a rusty mattress frame. Yeah, I remember I had one. Oh man, there was one kitten I did the, you know those commercials with the Dawn soap where they're washing a baby duck from an oil spill. There was a kitten that had gotten into like some oil or something, or it almost felt like tar with like how caked on it was, and the kitten was like stuck to the ground. It was standing on the side of a road in the city, like near a curb, and it was like stuck, and there was just gunk on it, and he just couldn't move. And I was like, oh my god. So I got called over, and I was sitting there with like soap and like some warm water in a pitcher, just like slowly pouring it on it and unsticking it. Oh man, that one was terrible. Thankfully I didn't have to climb into anything. He was just like out in the open, so it was way easier to do. But imagine if he was in a drain pipe and I had to unstick a kitten. Oh my god, Thank God he was just like on the roadside. But he was near like a drain. But
I'm new
I liked him.
here.
He
Are
was
there
nice.
any pictures of the kitties we can see?
I don't have any
I
pictures
love
of him,
cute
no.
animals and have 2 void cats of my own, so I figured I would ask.
I
Cheer
love
100,
black
cheer
cats.
100,
I
cheer
do.
100,
No,
cheer
I don't share
100.
pictures of him online. I keep them to myself. Cheer 100. I do like black cats though. I've fostered a bunch. I always wanted to keep one. But I was like, I shouldn't have 3. I shouldn't have 3 cats. I think if I have more people here, I would get more cats. But if it's just me, you know. I'll show you the stray cat I take care of. Send pics. Send pics. Send them right now. I do have a friend who like comes in and out and stays like I'm a damn hotel, like I'm a damn bed and breakfast, might I add. But unless they permanently live here, I don't want to get another cat. Though my one friend is going to be maybe living here at one point, temporarily or forever. I don't know, but we'll see. We'll see. The Mata suite. I do have the guest bedroom, Matara's room, ready for her anytime. She took a picture of a spot where she lives, like a spot on the floor, and she was like, "Your hotel when you come to my home, madame." She was like, "You're gonna love the view. This is your corner of the floor." Oh, it was funny. So at some point I'll be there. You're gonna get Mata as a pet? Yeah, she's gonna sit in the cat bed with my other cats. Oh, I love that cat, Heavenly. Heavenly, you should keep him forever. You should just keep him. No, I'm not gonna show chat. No. Keep him. Comes with a free meal of cereal, house expense. I do offer to like my own like personal friends, like they can come through anytime and stay anytime. I've got some rooms that are like tiny closets, and I don't own a lot of stuff. So like if someone wants to have a little room and just stay here, they just can, you know. So I don't mind. Girl you were dating had a black Maine Coon. It was fucking huge. Oh, I always wanted one, but I also don't want to like go get a cat because of the breed it is. I just need to find one that needs saving and grab it. You know, like that's it. Just one that needs a home. So I've never gotten a cat that wasn't just like rescued kind of thing. But I want one. So if I ever find one, I'm like, I don't know. But I can't help myself. I always end up taking whichever one is least likely to get adopted. So like when I saw Wolfie, I took him because they had this array of young cats and kittens. And he was the biggest one. He looked like an adult, like size-wise, but he wasn't an adult. He was just a big boy. And they were like, yeah, people aren't really... I was asking, like, who has no interest? And they were like, people love him, but no one's putting in stuff for him because right next to him are these cute, tiny little kittens that look like babies. And everyone has this impression, like, oh, if you get a cat when they're little, they'll love you more, which is, like, not the case. Not at all. You can get a cat as an adult and it'll love you a ton, you know? But people have this idea that, like, if you don't get something when it's a baby, like, it doesn't grow up with you, so it's not your... I don't know. They feel like there's something special there, but I know that that's bullshit, so I can't help myself where I always end up just going and asking and being like, which one's least likely to get adopted? And then I take that one. You know? Same thing with my dog. She was, like, a little bigger. She was kind of shy. She was just sitting there and not, like, getting up and playing like other puppies would, like, run up to you, and she was just chilling. So I took her. So as much as I say, like, oh, I like this breed, I like that breed, I know realistically I'm never gonna have anything like that because I know myself. I'll go to shelter and I'll be like, what do you mean they won't adopt the black cat? And then I'll take the black cat. And that's, you know, end of story. Knowing myself. I don't know. You travel for work, so it'd be super inconvenient, but one day you'll get a pet. Yeah, I felt bad. I always had to move around a lot.
Maine Coons are gentle giants. I grew up with one. Her name was Farley. Her breeder was giving her away because she was having seizures. Didn't have any as soon as she came home with us.
Yeah. A lot of the ones that have like little medical things going on, people won't adopt. They just won't. They won't do it. Or if a cat was rescued from the street, a lot of the time when you spay and neuter a cat, spay or neuter a cat, and you put them back out, they always ear tip them. It's not a cruelty thing. They take off like a tiny little edge. They don't really have nerves there. It's fine. They take off a little bit, or they add a little notch in the ear surgically, so that way when you see the cat from afar, you can tell it has been spayed or neutered. You know, you don't have to attempt to trap the cat to get it TNR'd, right? So they'll do that to mark them. Yeah, sometimes they tattoo it. It depends. Sometimes people find a cat that's been ear tipped and they'll realize that cat did not need to be re-released. That cat can be rehabilitated. So they will just take the cat in, you know, and there you go. And sometimes when a cat has been ear tipped, people just won't adopt them. They're just less likely to adopt them. And I'm like, dude, come on. Like, come on. There is no defect of this cat. I don't know. That always bothered me. A lot of the cats I had in like the rescue I worked with that were in foster and stuff were cats like that, where like they were spayed or neutered and put back out, but then someone later found them and was like, this is a friendly cat, like they don't need this, and took them in. And people would avoid them. They would go for the cute little kitten with regular ears. You'll adopt all the cats in the world once you stop being allergic. Fuck, man. Yeah. Your tortoiseshell Peanut has a clipped ear. Peanut! Yeah. All of yours has been ear tipped. Yeah, I mean, it's a typical way to mark, especially if you have a cat that's going to go outdoors. They do it to mark so that no one, like, grabs your cat and tries to get them double spayed or neutered, you know? Because that could be bad. That could be really bad. I wonder if your insurance covers cat allergy shots. Yeah, you can get like regular shots, but I don't know. Insurance tends to not really do that. Oh, your kitty Lulu has a UTI issue because the previous owner kept them in a piss and shit soaked basement apartment and they wouldn't help you pay for vet visits. Yeah, dude, I've seen crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. We do have, by the way, we have a pet channel. I was just looking in the Discord. If you want to share pet pictures, we have a pets channel in there. And I do I do frequently go through that. And I just look at all your pet pics. It's probably my most favorite chat in the whole Discord. It's the best. It's the best. Right, Nikki? Yeah. Oh, he's so warm. I always feel bad for him because he likes sitting on my lap or like hanging out. I get really overheated really fast, okay? I produce a lot of body heat. So he sits on my lap and both of us are boiling within 5 minutes. And then he gets too hot. But he wants to stay here. So I always keep the room really cold. We're the same, where we like to like get really warm under a blanket, but then like stick your head out and it's freezing. The air temp is like cold. So that's what we do. So I keep the air temperature in here as cold as I can, and then we boil together. Theo, thank you for the resub. I miss you. I miss you, girl. Come back to me. Right, Lucky? Why are you looking at me? Oh, he wanted his chin scratched. I see. Wait, I have to get him his pillow. I think I told you guys a while back. I got this tiny, it looks like a neck pillow, like the kind that you use on a plane or something. A human neck pillow. I got a pillow that is like small and in that shape and very, very soft. So like the weight of a cat's head, like they would sink into it a bit. It's a pet pillow. And sometimes when he's on my lap, I shove it under him. I shove it under his neck, and he puts his head on it. Because, like, there's nowhere for him to put his head. He's a really big cat. So his head kind of, like, hangs off of my lap when he's sitting on my lap. So I put this here, and then he has, like, a spot. Instead of trying to. Sometimes he puts his head on the desk, and I'm like, "What are you doing?" Because it's like a hard corner, you know. And he's like leaning his little skull on it. I'm like, dude, can't be comfortable. So I got a specialty cat pillow. It's really good. Large cat, small lap problems. Yeah, I'm small. He's huge. Straight up, he is like, he's a big
Where
boy.
I used to work, we had a colony of cats that lived there. The
Yeah.
old orange male tomcat I called the old man was a savage. Watched him stand in a fire ant bed, dig a hole and crap on them. Unfazed.
Hell yeah. Dude, cats are great, man. Cats are so good. Take a shit on them. Okay, Ryuko, can I describe what's in this picture? I won't show it. Can I verbally describe the picture you just sent? Because it's really good. It's really good. It's perfect. Sure. Okay, Ryuko has the Iron Mouse worm pillow. And the cat is like tucked into the worm pillow, like laying down in the U shape that it makes with the tail. Just like leaning its head on it. It fits perfectly. The cat can like slot into it and then be surrounded by pillow. Oh, that's so good. I love that. I love that so much. I love that so much. Rico, I'll share a picture with you. Hold on. Lucky pose. Pose for me now. Okay. Okay, Ryuko, you're getting something good. Hold on, hold on. Me when I try to use my phone. Because I'm a boomer. There you go. Exclusive just for you, Ryuko. That's him right now. That's him right now, girl. Your music taste is great. Thank you. I just let my I just let that shit play. Or I'll turn this one up. I'm gonna die, little man. He's so big. He's a big man. No, he's a little man though. He's so handsome. He's so handsome. He's purring so loud right now. Hold on, put it back on the mic. Like you speak to the people. That's right. That's right. He's having a great time. It's because he's so warm. And he's starting to, I could tell he's starting to think about food. That's why he came here. Anyway, yeah, this is your call to action. Yeah, post pet pics in the pics in the Discord. I need them. I need them right now. Ain't nothing wrong with that, girl. No, I know. I'm just saying. That's I've cracked the
GEEGA
code.
meow.
Meow. Thank you for the boots. I've cracked the code on playlists. You just go to Spotify, make a playlist with 3 songs that have the vibe that you like, and then you let that playlist play. And when it gets to the 3rd song and it finishes, it will start auto playing shit that it thinks you would like based off of that. Done. Done. That's all you gotta do. If you do that, it will never do you wrong, man. You might skip one song occasionally, but if you keep doing that and then you just like, when it gives you a song you don't like, you tell Spotify, I don't like this. Dude, it's got you. Spotify's good at song recommendations. It's like genuinely, I usually hate recommendation algos on most sites and things, but I feel like Spotify's music recommendation algo is so solid. It is so solid. It's probably pretty simply made too. They probably just capture the right data. But no, they know what I like. Because they also, what they do is they look at your liked songs outside of that playlist. And they just kind of like, they take that into account as well. And because I'll have a playlist that has a certain vibe, and then occasionally they pull something from an artist that I like that has nothing to do with that playlist. It's like mildly similar, and I hear it and I'm like, Spotify knows me. They know too much about me. Right? So they're playing like party and bullshit, right? Like it's they just know. They just know. But yeah, I think Spotify's been really good for me, at least. The algo's great for discovery, but the DJ AI thing that makes playlists for you is terrible. Oh yeah. I never use that. I never use that. I only listen to stuff that is recommended off the end of a playlist. The DJ AI has a different algo. I don't know how it picks stuff, but it's different than how a playlist's autoplay kind of thing will do it. So yeah, I don't trust that shit. I always speculated that what that does is, I think it probably, can people pay to promote things on there? Because I feel like it gives certain people preference, certain artists preference, when I feel like it shouldn't. That's my guess. I just don't know. I don't have solid info on that, but no, I don't know. He said, yeah, is what Tony uses, and you remember him complaining about it a lot. Dude, I go to, if you guys know Tony, Anthony Z, a friend of mine, a really close friend of mine, I go to his stream. Dude loves DJing. His streams nowadays are just, he's really good at racing. So he just has this like racing server, this GTA racing server. He just opens it up, goes and like runs some races, and like DJs the whole time. So his streams are a vibe. It's like you've got like Subway Surfers on the screen, right? Because he's just racing and like hitting clean lines. And then you've got like really good music going, and he just turns it up, and I'm like, yes. But I've watched him crash out about the Spotify DJ AI so many times in the past like month. He's so upset because he just wants his streams to be a good vibe, and the music is such a big part of that for him, and he just starts freaking out every time it's not working out for him. It pisses him off so much. It's so funny. I go there, and if I hear a song that's not good, I go, this song is whack, and he goes, I know. Like, he'll be silently racing for 10 minutes, and then you say something about the music, and he's like, oh, he starts freaking out. Oh, it's so funny. It's so funny. Will he stop using the DJ? No, because he's stupid. He's stupid. He's dumb, so he's gonna keep using it. Dude never learns. I don't know, man. He has his own good racing playlists, though. Like, he really does. He just, oh, look, he's getting up. Did you get too hot? Go splay yourself out on the floor. Go. No, not on my desk. Hey, Lucky down. Okay. It's a valid crash out. It's like all he cares about is he's like, I want to drive cars. I want to have fun racing content. And I want a good playlist. So it's like when one of those things goes wrong, it's just, it's cooked. I don't know, man. Lucky's pacing in front of me. Come on, Luck. Come on. Lucky, I have 4 beds in this room. You just sat on my lap for however long. I know you're trying to sit on my, he's sitting on my hand. Lucky, come on, go. Down. Okay. Brother. Jesus. Brother just holding out for the one good song recommend he hasn't heard yet. It's so real, dude. I don't know. You know what I've been listening to a lot of? Mouse and I send each other like music a bunch. And she sent me a really good way to watch The Death Becomes Her musical. Oh my god, the music from it is so good. I listen to the soundtrack, but I like hearing like live recordings. My god, the soundtrack is so good. It's incredible. I was gonna find for her. I don't know if she's seen the Hunchback of Notre Dame musical. I'm gonna ask her right now. I'm gonna try and find it for her. They have a musical for it. They do. They do. I don't always love all musicals that come from like Disney. The Lion King musical is really good. The music's great, but like I don't care about it that much. I feel like the stage performance and the acting is like is whatever. But The Hunchback of Notre Dame is original. It's originally a book, okay? So it's not just adapted from Disney. But it's a really if you read the original book, it's an ultra tragic story. It has so much drama in it, and it's very well written. I really like the OG. And so they took that and made a musical out of it. It's a mix of the two. And it's really good. It's so like dramatic, but not in an annoying way, you know? But it's beautifully done. So, and it doesn't have Disney flavor to it at all. It doesn't. It's not even like family friendly. It's like the proper tragic version of it. Yeah, a lot of death, and it's all in the musical. So, you're reading that book right now? Ooh, it's a good one. It's a good one. I actually love the OG version. I don't know which version you're like which print you're reading, but there's a lot of old art that was in the old versions of that book where they would like sketch out different scenes, and you would get like beautiful sketches, drawings for it. Let me see if I can find one. Hunchback of Notre Dame original. Let me see, book art. Hootie. Thank you, Hootie. I don't know if I could find a good one. Yeah, here. The first edition in English. Hootie, we were just talking about The Hunchback of Notre Dame, and I was talking about the book, not the Disney version. I was saying they have a musical of it that's gorgeous. But look. Look, this is like the first English edition. Look at the art in this book, man. It's some of the most beautiful pencil drawings, like insanely good. And this is a solid book. This isn't a little kid's book or anything crazy. This is a tragic story, and yeah, the art in it is gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. But yeah, if you've never read the OG, you should. And if you can, oh my god. They're selling one of these copies online, like this first edition, £2,500, Great British pounds. Whew. Whew. Damn. If I had buku bucks, that's the only thing I would collect is like old book editions. Oh my god, not bad for first edition. Not bad at all, actually. I think well, how many, I mean, this book was pretty popular, right? I wonder how many times this thing was printed. How many copies were there? That's something I'm curious about. I don't know. I have that with so I don't have a ton of books. I just, if there's a book I really like, I go and I try to get like an edition that I really want of it. So for all of my Pratchett novels, I have these old editions that have like really interesting covers and really interesting some of them have drawings inside of them that others don't. So that's something that I've kind of collected. So I have a shelf like in this room here of some old editions of like a lot of Pratchett novels and stuff, because I like them. Some of them were written, I want to say, what, in the 60s, 70s was how early some of them were printed. So yeah, I have a couple old editions of them. Sovereign Empire, thank you for the Prime. Thank you. Count of Monte Cristo is great too. I love it. I love it so much. It's one of my favorite books. Have you ever seen hold on, let me find it. The Count of Monte Cristo relationship chart. Someone made a mostly spoiler-free relationship chart. Dude. There's a lot of characters in that book. Look at this. This is like all the characters in the book and how they're all related to each other in whatever way, or like if this person's married, if this person killed this one, if this person hates this one, or this person saved that person's life, you know. Oh, it's so much. It's so much. It's good. You should read The Count of Monte Cristo, though. It's a really, 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 really good book. It's one of those classics that when you read it, it doesn't even feel like it's an old classic. It's just like, it's so good, man. It's so good. You should go through it. You recently watched the really old movie of Count of Monte Cristo? Yeah, a lot of the movies are pretty good, too. The story is good, no matter what adaptation it is, honestly. Read everything by Dumas right now. Right now! Right now! You must. Said, how long do you usually yap for? Today, I'm doing an extra long one because I feel like it. I usually do it for a little bit and then play games. Well, I say a little bit, hour or two. Story of Monte Cristo was good enough to basically invent its own genre. Yeah, I mean, it's the OG, like, satisfying revenge book. It's a man where, like, the world did him wrong, and then he gets his shit back at them, and it's good. It's in the best way. I love it. I love it. You should read it. The OG revenge book. I mean, there are plenty of revenge stories in older literature, but I feel like this was one of the earliest ones that got popular, at least, that was, it felt satisfying, right? Like, you wanted this character to have his revenge, and it felt great. Whereas in a lot of other older stories, like, everyone who took revenge or got their vengeance was also a villain, right? And like it was always written in a way, not always, but typically written in a way where like everyone is wrong here, you shouldn't kill blah blah blah, right? So then Count of Monte Cristo was like, you want him to get revenge, it's so great, you know, and it just kind of like, it came out good. It feels good when you're reading it and you get to that point. He's a fucking villain, but he was also justified. Yeah, right. And because he's justified, you're like, I'm not even mad, you know. As he takes his revenge, you're like, I'm not mad about this. But it's good, man.
I have a great revenge story to show, chat. Just follow me down to my wine cellar. Ignore the stack of bricks.
Exactly. Exactly. There's so many revenge tales in Japanese folklore where they end up with everyone sad or dead. A lot of old literature, like, it was written less for entertainment and more for teaching a lesson, or the church would like make them have to teach a lesson in it, so they would be careful, you know. And you would end up with so many of these stories where everyone fucking died. Everyone dies. Yeah, Hamlet. The old opera Electra, where Electra like does her thing, she gets revenge, she does all this shit, and then she just dies at the end because she won and she danced too hard. She celebrated and danced too hard and she just dies. It's like, it's this old opera, like ancient. And they're like, she died because she was celebrating her victory over someone else. And I'm like, brother, come on. She didn't have to die, okay? We didn't have to do that to her, but they killed her, man. They killed her. It's stupid. Sounds church influenced. That one was less. Who was this written by? Let me see. Who wrote Electra? I don't remember. It was Strauss. He adapted it from his 1903 drama Electra. Yeah. Just old, and it's on the story. The thing is, it's Sophocles' tragedy of Electra. It's like the original story. So when was this, the play from Sophocles, when was this written or done? Its date is not known, but they believe it was written between 420 and 414 BC. That's how old the story of Electra is, okay? That's why I said the word ancient before. I'm like, this shit's old. Yeah, Electra was written by Sophocles, and the Strauss made it an opera, but like the OG play was old as fuck. And like old shit, dude, everyone always dies, man. Yeah. When King Agamemnon returns from the Trojan War, his wife, Clytemnestra, who has taken Agamemnon's cousin Aegisthus as a lover, kills him. She believes the murder was justified since Agamemnon had sacrificed their daughter before the war as commanded by the gods. Okay? And then Electra, the daughter of the two of them, rescues her younger brother Orestes from her mother by sending him to Strophius. And then the play begins years later. And there's this whole, like, Orestes comes back and he wants to get the throne, right? And then in the operatic version, she parties so hard at the end after they kill Aegisthus, and she parties so hard she dies. Now in the OG, like, it happens differently, but in the opera she parties so hard she dies. Oh, it's so funny. And the final act too is so great. The final act is just her fucking singing until she dies. I love that shit, man. I love that shit. It's so... ugh. It's so good. It's so good, man. Let's see, 1909. Is there like a version of Electra I could watch that is public domain? Probably not. Right? I doubt it. I doubt it. I don't know. Let me see. Classical Music Universe has Electra by Richard Strauss. It's a 2-hour long thing. Okay, so they actually have a version you can see on YouTube, but like which version is, I don't know. I'll have to look later. I'll have to look later, man. The 70s Greek stuff might actually be, yeah, right? They had a big obsession in the 70s with 60s as well, kind of. It started like late 60s with bringing back a lot of like Greek era stuff, whether it be plays or musicals or whatever. And there were some new adaptations made, but they just like rehashed a lot of old ones. And I think it's because there were, especially in the 60s, there was this huge renaissance where there were a lot of new musicals written. And Broadway was popping, you know, and there was a lot of that. A lot of them, they had TV adaptations or movie adaptations of them. So then after that, they flipped to like, okay, now that we have a lot of new ones in the 50s, in the 60s and 70s, after, you know, they were kind of like, okay, let's adapt a lot of old ones and do modern versions. You got a lot of that. Yeah, West Side Story, right? When was that written? West Side Story was, let me see. I don't actually know the year. When were you written? Oh, that was a 57 production. Yeah, that was a bit earlier. Damn. It's from 57. I think, look. West Side Story's not bad. It's not my favorite. It's not my favorite. I like the lyrics because I always liked Sondheim's lyrics. The music's all right. It's not bad, but it's not my favorite. Now that I've like listened to so many musicals, I don't know. It's not bad. It's not bad. You love watching people find out how Little Shop of Horrors really ends if they only saw the movie? Yeah, yeah. Or I love, oh man, I love when people get to see a stage production of Sweeney Todd because they've only seen like the Tim Burton movie. And actually, the Tim Burton movie did a pretty good rendition of it. I was not mad at it at all. But I really like the way like the OG musical is, especially with the older cast. It's even darker and even funnier. It's both. It's both. It's really good. You should watch some versions of it. They did a revival of it more recently, and they had fucking, what's his name? Josh Groban. The guy who sings nice Christian music with a beautiful voice. They had Josh Groban playing Sweeney Todd. Don't say ew. He's a great singer. He's a great singer, okay? He was a really good pick for the role. I saw him in the role and I was like, what do you mean Josh Groban's gonna be him? Because he's like a nice guy, right? And like his whole like vibe is a nice guy. And I was like, how is he gonna play this character? Because Sweeney Todd is like fucked up. Unironically so fucked. And he's a horrible person and goes crazy. So I was like, yeah, right. He doesn't have the dark and twisted energy, right? So I was like, how is he gonna play this character? I don't know. But he actually did a really good version of him. He was really great. So yeah, kind of worth watching if you ever see like any content of that. His version of Todd was excellent. His voice in the recordings, like he captured the emotions so well. I don't know. I was like, I don't know if this guy can like yell and sing at the same time and sound like enraged, but he did so good. He did so good, man. I don't know, man. He's dark and twisted. It was an audio version? No. He was on Broadway. He was physically performing it. He did the whole thing. You saw a Broadway recording of Sweeney Todd because there was a random torrent of it in an anime OST you downloaded from like LimeWire or something. So, okay. People used to see a lot more musicals back in the day because they used to make these really good TV recordings or recordings of them for TV. So they would take the stage actors who were the Broadway performers and the stage production, like all the backgrounds, everything. And they would set up a whole bunch of cameras and they would do a really good filming of the stage production. And they were really good. It felt like a movie because they had all this camera switching and everything, but it was just the Broadway production, you know? And they would take those musicals and then they would show them on TV. And they're a lot more rare. A lot of them, they started like locking that down, shutting that down. So there aren't really like good watchable versions of a lot of current ones. So what people do is they find really sneaky ways. Like they get copyright struck down constantly. So people find really sneaky ways to like upload them. And it's really funny what they name them sometimes. It was a PBS thing. Hi, May. We were talking about musicals. I was talking about it, like how people upload them and they like give them really sneaky names. They stealth upload. It's so funny. It's so funny. They keep calling them like slime tutorials. They're like, it'll be Count of Monte Cristo and they'll be like, old French man gets revenge slime tutorial. And the thumbnail will be cooked. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. And we share, me and Mouse, we share so many slime tutorials to each other. we're like combing through YouTube. Oh man. Speaking of which, I have to find, there was one I wanted to send her. Oh yeah. I found it. I found the good one. Yeah. There. Sent it to her. She needs to watch it later if she hasn't already. It's so good. So I think Heather's was like girls with traffic light colors. Yeah. For a while, there was a recording of Company with the cast with Raul Esparza, and he was like my favorite guy to play the main character. So I was like, oh, I really want to like watch this one. And now you can just find it. You can just find the whole thing. But it was named something crazy. It was like depressed man goes on a rant about marriage for 3 hours. The musical, but instead of the musical, it was like slime tutorial. And I was like, hey, that's what it is. I love that musical. You'd watch it. It's one of my favorite musicals, and it's like not. I wouldn't say it's objectively one of the best. It's just one of my favorites because it's just a guy. It was written in a time when like everyone got married. You had to get married, and if you didn't get married by you were like 30, 35, like something was wrong with you. So that's, keep in mind, that's when it was written. So it's this guy, and it's like, I think it's like his 35th birthday. Was it Bobby's 35th birthday? I don't remember. But it's his birthday, and it starts off with him like blowing out candles, and it's all of his friends that set up a little party for him, and they're singing to him, and they're like, yay, it's us, your friends, but they're all couples. and Bobby's alone. And they're like, so when are you gonna get married? When are you gonna find someone? And he's like, I have you guys. And they're like, oh, okay. And there's no actual plot to the musical. Each song, each scene is just him on a random day hanging out with one of those couples and like watching them interact, or he's reminiscing about something that happened between them in the past and he was there, and it's like him singing while being there. And it's just him, like, it's showing what he's seen in front of him for relationships that has shaped and formed his current idea of marriage, and like kind of shows you like through his eyes like why he's not concerned about getting married, like why he's alone, you know, because you see him like watching his friends exist basically. It's a really interesting musical, and it's got a lot of humor to it. It's a good one. But there's no underlying plot. There's no like plot arc. It just shows him witnessing a bunch of stuff, and then he like has like an attitude shift later, and like he realizes things about himself, but that's the only plot shift. It's literally a bunch of short stories, you know, of just showing like what he's seen throughout his life. It's a good one. What musical this is called? Company. It's, a lot of people see it and they think it's like about corporate shit. It's called Company because it's about being those people's company, like going to their house and being their company, or having them over as company. It's about like his friends, you know? That's what it's called. But it's a really good one. I just hated, so that version of that musical, he was like my favorite. Raul Esparza was my favorite singer as the main character. But they did some shit. It was interesting but weird. They had all of the actors play an instrument. So they'd go around and sing and act out their scenes, and the other actors who weren't in that scene would be in the background playing as the band, along with, you know, a smaller orchestra. And then there were certain parts where instead of singing certain notes, occasionally they played on an instrument, just occasionally. It was kind of weird, but not bad. But it's just like different than like what the original was. So I wouldn't recommend that version for that reason. Like, you should listen to the OG songs, but I think all the actors did so good that like you actually should watch it. I don't know. Sounds like cruise ship kind of setup. It literally was. I wonder if it was like done for a reason like that, almost like to be able to have a smaller group of people travel around with it. I don't know. But it was on Broadway, so I don't know, man. I don't know. Doesn't a framing device count as a plot? Okay, it has a plot but no story. I'll say that. It is a plot and a setting but no story, if that makes sense. There's absolutely zero in that musical. But it has a plot in the sense of like, yeah, it's got themes and you know like what it's about, but you're not watching anything happen in any chronological order. You're just like reliving this guy's memories, you know? Yeah, there's no conflict. There kind of like is conflict scene to scene in the little individual scenes, but overall, it's just a dude in his head. It's kind of creepy at times. He's sitting there and the other actors are sitting behind him and they're like, Bobby, What's going on? Bobby, I've been trying to call you. Bobby, how are you? Bobby. And they're like the voices in his head and he's going crazy and they're like, why aren't you married, Bobby? And he's like, ah. So it's just, you know, it's just kind of him going crazy and then thinking back to everything that he's witnessed. Bobby. Bobby, we've been trying to reach you. It's really good. It's really good. We should do a watch along in the Discord. It's a banger, man. It's a banger. It'll really resonate if you've ever felt loved by your friends but disconnected from them. That's the whole vibe. Yeah. Yeah, like he loves them a lot. He goes over their houses, they go over to his, and they have a great time, but there's just this disconnect of like he doesn't feel the same way they do about life. Right? And that's what the musical's about. It's solid, man. It's really good. It's abstract. It's abstract, but it's not presented in a weird artsy fartsy abstract way at all. It's like it feels really relatable when you watch it. You know, you should do it. You should do it. It's one of like the uncringe musicals. I feel like a lot of modern ones, I don't know. I like them, but they feel a little cringe. Not always, but like aspects of them. But this one is like, I don't know. You can't make this musical cringe. You just can't. You've begun to learn that you've seen a lot of musicals. Hey, there are always more. There are always more. You know what you should all see? Hadestown. Hadestown is a good one. I think that one could be a little cringe sometimes, but I like it. It's good. Yes. I made Heavenly go see it. He was like, I'm finally able to see some kind of musical on Broadway. What should I see? I gotta pick one. I was like, one? So I told him to see Hadestown, and he saw it, and he was like, bro, my life has been changed. He was like, holy. I'm glad you liked it, man. I'm glad you did. It was really good. The music too, it's very like soul and blues and very southern, and it's really like the type of music that it has is great. It's so good, man. You can never personally enjoy musicals because of that cringe aspect. I think the musicals that have a lot of like fun, positive energy have that aspect, but the ones that get more into like real shit, more tragedy, a little more depressing, even if they have a lot of comedy, when the baseline thing is like some sort of hardship, those ones have a lot less of that. But they're less popular. Everyone loves like a super fun, feel good musical, and they love like, you know, fucking The Lion King or whatever. So, yeah. You saw Cabaret recently? That's in my like top 5. Yeah. Cabaret is so good. So good. I always loved Maybe This Time from that musical. It was incredible. Did you see it live? Or did you watch like the old Liza Minnelli version? Because there's a really good recording of that. You liked Book of Mormon? Book of Mormon was, oh, so good. So good. That's another one that you won't get that like weird cringe feeling from it. You'll just have a good time watching it. That's really good, man. Yeah. The writer for Hadestown, she's incredible, dude. She's incredible. Have you seen Gentleman's Guide to Love and Murder? I have. Fiddler on the Roof. It's so good. No, I love Fiddler on the Roof. I like a lot of the older ones. Personally, Sunday in the Park with George has always been my favorite musical, my most favorite, but it's like a weird, I don't know. I don't think it's for everyone. I really don't think it is. And the only version you should watch and take that as like the real one is the one with Bernadette Peters, and that's just the OG. It's the one that was done the most right. I feel like that's just, it's the best. It's the best. It's true of anything she's in. kind of, yeah. Yeah, same with Into the Woods. Like, she was just the one, but yeah. Did get to see Hello Dolly with Carol Channing. Ooh, oh, yeah. Ugh, the cast always makes it. Sure, you've been asked this already, but have you listened to Epic the Musical? I've been asked a billion times. Yeah, I have. It's pretty good. That's my thought on it. It's pretty good. It is not in my top 10 though. People keep being like, dude, Epic the Musical is the next coming of Christ, and I'm like, brother, it's pretty good. But don't go stepping on my Sunday in the Park with George, okay? Don't go stepping on that shit. Because don't tell me it's better than Company. Don't tell me that. Yeah, it's not Les Mis. It's the next Hamilton. Okay, hot take. I didn't like Hamilton. I thought the actors were great. I thought the performances were great. I thought the only part of it that was like entertaining was the King of England coming in to do his little bits. Yeah, I didn't, you know. Oh, exactly. Oh, that's what you mean. Okay. I wasn't sure if we shared the same opinion. Okay, if that's what you mean by it, I agree. Hamilton's the iconic cringe musical. Somewhat. I think it's just that I think the writer for it, Miranda, he's so predictable. You listen to a couple songs of his, and then you listen to another one, and you can already hear the song before you get through it, you know? And it ruins everything for me. It does. It's not even like he's a bad writer. He just does the same thing, and I can't do it anymore. I want interesting music, you know? That's why I'm like, oh, listen to Hadestown, because it's so good. It's so good. You like Rocky Horror? Rocky Horror is good, but it's like, it's a little too goofy for me, maybe. And I like goofy shit, but it's like overly goofy. I don't know. I like The Producers. It's really campy. But like, when you have the right actors in it, it's perfect. It's perfect. Would you consider K-pop Demon Hunters a musical? No. It has musical numbers in it. It's like an old movie from the 20s where there's a lot of standard stage acting, and then they have like random musical numbers in it. But it's not a full musical like that. Yeah, Rocky's campy. That's the right word for it. Yeah, I loved Spamalot. Spamalot was good. I don't know. I want to be able to like watch musicals on stream. It's just one of those things that like you can almost never do. Never. I have to see if there are any that like I ever could, but usually it's either an illegal recording of a stage production that they were not supposed to record, or the music is copyrighted and you just can't, you know. Producers, what kept you in stage check for years? Yeah. What are your thoughts on Avenue Q? I don't like Avenue Q. I don't like it at all. I don't like it. I'm sorry. It's not for me. It's not for me at all. The VOD would be cooked. Yeah, I've gotten people trying to give me strikes for like random ass videos that we reacted to, like the 2 times we do react streams in a year. It is what it is. Maybe we'll watch stuff in Discord. You've only seen in-person spam a lot? I want to watch Book of Mormon again. I saw that one in person. And that was it. And I've been meaning to do that again. If any good musicals enter public domain and be heaven? Yeah, they usually don't, because typically they were owned by like these really big media companies, and a lot of those are still around, or it's been transferred to some of those. So I don't know. I don't know that they will. Is Book of Mormon by the South Park people? Yeah. They wrote it. They wrote the whole thing. It's insanely good. And you know what? I have to bring it up. I bring it up every time. one of the greatest musicals ever, but it's not full length, is unironically one episode of Batman the Brave and the Bold, the cartoon. They wrote an episode as a musical because it was about the villain, the Music Meister. They brought him back. He's like one of the old villains. And they had Neil Patrick Harris voice him. And they had a bunch of songs in it, and the episode was a musical, and it won a Tony Award. It actually won a Tony Award because it was so good. Oh man, if you haven't seen it, you gotta. It's a short episode too. Oh, it was so good. Show should do that more. I wish they would. I wish they would. Or like straight up, The Nightman Cometh is so fucking funny. And it's really good to watch live. They toured and you can see it live. It was great. And it was just a stupid episode of It's Always Sunny about a musical. Oh man. Oh man, it was so good. There's an episode of Scrubs that did that. I remember the episode doing that. I can't remember any of the music though. I must not have liked it that much, like from the, not that I think I hated it, I just think like I probably wasn't that into it. But God, yeah, The Nightman Cometh was so fucking funny. Drives Us Bats is so good. Drives Us Bats is so, it was so well written because there are like these parts where the music just changes wildly and it like sounds like kind of beachy. I don't know how to describe it. It's like you hear the song and you picture a sunset, you know, like the music was so well written in that Batman episode that you could close your eyes and see everything they want you to see, even if you've never seen the episode. It's so good. Man. Who wrote that? Who did the musical for it? Like, actually, let me see. Batman Brave and the Bold Music Meister credits. I don't remember. Who did the music for that? Composers Christopher Carter, Michael McCriston, Lolita Fridman. Oh. Oh. Okay. That's crazy. It's all just like their normal Batman people. These are the people that always worked on this stuff. That's nuts. They got their typical composers and they were just like, yo, make a musical though. That's crazy. They're huge musical fans. I don't even know if it was that or so much as they were like, hey, we can't do a Music Meister episode without making it a musical, and they just decided to do it. Because they're really good composers. They make a lot of like the general themes and stuff for all of like the Batman stuff, everything within the company really. The Music Meister isn't in the comics. Is he not? I remember. Do you remember the old Music Meister? Hold on. He was in one of the really old shows. I don't know if you can even find like a picture of him. He was in one of the old TV series for like an episode or something. Oh, I can't find any pictures of him. He looked stupid. I'll tell you right now, he looked stupid. Brave and the Bold was such a good Silver Age throwback show. I feel like there used to be a lot of cartoons back in the day that like anyone could watch, any age could watch, and it was really good. And now I feel like it feels more separated, right? There's still some that can kind of work, but for the most part, you have like cartoons for adults and cartoons for kids, and that's it. I don't know. I feel like we don't really get many that are like that good. Like I could rewatch The Brave and the Bold, and like yeah, it's a little juvenile with some stuff, but like I could rewatch it and I would enjoy it. Oh, Michael Schindler. Oh, okay. He wasn't credited on IMDb. Let me see. No, he was one of the writers on the show to begin with anyway. I think he was just on it anyway. I think they just used their existing team. Well, yeah, I think they used their people. Avatar: The Last Airbender. Aren't they doing something new with Avatar? Hold on. They were doing something new, weren't they? What is it that they're doing? There was a live action one. Yeah. May 20th, they said season 3 starts production. Ooh. Oh! John is joining the cast. He was in Hades Town. We were just talking about Hades Town. Okay. Interesting. Okay. New series after another time skip. I think, I didn't like watching Korra that much. I liked some of it. And then I think the later episodes, I didn't really care about it after a certain point. I don't know. I got like fatigued. I just stopped caring to continue it. And I still got through it. But it was all right. I think it's because she didn't learn. I think it's because she didn't learn. And I think the other characters around her had really good development, and then for her, they were just like, she's headstrong, grr. And they just had her like keep making the same mistakes, and I think maybe that's what I didn't like. I was like, please have her make a different mistake or something, or someone else make a mistake and she just fixes it. But yeah, I don't know. I felt like the writing for her was really good, and then it got shallow at one point because they stopped knowing what to do with her or something. I don't know. Headstrong, she'll take you on. Yeah, I think they were so focused on making her like a strong, independent character that they made her one note. And I don't know, people are people. Just write them like people, you know? Killing the Avatar cycle was not good. Dude, look, take a page out of Castlevania's book. Dracula's never actually dead. He will always come back. The Belmonts will always be cursed, right? Take a page out of Metroid's book. Ridley never dies. Ridley will always come back, all right? Ridley's always, Ridley's body is dead or some shit. Okay, well, now we have Meta Ridley, you know? Like, we need that, dude. We need that. Okay? You can't have Avatar and do a second season of it and be like, we're gonna end the cycle. No, you're fucking not. They better bring it back for the third one and be like, it actually wasn't ended, though. GEEGA Ridley. Yeah, I mean, you need that. The concept of eternal evil. Look at The Legend of Zelda. Endless stories. They tell you about the origins of it, but they never... Ganon is never killed because you learn in some games about what the fuck demise is, and you're like, oh, there's an evil force that will always be locked with this other force forever. They will always meet in the middle and kiss, you know, and they will just do this in an endless cycle forever. Yay! And then you have endless games and movies and content and whatever that you can make. Ta-da! So I like that. I like that, and I think they should continue that. I'm sure it's really ended considering we're getting a new Avatar. Yeah, I think there's gonna be like a way that they justify it coming back. Or if it's not a time skip and maybe it's an earlier one, I think that'd be cool. I do like the show being set in older times. I think maybe that's another thing I didn't love about Korra was I was like, I kind of liked the time period it felt like the older one was in. So maybe, I don't know what they'll do with that. It sounds like they're going to do time skip. It's going to be later, but I don't know. Live action Zelda movie, by the way. Never seen it, or if it's not out, I haven't looked at it. I don't know. I'm staying away from live action. I'm staying away from it, dog. You enjoy the setting of Korra more than Avatar? Yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's just my preference. Maybe. They could do Avatar Kyoshi. That'd be good. You hate the live adaptation meta? I will never blame an IP for milking it. Personally. I get it. I get it. It's okay. I won't watch a lot of them. But it's okay. Whatever, you know? No one's got a gun to your head like you're gonna watch it or you're gonna get it, you know? You're gonna freaking get it if you don't watch the live action. It's a choice, so it's easy to ignore. Live action One Piece was good. Was it? I like One Piece, question mark. I've read through good bits of it, but it's too much and I won't finish it. I won't do it. And I won't watch it. That's all. It's not even that I think it's bad. I'm just like, I'm not committing. I won't. I have to love it to commit to it. Yeah, so many revivals. I think out of all the revivals, the only one I really care about is the King of the Hill one. That's it. I hope it's good. Everything else that I'm seeing, I'm like, that's cool, but I'm good. I'm good. He said you may have opinions about One Piece. I prefer when a series is shorter. That's just me. Even if I love it a lot, I don't like when stories go on too long. I don't know. Unless it's when it's written stuff, when it's a book kind of thing, a series, then for some reason I'm totally fine with it lasting forever and going on to 20 books. But that's because of the pacing, I think. I don't know. Futurama being back for the 6th time has been hit or miss. Yeah, I liked old Futurama a lot, but I don't know. It's had some episodes, some chunks of time where it hasn't been that good. It's gone in and out. I think no matter what, it's still better than their newer show, Disenchantment, which I don't dislike. Futurama was better. Regular show will be peak. I liked regular show, but I only saw bits of it. I never saw all of it. I kind of wish I had watched all of it. I think I was aged out of it. I was a little beyond it. I don't think it's actually something I am beyond. I think whatever I was doing in my life at that time, there was no way I was sitting down and watching regular show. It was just a time thing. But if that show had aired earlier, I probably would have watched all of it. Bonks Glove, thank you for the prime. Thank you. I don't know. I should go back and do that one. How many episodes does it have though? I feel like regular show would be long, wouldn't it? I don't know. It's very millennial saying this is someone born in the 80s. I mean I've seen episodes, so like I know it's like that, and I liked what I saw. I just never went through and watched the whole thing. Close Enough was a sequel and it was so good. I never even heard of it. I never even did. Could only watch regular show via pirating it. Ugh. I want an option to watch everything. Just one. They removed it from Max. That's the problem, is with all of these streaming services, the way they work is they have they have a contract with the IP, with the show, whatever, to show it. Once that contract runs out, things disappear. If they don't sign another one, then what happens, you know? Yeah, if they have if they have a physical collection, that's one thing, but not all of them do. So it's a little sad when some shit just kind of dies. You want physical media. Yeah, I think they're so wary of like selling any access permanent to anything because then people are just gonna upload it and they're trying hard to not do that. I don't know. But I don't have a dude, I don't have a DVD player. Okay. I'm gonna be so real with you. I think I can use my PS5 to watch. Does it work like that? Was it Blu-ray? Something works on there. Does it work for normal DVDs? It does? Ooh, okay, okay. Noted. Hold on, I'm ordering food. I just looked at the time. I was like, let me do that. Let me do that. But yeah, I guess I do have a DVD player. I guess I do. Let me select this option for this food. There we go. Sorry. Getting my food going. You still streaming? How do you have the energy? Oh, I usually do pretty long streams. This is quite normal for me. Though I ended up chatting today, not gaming. Maybe that's not normal for me, but I felt like it today. I felt like it. Are you old enough to have used VHS tapes? Gee, I wonder, chat. What do you think? What's a VHS? No, I'm 20. Real and true. What's MySpace? Haha. He strikes me as a Betamax person. Don't even start with me. Don't start with me, dude. Don't even go there. Dude, how fucked up was the MySpace top 8? Do you remember the stress? Do you remember sitting there and trying to decide amongst your real life friends of who to put in the top 8? That shit was crazy. We need to bring that back. We need to bring that back, okay? Because Twitch has something like that, where you can be like, I recommend these streamers, but the thing is, you could put any number of people there. So even if it shows a few on the page, like you can make that list as long as you want. Okay, so that doesn't even count. I need the top 8 back. Imagine opening Twitter, and when you're on someone's profile, there's a sidebar that says, here's their top 8. And then someone removes someone and replaces them with someone else on their top 8. Oh, the drama. Oh, the drama. I need that. So much potential. God, so much potential. It was so good. Yeah, you remember Tom? Tom was everyone's friend. If I owned Twitter, I would make everyone follow me, just like Tom from MySpace. I would have the most followers. I would have so many. I'd be so popular. Who was in Tom's top 8? Hold on, I'm Googling this. Who was in Tom's top 8? MySpace. Does anyone list this anywhere? I don't know. Petition to make top 8 a thing on No Pixel Twatter. Oh, it caused so much drama. Oh. Yes. Hold on. I'm emailing a developer right now. I just said emailing like I'm RPing right now. I'm sending a Discord DM to software developer right now. I need you to add something to 5.0 for me. It's very important. On Twitter or related social media. We need a MySpace top 8. Imagine the drama when you remove somebody from your top 8. We need this, please. I will pay. Okay, there we go. Oh, we need it. We need it. It would be so funny. It would be so funny. God. Imagine that. And everyone gets a notification. You get a notification if you've been removed from someone's MySpace top 8. Oh. Oh, I need that. I need that. Oh, that'd be so fucking funny. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Gang war started because you removed someone from your top 8. That's literally what would happen if it were in this RP server. Like, someone would be like, you're out of my top 8, and they'd be like, I'm gonna shoot him. Like, you know, it would go crazy. It would go so crazy. Didn't know you're such a drama lover. I love, like, shitty TV shows. Like, old shitty TV shows with bad drama. But also, like, I'm talking about a roleplay server, and the only way to make fun content is to keep the spice flowing, right? You need the spice to flow. So, I'm just saying. It's for content, okay? It's for content. We need it. Adding top 8 functionality to GEEGA.app right now. Yes!
GEEGA gift a small contribution for the Drama Tech Development Fund.
Thank you, thank you. We should make a Discord top 8. I should write my top 8 in my Discord bio. You know what? We don't need a functionality for this. We can just do it ourselves. I encourage you all right now to go to your Discord bio and just go, my top 8. Right? Put it in a pin tweet. Exactly, exactly. You could put a pin tweet at the top. You say, my top 8. And then when it changes, you make a new tweet. You say, my top 8. And it's just a different set of 8. Oh, man. I should tweet my top 8. I'm writing this down so I don't forget. I'm starting a draft of a tweet just so I have it. Go my top 8. I'm gonna pick like 8 random friends' names and leave some people off of it just to make them upset and see if they get pissed. Cause you know what? The drama's dying down. Everyone's getting too comfortable, right? Shit ain't sweet around here, man. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna put people that are like big creators that I'm not that close with in there just to piss people off. I'm gonna pick some random fucking names that follow me, but I don't really know them that well, and I'm gonna put them in there. I'll be like, queso. My top 8 friends. Oh man, yeah, I'm not gonna put Joel on it just to piss him off. Oh man, that's what we need. No more drama. Look, we need some entertainment around here. Oh, Queso's mom, you know, forget it. Yeah, I'm not putting him on there. I'm putting his mom on there. You're right. Mm-hmm. You're so right. Open CSGO cases. Gigi, I'm not. I hate CSGO. I hate tag shooters. I don't like them. There's no movement in it, man. It sucks. It sucks. I hope you start a global trend with this. Honestly, I should everyone tell me your top 8 right now, or I'll say my Twitter top 8. Oh, man. It'd be so good. I don't think it'll pick up, dude. Everyone's gonna be too afraid. Because I'm gonna put some real friends' names on there. It's not only gonna be memes. Alright? And that is just gonna... People are gonna get scared. They always pussy out. They always do. At Grok, who are my top 8. No, you can do at Grok here, Heavenly. Watch. Actually, so mods. Do it. At Grok, who are my top 8. Oh, there is. Oh, put me over Garrick. Oh, yeah, I'll put Shaddy in there. Yeah. Oh, that's perfect. That's perfect. Okay, so far on there I got Shadiko and Case's mom. I'll think about it more. I'll think about it more over time. It's pretty good. Yeah, solid so far. 8. That's 2 out of 8. We're already a quarter of the way there. Dude, a top 8 is so small. When you actually have like a lot of friends online, top 8 is crazy. What the hell? Add cheeky soap. Oh my god, a sponsor. I put a sponsor in there. We out here. Our Grok is from Timu and can only answer yes or no questions. Yeah, he's got no... He can't do shit, alright? He can't do shit. Your top 20 so we know who the real ones are. Fuck it. It should have been top 3 for the spice. I think 8 was generous. 8 is such a random number. I think it's because it looked good when displayed, honestly. Like, the layout was nice. It was so crazy, too. Because, like... Let's see if I can find a picture of someone's top 8. Hold on. Dude, I can't even show some of these because these people's profile pictures were crazy. I used to change my like picture on there to crazy stuff, so when I was in someone's top 8, it would like look insane. I used to do it on purpose. And then people would be like, why is Sauron in your top 8? You know, like, and it would just be me. It was crazy, man. It was so good. Who was... I still want to find out who Tom's top 8 were, but I can't, like... I can't find the sauce, man. Anybody got the damn sauce? I can't find anything that tells me. No look either. Did he just not have a top 8? What if he didn't? What if he protected himself? You don't think he did? Yeah, he must not have. I mean, that was the real move, was to not have a top 8, but like, you gotta do it for the spice, right? How can you not? Yeah, he just didn't have one, man. Maybe I should make a top 8 and then I put them in my background. And I make it like the same vibe with the weird orange rectangle at the top. 4 of your top 8 were MILFs from your WoW guild who would hit on you because their husbands were losers. You missed that guild. Oh no. Oh no. That's fucked. You don't remember the top 8 thing? You were too into trying to custom code your profile to have custom backgrounds, autoplay music, and other cringe nonsense. Oh, mine. You know how many people learned, like, basic front end shit because they could do it on MySpace? Or people who did stuff like that with Tumblr as well. You could change everything. You could change everything on Tumblr. So I know so many people would, when they moved from MySpace to Tumblr, they would do so much with their profiles. And I always thought it was crazy. And I could never, like, get into Tumblr. But I remember watching some people show me, like, all of their custom shit. And I was like, you should just go into front-end development. Just, like, you already have, like, half of what you need here. So just do it, man. You just played Backstreet Boys? What did mine play? I don't remember what mine auto-played. What was I listening to? And, like, what year was that? 2008? No, that was previous. Dude, it was probably like a song from Perfume or some shit. I don't know. I don't know what I had at the time. Maybe mine was Backstreet Boys too. I don't know. Yours was Black Sabbath. I don't remember. I remember a lot of people having, like, yeah, Linkin Park, Fall Out Boy, that kind of era of music. There was a ton of people with that as their MySpace autoplayed shit. I don't know what mine was, dude. Mine was probably whack. It was probably whack. You can only personalize your Neopets page. I never did Neopets. What was the biggest red flag song to have in your profile? There was this thing. Oh my god.
I'm on his MySpace right now. Top 8 is as follows: Oasis, Weezer, The Beatles, Ben Folds, Noel Gallagher, Supergrass, and David Bowie.
Oh, of course. Of course. Okay. Yeah. Mr. Brightside. Oh, dude. Everyone loved that song. No, I think the red flag was if someone, you open their profile and their stuff autoplayed any song by, like, Neo or Nelly, any of, like, the R&B stuff. Dude, when that was what autoplayed. Yeah, Usher. If an Usher song autoplayed on your MySpace, red flag. Red flag, dude. You Chris Brown. Yup. Cisco. Oh, no. Neo. Dude, do you remember when we made that playlist for Henya? I made a playlist for her of, like, a bunch of music that you would only know if you were in the US listening to the radio prior to, like, 2010. Because there's so many times we would reference songs and she wouldn't know them, and I was like, I'll make you the list. Don't worry. And she really likes Neo. She loves Neo, dude. It was so funny. Because she's both younger and, you know, wasn't, like, exposed to all this music from the US. So I was like, girl, I got you. She ended up loving Neo. It was so funny. Did you put Kelly Clarkson on there? I think there was a Kelly Clarkson song. I just don't remember. I would have to find it. I would have to find it. I think I still have it. If I go back in our DMs. Let me see. Has link. Hold on. Hold on. How do I search just this DM? What? Searching all of my DMs? What is happening? Wait a minute. Oh my god, did they fuck it? Yeah, it doesn't search the single DM. What if I do @ and then her username? and then has link. Does that work? Let me see. Oh no, this doesn't work. What? You have to type in? It didn't show anything for me when I did that. I know in works for in a server. Oh my god, wait, sorry, I'm learning about this and this is killing my soul. This is killing my soul. In doesn't work. Oh my god. How do you search ADM right now? No, from doesn't work either right now. What? What did they change? What did they do? Oh, you know what? Maybe it's streamer mode. Maybe it's streamer mode. That's a good point. Okay. Okay, I won't crash out. Streamer mode is blocking it. That's why. Okay. If that's the case, that's fine. Why would they block that in streamer mode? What's... I guess because the usernames are hidden, but that means the way they're hiding them is cooked. Oh, I don't like that. Oh. Oh, I'm understanding how they did this. I don't like this. Oh, okay. I get why, because it's part of them. They like... Okay. Okay. I'm trying to see if I can find the playlist. I've sent her some really weird stuff. You know, now that I'm looking back. Okay. I've sent her some weird shit. Oh man, how was your food delivery? It's not here yet. It's not here yet. Usernames can be sensitive or could get you banned. It's true. But who's screen sharing their Discord, dude? Who's doing that? A long time ago, I would occasionally like pop out just the one chat to show like offerings, and I was like, I pretty quickly was like, I don't want to do this way. And now we just grab the images and we make it all separate. Because you just never know. You'd be surprised. I think it's like, I'm saying rhetorically, I'm not surprised. A lot of people do it, and it's not good. It's not good. Because you know what people could do to be sneaky, but it'd be so easy? You go and you have a chat, and you're like, share memes. I'm going to react to memes that you send in the Discord. They open the chat, and then they close the chat down at some point, and they're like, no one can post anymore. And then they scroll up, and they start going through it. If I typed something in there, I could just go edit my message. They could be scrolled to my message, and they could be like, oh, what a cute meme. And then I could be like, I'm going to put something crazy on the screen. And I could go and edit it, and just boom. Like, I could time it with them being on my message exactly, you know? So I'm just like, dude, I hate that. I hate that so much. Yikes, man. Yikes. Why? You'd have to lock people out of viewing the channel entirely. Yeah. Don't know if you could do that after it's locked. Unless they changed it, but you used to be able to. I want to say you still can. You used to be able to. I hope they changed it. I don't know. If they made it so locking made it so you can't edit, that would be great, because that's one of those things where I'm like, ugh. But then also stuff like your back button. Here's the thing. Discord is just a giant like embedded window. Okay. It's just a big old embed of a web page essentially. Or it's like it's all frames. If I just hit back, if I hit the back button on my mouse, it takes me to the last thing I did. I could just keep doing that forever. Takes me back. It's the same functionality as like if you're in a browser. It's really easy to just go back to the last thing, and maybe the last thing is like some crazy DM you have with somebody, you know, where you leak all your models and you're like, check this out, friend of mine, you know. So like, I don't know. I don't think it's a good idea. I don't think it's a good idea. You know, one that uses Discord for meme submissions, but has one of her editors go through and cherry pick. Yeah, I still think it's... I wouldn't say, like, ultra dangerous. It's just, like... It's a risk. Even if it's not huge, it's a risk, right? What if you slap your keyboard? You just slap your keyboard, and it just takes you to... There are a lot of shortcuts you can use to go to older chats, or, like, move up and down between DMs of yours. It, like, goes through the sidebar items. It'll move you through channels as well. There are a lot of little shortcuts to do that. So, I don't know. Most people are normal, but it only takes one weirdo. Yeah, literally. Right? Like, you go to a soccer game, everyone's sitting there hanging out, everything's normal, and then one guy is like, I'm gonna streak! And he just runs naked across the field. Like, it's just one guy, and now everyone just had to see that. You know? So, can you really expect that in a crowd of a few thousand people, there's not gonna be that one guy? I don't know. I feel like it's pretty, typical and expected at this point. It really is. I don't know. It's a bad apple in the apple tree. Yeah, I mean, right, it is inevitable. You cast a wide net, you end up with a lot of that. So, I don't know. Did that happen on Athel's stream? I don't know, I've seen some crazy stuff happen on people's streams. I remember, I've seen several Discord streams where people are showing their Discord and people have edited messages or shown stuff. There have been a lot of ones where people let viewers call in and then they get up there and they go through all these screening processes and they're so normal when they're getting interviewed. And then they get to the actual call on stream and they say some crazy shit, something insane, you know? I never liked that. I think it's fine if they're like long-time community members and they've been vetted through several layers, then something could still happen, but you have a mute button, you know, whatever. But I don't know. Some people just like let them sign up and I'm like, ugh. Just like in radio call-in shows. Yeah, it can be a bit rough. It can be rough. You're always ready for it when people join public VR chat worlds. That shit drives me crazy. Yeah, I've seen some streams where people just get the absolute worst interactions you could ever imagine happening. I don't know. Feel like the C-SPAN guy and say, okay, next caller. Yeah, you just gotta totally ignore it. Act like nothing happened. You just go, okay, next, boom, and press a button. But what can you do? If someone wants to be crazy, they're gonna be crazy. I know a lot of people have done that at meet and greets too. Like, I know Mouse had a bunch of that, where we would have people get vetted, like they would show up and say what their question was that they wanted to ask or what they wanted to say. And they would tell staff that that's what they wanted to do and say. And they'd wait online for their turn. And then they'd get up to the meet and greet. And then they'd say some crazy shit. They'd ask you about something insane or personal. Or they'd just like start like ranting at you or whatever. And it's like, you're just sitting there listening to that. And the person's physically there. So you can't even like cut them off very easily. They have to get physically removed. And you can just cut the call. Usually we're in a Discord call. And you can also do this, right? We're at the meet and greet. Some guy gets up, he starts saying some crazy shit. I could just go, right? Like, I could just go, okay. You know, and I just like whip myself off the screen. And I've done that. But I don't know. Yeah, deuces. Like, it wasn't even that bad at all. There was one dude who said, he said something cringe during a walk around. I don't know, he said something to me. A bunch of you watched it. He said something. And I was just like, okay, buddy. That was it. I was just like, all right, anyway. No, he didn't propose to me, but it was like that, but was something, and I was like, okay. I was like, nice try. And and the dude was like, anyway. We just kept talking. I think he what did he do? I think he asked an actual, oh, he asked a question, and then I answered the question seriously, and I was like, this is probably a setup, but whatever. And then he like said the punchline of the setup, and then I just said, okay, anyway, and I just kept talking. I'm like, whatever. It's not really that bad. Like, I'm not affected by it. I just feel bad for the dude, because he, I don't know. I don't know. That's lethal secondhand cringe. Yeah, like, for me, it's not that terrible, but I feel like a lot of chat was like, ah, make it stop. Ah, stab my ears. I don't know. I was like, what can you... I think I need to tell Oscar to, like, take his hand out and, like just cover the camera. Just go... Oh, man. Some people are cringe-proof. Oh, it's true. It's true. I don't know. I think you all felt secondhand embarrassment for that guy. I mean, my interpretation is I think he thought the joke was gonna hit. I think it was less about, like, that, the content of what he said. I think it was more about he thought like it would be a funny moment, and he probably imagined it in his head a lot better than the actual thing. I don't know. It did not hit. And if he didn't mean it as a joke, then, like, none of us cared. It was just chat that got tortured for a second, and then that was it. But I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna farm so many Keck W's. I'm gonna farm a Pep W. It's gonna be so good. I think he actually did farm Pep W's. People were just like, ooh. Yeah. Everyone was just like, eh. It was funny. It was a good time, I guess. I don't know. Everyone said Pep W and everyone clapped. You just got you some cool soap. Ooh, thank you. Thank you. Remember, $1 for every bar gets donated. Real and true, and they will share a receipt with me. Which will be cool. Alright, but my food is almost here. So I am gonna go eat my food. It's time. It's been almost 8 hours. We didn't game today. I just felt like talking. I was like, oh, maybe we'll play Grounded. I just felt like talking. And here we are. So, let's go raid somebody. Hold on. Hold on. I'm clicking. Is Fruit live? Oh yeah, she is, okay. I was like, I could have sworn she was live. Okay, Fruit is live, so we'll go raid Fruit. Appreciate it. Next stream, we will be playing video games. I'm gonna stream on the alt channel tomorrow. Again, I'm gonna stream on the alt channel tomorrow. Normally I stream here Mondays, but Grounded 2 comes out Tuesday. So we're going to stream here on Tuesday, and we're going to play with me, Tomato, Limes, and Boone. All right? So we'll go figure that out. I'm not sure of the timing of what time we'll start playing, but I'll ask them. We'll figure it out, and we'll get it done. But yeah, thanks for joining again. Buy merch. Actually, thank you for buy merch. I want to say this. You guys have, like sucked up a lot of the stock already. I appreciate it. I have no real way to recoup a lot of shit right now. So every little bit helps. I appreciate it. If I can get my old merch. If I can physically get the stock, I will see if I can get that to you guys as well. I just don't know. I went over it earlier. I don't know. We're gonna see. So I appreciate that. When are larger shirt sizes gonna be back in stock? I don't know yet. We'll update. We'll update in the Discord when we're ready. But yeah, thank you for that. We also, again, it's just for this week, but Cheeky Soap, who I am partnered with, specifically is doing, instead of the normal 10, they're doing 20% off if you use my code. And for every bar of soap that you buy, $1 is getting donated to the Immune Deficiency Foundation. So don't forget, that is just this week. All right. Originally, it was just going to be a 20% off thing. I was like, hey, it'd be really cool to do a debut weekend or debut week promotion. It'd be fun. And they were like, yeah, we could do a bigger discount. No problem. And then they brought it up to me and they were like, hey, with everything that's going on, what if we do like this type of thing, like to help with the IDF stuff, like the charity stuff? I was like, oh yeah, that would be great. So they brought that up and I said, hell yeah. So if you were thinking about it and you weren't sure, this is probably the best week to try it, because the proceeds are going there. So yeah, or a portion. But yep. I'll see. I'm gonna work as well as I can on the back end to try and get merch stuff, the old stuff going. And if not, I'm gonna try and take some of that art and maybe remake some things. So we'll see. It was their idea. Yeah, it was. This is why I like the team so much. Like, they actually pay attention. And they talk to me about things that we could do, cool shit, and they just come up with the ideas. They're really nice, so I appreciate them. But yeah, that is all. Let's go raid Apricot. Let's go raid Fruit, who's streaming. Wow. Woo! We love that for her. That is all. Again, tomorrow on the alt, normal channel here, Tuesday for Grounded 2. And then, yeah, it should be normal schedule for the rest of the week. Wednesday, Thursday, Sunday here, and then other days on the alt if I feel like them, probably Friday. As far as what we're streaming, if we're liking Grounded 2, we might do more Grounded 2. If we have some days where maybe we're not collabing every day to get through that game, then, you know, I'm going to continue DK for sure. And I'll see where we go. I'll see what we do. But I gotta get something new for us to start on soon. I could continue Sunshine maybe, but I feel like it's been a little bit. But I could. We'll see. Anyway, again, thank you all for joining. I'm gonna hit raid now because I want to go eat food. Need a good roguelike. I agree. We don't have any new roguelikes that I want to play on stream that badly. Maybe he is coming a little bit, but I feel like I need to silently play that on my own, you know? I don't know. Anyway, see ya. Bye-bye. Be good. See you tomorrow and or Tuesday. Peace. Peace.